All right, we got some ticket texts I want to get to. One of the early dumb fights that we're having. Aleem McNeil versus Christian Wilkins. Cookies is basically saying cats are better than dogs. I feel pretty strong about that one. We'll have that debate one of these days.
That's the same reaction. Really?
This one says... What's so funny?
You're going to compare Aleem McNeil to cats?
Yeah, I think so.
And Caleb Williams, or not Caleb, it's got me all flustered.
Christian Wilkins.
Christian Wilkins and dogs. I'll take the dogs every time.
You don't have to walk around and pick up the poop from your cat.
Oh,
cats clean themselves. They're lower maintenance.
Yeah, they lick their own butts.
They clean themselves.
Dogs, I guess, yeah.
I thought you were going to go with the cleanly argument. We're going to go dogs.
Yeah.
Hello. Bad breath slobbering all over people.
They do eat their own poop, too, once in a while.
Hey, who doesn't like a hot meal?
No.
Texter says, Costa is a nerd. He sees a PFF number and automatically thinks McNeil is better. That's from Mike. No, it's one of the reasons to make the claim. I looked up the specifics. McNeil was the 7th graded interior defensive lineman in all of football.
By PFF.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they've watched more film than you did this last season collectively. No offense.
They can make numbers however they want. Let's talk about numbers. Let's talk about 9 sacks last year for Christian Wilkins. Oh, and by the way, how many does Aleem McNeil have in his entire career?
8. 5 last year.
8.
And he missed some games.
Okay, let's take a look.
How about this?
How many games has Christian Wilkins
defense?
missed in the last 3 years? 0.
Oh, you could say he's more dependable if you'd like.
And let's take a look at the total tackles last year, 65. 98 total tackles in 22, 89 in 21. Let's take a look at Aleem McNeil's production. 39 in 21, 41, and 32. Like, the numbers don't even come close. And you're making me do something I don't want to do. I like Aleem McNeil, but please don't put him in the same category at all as Christian Wilkins.
Best run defense in the NFL this last season was arguably the Detroit Lions, and it was not because they had great interior players outside Aleem McNeil. Not giving him all the credit for it, but I think you're selling the guy short. I do.
I think you're the one you're selling short is Christian Wilkins. Aleem McNeil, hey, I have never said that he's not a good player. He has come in, and in my estimation, in that first draft of Brad Holmes, way outplayed the defensive tackle that was taken in front of him. That was Levi Onwuzurike.
All right, Caleb Williams. You think he's a walking red flag. I just want you to, say it.
I will. I think, yes, I do. I have an issue, and this is somewhat going to go to, what did he even measure?
He did not. Well, no, he did measure. They got his height and they got his weight.
Okay, so what's his height? I want to see if it's close to
say 6'1" and change.
Okay, 6'1" and change. Here's the issue that I have with Caleb Williams. He was a guy. Now, I did not have in high regard for USC's offensive line, but he ran into a lot of sacks this past year. His pocket presence and awareness was less than desirable. I didn't like his accuracy when it mattered most against some of the lesser teams, San Jose State and Nevada and Arizona State. He put up some good numbers. Stanford, he threw for 90%. Like that, it skews the numbers a little bit. But against Oregon, 55%. Now, some of that is that offensive line. Some of it is weapons to throw to. It's not all on Caleb Williams. But I'm not sold on him as the savior for an NFL franchise. I'm not sold on any of these quarterbacks. I'm not looking at any of these guys, and I don't think anybody is looking at him as a Andrew Luck or a John Elway or even a Trevor Lawrence. And I think Trevor Lawrence, TBD, still there. You're still going to be good. But I look at the number 1 overall pick with the Bears, and we have the audio from Boomer. Let's play this audio real quick. And this is where I start to diverge my opinion from those of the rest of the media.
Have to draft him or you get fired.
Right. So I will hop on this one. You have to draft a quarterback. You got to reset the quarterback clock because I don't think they believe, and I don't think a lot of people believe Justin Fields is the answer, and they have to make that decision because he's going into his fourth year. They're going to have to decide first, do we want to pick up his fifth-year option or not? And if we do, you're going down the road that Justin Fields is your franchise quarterback, and then at some point next year, you're going to have to extend him. You're going to be paying him a lot of money. You reset the quarterback clock, and whether it's Jaden Daniels, whether it's Caleb Williams, Drake May, one of those three, the top three by most experts, that's where you go with the number one overall pick. Now, how do you do it? Does it have to be Caleb Williams? And that's what Boomer Esiason is saying. It has to be Caleb Williams. I disagree. I think it has to be a quarterback. And it doesn't have to be a quarterback at one. It could be a quarterback if you trade with Washington down to 2. Or with New England, if they want somebody and they're willing to jump Washington and give you a king's ransom, then you say, well, I'll take one of these three because I don't know that there's a whole lot that separates these three. Because you look at Caleb Williams and you go, okay, well, athletic ability and arm strength. You look at Jaden Daniels and you go, well, experience, pocket presence, and his athletic ability, but his ability to deliver in the pocket. And then Drake May has a lot of, tangibles that project down the road.
Big,
and I
strong,
think,
all that stuff.
And I think he could be a good quarterback. At the beginning of the college football season, he was probably my number one. It's fallen off a little bit, but I'm more on the bandwagon of Jaden Daniels. And so I think you go quarterback for the Chicago Bears or Ryan Poles should be dismissed, relieved of duty. But I don't believe it has to be Caleb Williams because I don't know if there's a quarterback in this draft where you're looking to go, yep, savior.
I want to put a pin in this. We'll get back to it at 8:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Did you guys hear about what went down at this Oklahoma high school? Oh, man, there was a video trending on social media. It's actually really gross. The school is under investigation after this video shows students licking peanut butter off the toes of other students during a fundraiser event.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, so gross. And of course, it caused a firestorm online. A lot of people were saying, hey, how could organizers of this event, how could the school even let this go down in the first place? And the school is basically not really taking any responsibility, saying that all the students volunteered to do this and no faculty or staff members were involved at all in this. And then the school said, hey, you know what? It doesn't really matter because we made about $150,000 for a local charity. But people are still saying like, hey, that money is awesome. Good for you. But this still should never have happened.
It's creepy. It's weird.
It's gross. You see like the kids laying on the court, the basketball court.
Rex Ryan, I think, was trying to fly in for this. He's the foot fetish coach.
He is.
He actually said it on,
He
likes
admitted
feet.
it?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, no, it's a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yikes.
He owns it.
Oh, boy.
Likes feet, likes toes. Probably likes peanut butter on them.
So gross. A young man is in custody after assaulting an 80-year-old man at a Farmington Hills YMCA. On Friday morning, there was an argument over music. That's what started, that went down in the locker room, and then it quickly turned violent, pretty extremely violent. Thankfully, though, former NFL receiver Braylon Edwards was right there in the locker room, jumped into action. He intervened right as the suspect was about to slam that 80-year-old's head into a counter. And like I said, the situation was so intense that it actually sparked a lockdown for local schools in the area because this guy ran away, ran on foot. So police were searching for him. So they just put the schools in lockdown just in case this guy tried to get into a school. Thankfully, he was caught. He was arrested. And this old man that was attacked sounds like he's going to be okay. He was listed in serious but stable condition. And it could have been a whole lot worse had this guy continued to attack him. Award-winning journalist and longtime NFL insider for ESPN, Chris Mortensen, passed away on Sunday morning at the age of 72, still pretty young. In 2016, he did announce that he was diagnosed with stage 4 throat cancer, but he did also later say that his treatments were successful. But in 2023, he did kind of step away. He said that he was stepping away from his role at ESPN to focus on his health, his family, and his faith.
By all accounts, one of the good people in the football media game. Everybody had nice things to say about him. I mean, I read Peyton Manning's tribute the other day. I mean,
I had opportunity to get to know him a little bit when he covered some of the teams or throughout the course of my career. And one of those guys that when he walked in, the good ones, when they get the good stories, they do it for a reason because people trust them and they just like it. When they walk in a room, it's just a good dude. He's a good man, and you was one of those guys that you just felt like you could trust and you could have a conversation with, and the details weren't going to be leaked out as sources say.
Yep. Sounds like he was a great guy.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Couple ticket texts that'll set us up here. I've never been more sure of a bust since Johnny Football. Caleb Williams is a bust. That's Mickey heading in to pretend to work, as he says. Another person calls him Charmin Williams. He's going to get eaten alive by the animals in the NFL, crying to mommy and cuddling with his puppy. He's going to get killed. We'll continue that conversation. And then we do need to get something that the Twitch stream picked up on last week. It's 97.1. 97.1 show is up on Twitch bright and early in the morning. And last week, one of you noticed that none of us had wedding rings on.
Yeah, it was on Twitch. I made a comment about one of the Twitchers making a comment. I don't remember who it was. But in the early morning, because we weren't as early this morning. We're working through a couple of technical difficulties, but the camera is on the opposite side of the room from me. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know if they just couldn't see my hand or what. I always wear mine. So just to be factual.
Don't get you in trouble.
No, my wife wouldn't care. But just so that we're all starting with the premise of the statement was, why does nobody wear their wedding ring? I do wear mine, but you guys don't wear yours.
So we were called out. Not you, John. We were called out.
Yeah.
Because this is abnormal. I would agree that it's abnormal.
I think that we're in the minority. I think most people who are married wear their wedding rings every single day, all the time.
So why don't you?
I very rarely wear my ring, which I do think is weird, but I don't like to sleep in rings. Yeah, it gets in the way. Like my hand just, I can't even lift it sometimes, John. So it's like, yeah, like that's why it's just so heavy. No, I don't like to sleep in rings because your fingers kind of swell at night or like when you get hot. So I don't like to sleep in it. So I always take it off. Yeah. And then I just never put it back.
Do you ever wear it?
Yes. If we go on like a date night,
I'm with him.
I wear, but I do sometimes think, I don't know how, like, do people pay attention to that? Because there's sometimes I'll take the kids if they have a doctor's appointment or I'm out. I'm like, do people think I'm a single mom? Yeah. Or sure, but that doesn't matter. I don't think. Do you guys, I mean, whatever.
Some people it is a deal breaker.
Other
some people it's
like,
not.
Oh, let's, whatever. Well, that's another topic, I think. But
so you have one and don't wear it sometimes.
I rarely wear it.
With how much they cost, you'd think you'd wear it like every day, right?
Why don't you wear yours?
I don't have one.
Oh, really?
My wife and I did not do wedding rings. We did not buy wedding rings. She doesn't have one.
I have to be honest and say I've never heard of it.
Me neither. She doesn't have any. You didn't get her any type of ring?
See, now this guy gets turned around. You didn't get her. She did not want. Emphasized repeatedly. Doesn't wear jewelry. Said she would lose it. Adamantly did not want it. This was not because I know how it sounds. And
don't get me a gift, sweetie. It's okay. I don't want anything.
I can feel the judgment of Metro Detroit circling like vultures right now. Adamant. Not... Ask for a second opinion, third opinion. Are you sure? Are you actually sure? Is this a test? Do you want one? Doesn't. Her mom doesn't wear one. So like for her, it's like a thing. She did not want one. And what they cost, I was like, are you sure? Well, I can. No.
Wow.
Don't spend the money on it. So I don't wear it because I don't have one. And she doesn't wear one because she doesn't have.
Hey, if this ends in marriage, I don't want a ring.
You can save on a ring. No. Yeah. That's how she wanted
Great selling point.
Wow,
and for me,
I don't.
To me, it's not like a big deal for me to have one. It's not like I wanted one either.
Not even as a gesture.
No.
Something like here's something for the rest of your life.
Does she wear other jewelry? Does she wear necklaces or earrings?
Ears aren't pierced. Doesn't wear earrings. Occasionally a necklace, but like don't spend a lot on it because she's going to lose it. Is her mentality. So it's a good observation on Twitch, but like I'm not voluntarily not wearing my wedding ring, which is what you are doing.
Okay,
you are actually the worst one.
You're doing now.
You have one and aren't wearing one. That is much worse than what I'm doing or did or didn't do.
I guess Colin doesn't wear his either. Really, we all like. Yeah. There's times if we go on a date night or we go out somewhere, it's like a holiday, or we get dressed up. I find his ring and I'll set it out. Like put this on and I'll wear mine too, but. I just don't, kind of like your wife, I don't wear a lot of jewelry. I do have my ears pierced, but I don't like wearing rings a whole lot.
She doesn't wear bracelets or...
I don't wear a bracelet. I wear a watch. Does she wear a watch?
No.
Wow.
I feel the judgment right now, but I think hers is worse. Hers is worse. She has one. I want you to take all the energy and push it over.
She won't have anything tying her down. I mean,
I got news for you, John. People with wedding rings cheat too. The idea that if you buy someone a wedding ring, they will always be faithful. I got a bridge to sell you to nowhere, John.
I'm not saying that. I didn't make that statement. I just said it just kind of seems like it'd be easier for her to move on. I mean,
are you saying? You're talking about me?
No. Him.
My wife, not
Okay.
you.
I was going to say, wait.
He gave her nothing
Why would
of
that be
value
easier?
other than, I promise I love you.
I think my love is worth more. Quite a bit, actually.
It should be. There's no question.
Quite a bit more.
I honestly, I'm taken back. I have never heard
Really?
of this.
I haven't
I don't
if this- is
pretend
this-
that it's like a normal, common thing.
I didn't know if this was just simply because you are
A millennial?
younger. Yes.
What about a tattoo? Like some people get like a tattoo on their ring finger.
I did that one.
You
the first
did?
one. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. Had to get it removed.
Did you get it removed?
Yeah, I got it removed.
Did it say anything, or was it
It-
just like a band?
No, it was just, what did it say?
Like, did it have the wedding date?
I think it had the wedding date. Yeah.
Till death do us part.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Or a trip to
Remove
the
that.
doctor's office. Yeah. Yeah.
So what was it like getting it removed? Did the guy go, "Oh yeah, I've done these before"?
Yeah.
Not maybe a ring
I did ask
specifically,
him,
but
I'm like,
wedding
yeah, what's the
tattoos.
most common one that you get removed? And it's usually initials.
Yes.
Or it was the one that on the wedding finger. Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, "So Costa, did you guys do a catio instead of a ring? What symbol of undying love?" Catio came later, but
Yeah.
sure.
So during your ceremony, you never did the
We didn't
ring
exchange rings. No.
What you just said, "I love you," and you kissed,
Yeah.
and then that was
And
it.
I do, and yeah.
Wow.
And signed the papers and got married. Again, we did this last week. We didn't do a big wedding.
I
we
know
didn't
you
do like
didn't,
a fancy.
but that doesn't mean you
No.
don't need to have
No,
rings of
we
any
could've.
sort.
We
I mean,
could have.
even just a little simple band. She
Was
didn't
it
want.
was it a officiated service or was it just a JOP?
Are
No,
you
it's
really
officiated.
married?
Okay.
Yeah, are we-
No.
is there
yeah.
a legal document or is this a sham? 248. Are
I'm
you
just trying to
actually
get
married?
the details here because I've just never heard of that.
Interesting. Couple ticket texts weighing in. No rings for us either. Wife is the same.
Wow.
So I am not alone. Another person says, Jim Costa the Onion, the more you peel. Another one says, oh, believe me, Jim, she wants one and she would love to wear one. Says, I would definitely investigate your wife's past a little bit deeper for an explanation.
Please expound on that idea.
Another one says, I've been married for over 10 years, worn my wedding ring less than 100 of those days throughout. Now, I don't know if man or woman, because is there a difference?
I think if there is, I would say men probably don't wear their ring. I would say more women wear their rings than men. If there is, I don't know. I know like going to the gym can be tough. They have those like silicone rings.
Yeah, I've seen those, and I've got. In fact, I think TJ wears
Does he?
a silicone one. When I was playing, I never wore one.
Well,
because I was my fingers were always broken.
and that's kind of a safety issue too,
Yeah,
right?
if you get one that swells up, then I had to have it cut off one time
Yeah.
because, and then I was just like, you know what, I'm just not going to wear it. But now in my second life, it's and wife.
You wear it all the time.
Yes, I wear it all the time. Yes.
More ticket texts coming in. Strike 2 for Costa.
Oh, 2 strikes in one
In the
day.
same show.
Yes,
Another
yes.
person says, you're more married to Aleem McNeil than your wife.
Yeah.
Callbacks
You and
are-
that whole comparison of you called all cat people saying that they are the same as Aleem McNeil is greater than Christian Wilkins.
Dogs. Cats are greater than dogs. Yes, that's what I said. Cats are greater than dogs. And that's not a surprise. I don't have a dog. I have a cat.
No. I know, yes, but you're in the minority, the vast minority that would take Aleem McNeil over
You say that.
Caleb or over, Christian Wilkins. But I also believe, and this is not a shot at cat or dog people,
Sounds like it.
but I believe that there are more dog people than there are cat people in this world, and some people can have both, still be a dog person. I mean, I don't care what you do on your private time, but that's a terrible comparison.
The texter made the comparison, and I ran with it because there were two things that I support, and it felt convenient. Let's get to Tom. Tom, you want to weigh in? You wear your wedding
man
ring?
of convenience, just like wearing a wedding ring.
Hi, guys.
What's up, buddy?
I deliver beer for a living, and my wife and I both have rings, but I don't wear mine because grabbing cases and kegs and lifting doors up and back and forth, I wouldn't have that ring for a week. It'd be gone, lost.
Makes sense.
That's about it.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I get it.
if get stuck on a keg. Sure.
I'm not sure how you would.
He's just saying that he's doing so much that it would probably just fall right off.
Well, there are ticket
That's
techs
a
coming
sizing
in.
issue.
There's people pointing out like medical field, different lines of work. It can get in the way.
Yeah.
And you take it off when you go to work.
You don't want your proctologist to be wearing a big ring.
Thank you for that, John. It's 97.1. Seriously.
Get buckets with your fish bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet simply wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with things like such as quick bets, live same game parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. So download the app, explore it, sign up at FanDuel.com/Jansen and shoot your shot. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Ugly game on Saturday for the Wings. 9:02. We'll get into it. No panic here. You can look on our Twitter page if you want to see how little panic there is here specifically. Costa and Jansen on Twitter. Heather is still shaking her head.
I just can't believe I've never heard of people not doing rings, just foregoing that altogether.
The ring is what you make of it, though, right? I mean, some people really go all out on the wedding ring.
Well, yeah.
And some people don't even wear that wedding ring.
I understand.
The person I'm looking at.
I know. I understand, but it's still the symbol of your love for each other, and it's something that she can have forever. I'm surprised. Maybe an anniversary, get her something.
What if she doesn't wear jewelry? And I know you say she wants it. I think I know my wife better.
You
she
do know her better,
doesn't
but
want it.
something.
I would get it for her if she wanted it.
I'm just surprised.
You save yourself a ton of money, dude.
Thank you. Someone gets it. As someone who's been married twice, wedding ring cost. Hey. And I know there are people who put like a lot of sentimentality into it. And I think what's more important is like the day-to-day in your relationship and the little things that you do together and spend money on together. And I don't know. I understand all of that. I've never looked. I know how it sounds to other people. And it's interesting that it got noticed by Twitch. That's why we're bringing it up. Last week, they said, hey, none of you guys are wearing them. John, you couldn't see John's. He does. Heather, sporadically, but not in the morning.
Usually not in the morning. It's just I get out of bed and I'm just like,
get dressed,
let's go. Get out of the house as fast as I can. And my hands are still swollen when I wake up. So I don't like trying to like force my ring onto my finger. So I just
That's probably the biggest difference between married couples, dudes that wear their ring versus women, because I think women more often than not take their rings off at night, whereas dudes just don't. They just leave them on 24/7.
Couple ticket texts. This one says, Jim, did you marry an Amish girl? No. Another one says, I've seen Costa's face. I would be worried if I was him.
Oh, no.
Low blow.
I think the facial hair helps a little bit. I'm not saying it's doing much. Another ticket texter. My wife and I wear both silicone rings instead of our actual wedding rings due to functionality. That's Ben in Kalamazoo.
I have one. Like when we go on vacation where we're doing like a lot of activities like hiking and things like that. Yeah. I'm not going to wear my ring out there and do that. So I do have a silicone one too. I just don't wear it. I just don't wear it either unless I'm hiking or swimming or something like that.
Not a jewelry guy at all. Never wore necklaces or watches or anything. In the beginning, I wore my wedding ring when I was out, but now in the last 15 years, I don't put it on. Not sure where it is, and my wife is totally okay with it. Signed an unnamed ticket texter. Another person, I can relate to both Costa and Heather. My wife does not wear jewelry. However, we did exchange wedding rings, and I wear mine more now than I did early in my career. Okay. Sometimes my wife does, but sometimes she doesn't feel like wearing it because of the hand swelling, to Heather's point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever even looked at my wife's hand to see if she was wearing it or not.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, are people even observant of that? Do people even? Apparently they do because somebody saw on Twitch.
I don't pay it. I mean, clearly it's not important to me. I don't pay attention to whether John had his on or whether you didn't have yours on in the couple weeks we've been doing this. This one says, I realized the first time I heard Jim speak that he was a smart individual, but now listening, I have come to the conclusion that he is a genius.
You did choose wisely.
In what way, John?
Or, well, I mean, no wedding ring? I mean, like that's a saved yourself a bunch of money there.
Yeah.
And she doesn't want any jewelry.
There's like,
So what do you do for like
anniversary
birthdays,
gifts,
anniversaries? Like that's kind of
more quality time stuff, more like intentional experience.
Oh, you get to spend more time with me.
I get to spend time with her, where it's a relationship, John. I'm the gift. No.
Oh, jeez.
Another one
says, tie the bow on.
Where should I tie the bow?
That's it.
You got any ideas?
No, I'm not going there.
Costa, you're a real cheap SOB. You take that Red Wing flag from Rico because you were mad you spent $10 on it and he shelved it. Now you don't buy your wife a ring. It's not about the cost. In fact, we'll get to that.
Which were the flags that's on your EV?
Yeah. Those were purchased separate.
Had to get that in there, right?
You got to
Could
label
just
it
be on
somehow.
your car.
Yeah. On your EV is Rico's.
Say that again?
Which one of the flags was Rico's?
Neither. Remember, he stole it back, and then they hit it. I've lost that battle. I tried to repo from Rico, and it didn't work. So I went out and said, you know what? I'll stand on business. Mm-hmm. If I want people flying the car flags, if I believe this is a playoff team, if I'm not at all panicking based on a 2-game losing streak, then I'm going to put both car flags on. I'm going to drive around Metro Detroit. They don't play today. They don't play tomorrow. They don't play till Wednesday.
Didn't save the receipt for the flag? Because they lost 2 in a row.
Yes, John. They lost 2 in a row. There's no panic for me. I know you have a question for like hockey elite out there, the people who follow this stuff really closely. Like, was Saturday some kind of like reality check for people? Did it instill any level of like, ooh, slow down?
Was there any moment of pause? Are you worried that they're going to miss out on the playoffs? Because they've been above the cut line for a majority of the season. And every once in a while, they peek their head out of the wild card and actually into one of the top 3 seeds, but then they're kind of back to their position of either 1 or 2. Now, it's kind of new in the last couple of weeks that they've been in that number 1 wild card spot. Mm-hmm. And right now, with a couple of games in hand, they are tied. I think it was I don't have it up. 72 points. Is that where they're at?
72.
Yeah. And so my question is to the elite hockey players or hockey fans, is anyone worried? And what is the cause of that worry? Because they've just played some really good teams. And Florida, they're number 1 in the Atlantic for a reason. And they lost to Florida. They didn't even score. The goals against for Florida are second best in the NHL, best in the Atlantic. But they lost to New York. They lost to Florida. And now they've got a 4-game road trip where they play Colorado and Vegas, both. And we know, the Avalanche are a good team. Vegas, a good team, defending, Stanley Cup.
Yeah, reigning Stanley Cup champs. Hasn't been a great year for them, but they're all, injured and banged up, but they're still competitive. They're tough. They got good goalies.
Arizona, Buffalo, the other 2.
Yeah, and those are the ones that you probably should get some points on this road trip. Let's talk about Florida for what it was. Florida is the class of the Eastern Conference. They played for the Stanley Cup a year ago. Specifically, the style they play is perfect for 7-game playoff hockey. Barkov and Tkachuk are 2 tough forwards that can just lean on you, and they can get antagonistic with you. Tkachuk certainly got under the Red Wings' skin. They've got defense that'll push the pace and play aggressive, even when they're a man down on the PK. They're a tough team to play against. And the Red Wings did get a reality check in the sense that, no, they're not a Panthers team. They are still a team that can get pushed around and bullied a little bit. And when it comes to going on a deep playoff run, they're not good enough. Flat out, they're not good enough to go on a deep playoff run as we sit today. And maybe they call up Edvinson and the size helps. Maybe they trade for some extra sandpaper next Friday and it helps a little bit. But that's what's missing if they're going to go on a deep run. To just get in, schedule's favorable. The offense isn't going to cool off. They roll 4 lines. Even when guys hit droughts, someone else has stepped up this season. They're going to, even if they split, go 500 hockey the rest of the way, probably going to end up about 92, 93 points. Going to force someone to get real hot to catch him. And that's if they just play 500 hockey. So, yeah. Maybe you're concerned that Lyon cools off. I would love to hear from Red Wing fans. 248-539-9797. We want to invite you to the conversation today. They lost 2 in a row. The Florida game may have been a reality check. Not a cup contender, but still a playoff team, right? You can still fly the flags, right? It's 97-1. Hit some ticket text. Get to the Red Wing conversation. 248-539-9797. Texter says, my ex-wife always noticed if I didn't have my wedding ring on. That's from Damon and Davidson. Texter says, this is why marriages fail. Too focused on the wrong things. Rings are material. Knowing your wife is priceless. I applaud you, Costa. And another person says, I bought my wife a big fake diamond ring. She knows, but nobody else. Everyone wins.
You could do that.
As long as she's okay with it.
Yeah.
And then on the topic of the Red Wings, we got a hockey team that's lost 2 in a row. And the Twitch, what are the Twitchers already bringing up?
The garbage patch curse struck again. Red Wings haven't won a game since putting on the new patch. Hashtag burn the patch. So it's only been 2 games. And they were against, at least the last game in Florida, one of the better teams in the NHL.
Okay, the Islander game. I thought it was a bad omen, and they lost the Islander game. But it was also because the Islanders are fighting for a playoff spot, backed into a corner, and they came out and played that stingy hockey that they like to play. The neutral zone where they muck it up and they bring you down to their level, and the Wings were hot, but they cooled off. The Florida game, I think, is entirely because that's a better hockey team. Colorado on the road this week. Probably going to lose on Wednesday night. Not a foregone conclusion. You got to play the games, but probably lose to Colorado. That'd be 3 in a row. Are we going to get people calling to take this patch off?
Yes, people will. There's no question.
They're
people
kind of
will.
whispering.
Yeah, I don't.
They're not losing because of a patch.
They're not losing because of the patch. It just happens to be a coincidence, and they may lose 3 in a row because they're going to be on the road at Colorado on Wednesday. If they go 0-4 on this road trip, I may, echo some of those sentiments.
6 straight losses? Yeah, I think then we would start to be concerned. They might not be in the playoffs if they lose 6 straight games.
No, if they lose to Buffalo like that, or if they lose to Arizona. Especially, that would be 6 in a row, and then they have home against both of those teams, Arizona and Buffalo.
Yeah, you get them back. I mean, the reality is with 21 games to go for the Wings, you're probably going to have a bad stretch in there, and you're going to need to have a good stretch to balance it out. And I believe they're deep enough to do that.
Okay, split the difference. All right, if they go a point a game, basically 500 hockey from here until the end of the season, 21 games, and they end up with 93 points, I think they're a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that would hurt you is if someone got incredibly hot.
Yeah, but you still have it in your control. You're noticing that, and you're like, okay, well, we better step it up. And it's not like they're not going to go out there to win, but a sense of urgency will change how you're preparing or what you're doing for games. But you lose 2 in a row, but then the Caps lost, Devils lost, Penguins lost. All right, so you're holding serve.
Right. These aren't great teams. There's a reason they're on the outside. They all have flaws, and I mean, New Jersey maybe has the upside, but their goalie situation's been bad, and their defense has been bad. And I just feel like the Red Wings are the better team, and I'm refusing to panic. The Florida thing, what's frustrating about the Florida game, John, is it's this reoccurring theme with hockey in this city where, I mean, you go back, one of the oldest bits going is got to get bigger on the blue line, or the team was too European in the 90s. They weren't tough enough, weren't physical enough. You go back a year ago when they lost to Ottawa in the back-to-backs, and it was a different Tkachuk who was getting under their skin, Brady Tkachuk. And you go, this team's not gritty enough. They're not tough enough. Are they going to be able to get over the hump? And it took quite a bit for those 90s Red Wings to get over the hump. This team is at the early stages of that. And no, they don't have enough toughness to go toe-to-toe with the Barkov and the Tkachuk, most specifically, Matthew Tkachuk, who was taking some liberties. Throwing a cross-check here, pushing a guy there, trying to rile them up and get under their skin and coax them into playing a more physical game. And the Wings don't have guys who are built to play that way. So when they try to overcompensate, they take penalties, they bury themselves. What was a 2-0 game that they were actually hanging in. A 2-0 game where they had squandered some power plays, but you talk about, the Brinkett hits a post and Kane squanders a breakaway. They were in the game at 2-0 and they lost their composure, they lost their cool, they weren't able to match the physicality in a productive way with Florida. And while I don't think the game was officiated perfectly, it was clear the Wings weren't up to that style of hockey. That much, sure. That's a concern, but that was only a concern if you thought this team could win a Stanley Cup. If your concern is whether or not they get in the playoffs, I'm certainly not concerned at this point.
No. And I think the only thing that the last couple of games highlighted, and I don't know if Yzerman wants to do anything, if there'll be buyers come Friday, it somewhat highlighted the needs that this team has. And if you can go out there and find somebody that's not just a short-term Band-Aid, because I don't know that Steve Yzerman is looking at this as, okay, could we win a series in the playoffs? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if I add a player, does that mean we win 2? Does it make us a contender? I don't know that anybody's going to say that makes you a contender. And so if that's the case, then I really believe he's looking at who can we add, not just for this year. Is there an opportunity for somebody that's selling? Is there an opportunity for somebody that's just looking to reset and they're going to, it's a fire sale? Can you pick up somebody for 2-3 years?
Texter says, I find your statement offensive, Costa. Everyone that gets in the playoffs is a cup contender. Maybe not a real threat to go deep, but everybody's a cup contender. There are tiers, and Saturday showed you a difference.
Yeah.
I don't know how else you can interpret that.
They tried to sit at the adult table for a game, and they got put back at the kids' table.
Texter, compared to all the playoff teams, they have one of the easiest schedules the Wings do. They still may get third in the division.
Sure, they're 6 back.
Another person, not overreacting any more than I did when they were in the third spot briefly. I still think they make the playoffs. If they want to advance in the playoffs, Steve needs to add grit, all caps, at the deadline. That's Bill in Newport. I think it's pretty obvious, but it goes back to what I want versus what I think is going to happen. I'd like to see him add a little bit of grit or sandpaper or whatever word you want to use to help them advance in that first round series, greater chance to advance, and then be able to do something if you match up with a tough team. I mean, you may get Florida in the first round. What are you going to do to match up with them to give yourself the best chance? What I think Yzerman's going to do is he's going to say, we're not a cup team. I'm not willing to part with any significant prospects or any significant draft picks, and we'll let this team sink or swim.
Yep.
He'll throw them into the deep end, and if you can doggy paddle enough to hold your water here and stay above water and get in the playoffs, great. But I don't think he's going to throw them really a life raft or anything come Friday. At least nothing significant. That would be my read coming out of the weekend. I don't think he's going to do something significant.
To not make the playoffs, they basically have to hold serve. They have to do what they've done all season long. They would either have to have the wheels fall off, somebody else get hot, or a combination of both to not get in. Because exactly 2 weeks ago, we were talking about coming out of a weekend where they were 6 back of Toronto and 6 ahead of the cut line. Well, where are they today? Last weekend, they were 4 back of Toronto, 8 above the cut line. Now they're back to 6 and 6. They are as close to moving up into that third spot as they are of getting bumped out of the playoffs altogether. So both opportunities present themselves.
Texter, Costa, we just beat Colorado a week ago. You said we're probably going to lose to them this week? That's why I can't like you. You're getting wimpy. Loser's mindset. Now, here's the deal. I love my team. I'm wearing and flying the car flags. I believe in my team. But I don't do the delusional thing. They're going to be underdogs on Wednesday night. I'm not going to come here and go, they're going to win. I'm just telling you they're likely to lose. I hope they win. I think they're a good team. But too many people do this thing where because they want it to be true, they make it true. Colorado's a really good hockey team. It took Detroit into overtime to beat them the first time, and it took the magic of Patrick Kane. Could they do it again? Sure. But we're just having a conversation about what's the most likely scenario down the stretch. Probably losing the road game in Colorado. You're probably winning the road game in Phoenix. And then you got a back-to-back with the Knights and then the Buffalo game. Can you get 4 points on the 4-game road trip? Yes. Yes, that way you don't really give up much ground and you stay in the fight. You make everybody else play that much better hockey to catch you. We got Murray in Oak Park. Murray, you're on 97.1.
Guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
Y'all made some great points about the physicality of the Red Wings game. Truly, I believe they need an enforcer right now. I mean, Coach Allen in football always said that the future is now. I hate for Yzerman to wait too long and somebody get hurt, because they don't have an enforcer. So I think that needs to be on top of the list.
Yeah, whether it's one of those guys who can play on the third or fourth line and throw some weight around, or it's a defenseman. I mean, we've talked about how this team's offense is good. If they could add someone on defense, do they become that much more legitimate? And if you're looking for a player, you do want someone that can throw their body weight around.
Sure.
And you don't want to take dumb penalties. You don't want to goon it up to where you're always sitting there with 4-on-5. But you do want someone that finishes their checks, that can answer the other team's guy, that makes sure that you don't get bullied or pushed around. Because they did. They did, and they lost their cool against the Panthers. And that was a reminder of what happened last year against Ottawa. And they added Klim Kostin in the offseason. He didn't play.
Right.
And Malone had brought him up. We'd like to get him in a little more. They didn't play him on Saturday. If they get a series with Florida, does he play in the 7-game series? I suspect he probably would play in that 7-game series. But is that enough?
It's
Probably not.
No.
Probably not. No, you're going to need to add someone if you expect to beat Florida in the playoffs. Whether Yzerman does it or not, we'll find out on Friday. I certainly want them to. I want them to give them every chance they can.
We would all love them to. It would be exciting. And what does adding an enforcer, a physical presence, what does that mean? If it was, what does it mean to add just simply a good defender? What does that make this team going into the home stretch of the playoffs?
248-539-9797, the Red Wings. Any panic? And what do you want to see? It's 97-1.
Hey, in an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure that the insurance company pays you what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminino and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 30 years, and he can help you and your injury case as well. David is ready to speak with you personally right now. If you call 855-65-CRASH, or you can just go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That phone number again, to personally talk to David Feminino, that's 855-65-CRASH, or on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
There's a reality check for the Red Wings. Not tough enough, not physical enough to go on a deep postseason run. Doesn't mean they can't make the playoffs. Part of our conversation today. 248-539-9797. Drove into work. Double barrel. 2 car flags. Proudly displayed. They're not shaking my confidence in this team as a playoff team.
Not shaking your window?
At least not yet. Some response to this, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You drive a roller skate. Another one said, toaster with wheels. Another one, cool EV. The point was the car flags, not to judge my car.
We're very judgy. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, it's like driving around a golf cart with windows, so.
John,
have at it. To each their own.
And let me just say this. I don't think
the noise that when we hear you coming, it's going to be from the flags flapping instead of
not the engine of the car.
Noise, yes.
Yeah.
So here comes Jim.
I'll just say this. I love the convenience of it. Never have to stop at a gas station. Everybody complaining about gas prices up this week. That's not my problem.
Plug it in every 150 miles.
I'm not driving that far, John. I got a pretty short commute here.
If you got no life, that's fine.
Convenience.
Yeah, that's great.
You live in an area where there's plenty to do right around you, so you don't have to drive 200 miles from the middle of nowhere to find something fun to do.
There is things outside of your neighborhood that can be fun.
I agree with you.
Anyway.
Yes. Mike Evans, we got some breaking news in the NFL before we get to Heather's news. And by the way, 9:35, we got to talk about Scott Harris. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Where are we at with the Tigers president of baseball operations? Mike Evans' contract just flashed on the screen. 2 years with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He avoids free agency, and John, he got paid.
Yeah.
$52 million?
For 2 years. Yep,
2
26 a year. And obviously for him, great contract. And, I mean, he's still very productive. He's one of the better receivers in the NFL. I would not put him in the top 5 category. I'd have to look in regard, and sometimes it's more what he means to a team as well, because you got Baker Mayfield on a 1-year deal. They're probably going to redo him, run it back with him, give him his number 1 target again in Mike Evans. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in the rest of the offense, because they do still need to re-sign Baker Mayfield if that's the route they're going to go.
Why I'm interested in it, I never thought Evans was a fit here in Detroit. Why I'm interested in it, it's one of those things that helps set the bar for St. Brown. The reports from this weekend, 26 to 28 million for him. You see Mike Evans get 26. St. Brown's better than Mike Evans, younger than Mike Evans, going to be a longer-term deal than Mike Evans. Does this creep the price up a little more on Amon-Ra? Closer to that 28 or even 29?
I would, anything under 30 to me is a steal. So if it's 28, if it's 29, I don't care. You're talking, over the course of the contract, it's really not going to change the numbers of it very much. So that's where I'm looking at it going. If Mike sets the bar in terms of free agency so far. Now he's an older guy. I think we're going to see somebody top Tyreek Hill, who's at 30, and we may see a couple of guys
with Chase and Jefferson.
They're probably both going to be in the area. I'm guessing 32.
It's sort of the same conversation with Goff. You like your guy. You know he's good. You know there are people who are going to get paid more. Lock your guy in now, and it's going to look like a deal 2-3 years in.
Well, it's also for players. If you're simply stuck on the fact that I have to have the number that says I'm the richest contract at my position group, then sometimes there's just nothing you can do. There's no way to satisfy that need. But you're also, if you're looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I would never ask a guy to take a hometown discount, but anything under 30 for him, anything under 50 for Goff. They're leaving money on the table so that they can go sign a guard, so that they can go make a defense better, so that they can go find other weapons and keep those weapons in Detroit so that they can win a championship.
Let's get to Dennis, who's hanging out with us. Dennis, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. The Heisman's in the process of building his team a little at a time based on what he's able to acquire. But I've always felt all year long Heisman's in love with Smurf forwards. So Detroit's been in love with them for decades. When you play against a team like you get into playoff hockey, you're going to need guys. You're going to need some guys 6'2" and above, like Florida has, that can play hockey, skate, and hit. And they just don't have them.
You know, it's a great point, Dennis.
I felt the whole season they were an ice capades team.
now we're throwing it back, but let's go back to those days. Shanahan was a difference maker, wasn't he? When they added
him
him
in, remember?
I know.
Have that guy. That's
I know.
What I'm saying.
Well, that's I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying the Shanahan kind of move helped nudge the Red Wings in the 90s. Or I would point to Johan Franzen. The last time the Wings were skating in the Stanley Cup, they won it in 08, played in 09. Franzen really came on in the playoffs as that bigger, tougher forward. That's the key too, is you can't just bring in a guy who is big. They also have to have some level of skill. Otherwise, you're playing a man down. You're just playing a brute that can't play the puck. You hurt yourself. What made Shanahan or Franzen so appealing is they could do both. Is they could lower an elbow into somebody and finish it check, but also finish in tight around the net. And those guys aren't cheap. They're not easy to find. And I think while Yzerman would look for them, probably not willing to pay the price for where they are right now. I don't think they're going to be able to make that caliber of move in the next 5 days. And I think because of that, he's probably going to make no move.
And quite honestly, this year, to me, that's just another show of a step forward. They're not selling.
Right.
They're standing pat. I either want them to stand pat or be a buyer, but I don't want them to go out there and buy recklessly, which nobody, I think, would accuse Yzerman of being that guy.
No, he won't do that. We'll get to Scott Harris, Tigers. We'll get to that after Heather's news. Here's Heather.
Well, Caitlin Clark has surpassed them all, every man and woman to ever play major college basketball. She broke Pistol Pete Maravich's all-time NCAA basketball points record on Sunday, and she now has 3,685 career points. And, of course, there is some more games to be played, so that number is going to increase without a doubt.
Good for her.
Yeah,
congratulations.
It's pretty awesome. So 2 teens in California broke into the Clippers' new unfinished $1 billion arena in the middle of the night, and then they posted about it on social media.
Oh.
So they recorded themselves like just strolling through the hallways, the bleachers. They were shooting some basketballs. They also threw like a fire extinguisher. They didn't cause any damage. There was no graffiti, but they definitely had some fun time in there, then worked their way up onto the roof. And they posted about it. They titled or captioned their video breaking into Clippers Stadium, and then they also hashtagged Clippers, Lakers, and LeBron James. So they were
tag them all on it.
They weren't trying to hide what they were doing by any means, and it's apparently not the first time they've done something like this. If you go on their social media, they've also snuck into SoFi Stadium and Dodger Stadium, and it sounds like city officials say we have now discovered who these teens are. We've located them and their parents, but no word yet if any charges will be filed. But they did say they were going to up security at the arena to make sure this didn't happen again.
No destruction of property, just
they didn't.
Just breaking and entering.
Exactly. One person was shot by police outside of Six Flags Over Georgia after this massive brawl broke out at the park's opening day. And when I say massive, I'm talking hundreds of people were involved in this scuffle. And there's video that you can see these people running through the park. There was kicking and pushing and things like that. And obviously then there was a lot of panic once gunshots rang out. Police were able to get all of these people involved outside of the park, but gunfire continued and officers did shoot at one of the suspects. A 15-year-old is now in critical condition after being shot by one of the officers. Why? I mean, what are you doing?
The hundreds of people.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get it.
What? Why? What are you doing? If you're a pop drinker and you're also somebody who cares about, your health, you might want to kick the Coke to the curb. So scientists are now warning that drinking just 2 cans of pop per week can effectively erase the heart health that you do when you exercise or that you gain by exercising. So basically the exercise isn't going to get rid of the negative effects of your pop drinking.
Yeah.
And 2 a week is not a lot.
It's not.
They'll sneak up on you.
Oh, sure.
You a big pop drinker?
No. I haven't had a pop, sugar-free drinks like the ice or some things like that. Yeah. I'll have occasionally, but a pop, I can't even remember the last time I had one. It's been a while.
I don't really drink pop.
Maybe
is that your vice?
I do. Well, yeah, I don't drink coffee. I don't like tea. So,
Energy drinks?
well, yeah, yes, I love a good Red Bull. Yes, and pop. I'm trying not to. When I was pregnant, I didn't drink any caffeine or
So
any
why
pop.
start back up?
You have a clean slate.
Because I missed
I
it
know
so
the
much.
And because you can.
I can't. I'm trying not to because, like I said, I'm still nursing my baby, so I'm trying not to like drink or eat like really bad foods. But it's so hard, and it's funny. I don't really even like it that much. After not drinking it for 9
Right.
months, I was like, I don't really love
Don't
this.
need it, yeah.
But there's something about the carbonated, the caffeine. I need it.
I mean, outside of like throwing it in like as a mixer for a drink, I don't
Good
really
for
think
you.
I drink very much
Good
pop.
for you. Hey, Malaysia says that it may consider renewing the hunt for flight MH370, which obviously we know just mysteriously vanished over the Indian Ocean about almost exactly to the day 10 years ago.
It's been 10 years? Wow.
Yeah, March 8th of 2014.
Doesn't feel like it's been 10 years, a decade.
I know it does. It's a long time. It's
Yeah.
been a long time. But they're going to partner, they say, possibly with this U.S. technology firm that says they won't get paid unless they find it. And they've been researching and studying where, I mean, everybody has, right? That's
Sure.
involved like that, where it should be located, but yet nobody has ever found it.
You think they find it?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I
I'm
think
not
that-
optimistic. It's been 10
It's
years.
such a vast space.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, which means anyone can start their fitness goals and achieve their fitness goals, and you can build that lasting, active lifestyle. It's a squeaky clean gym. As I mentioned, judgment-free. And if you're short on time, no problem. They've got the full-body workout in just 30 minutes in the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. $10 is all you need a month. It's no commitment, and it's right there at Planet Fitness. No extra costs in regards to your membership for fitness training. If you want more, you got the Black Card at Planet Fitness with amenities such as unlimited use of the Black Card Spa featuring hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement, and much more, along with access to over 2,500 locations and unlimited guest privileges. Again, it's the judgment-free zone. It's where you got to go. I go there usually Tuesday through Friday mornings before the show. I love it that I show up and the place it's squeaky clean. They're welcoming. It's friendly. Stop by any Planet Fitness location to find out more, or you can visit them at planetfitness.com.
see what you're doing. Jace Young on the highlight in there. Dan Dickerson on the call. Jace Young, the third baseman of the future, was told you're not making the team this year. Not out of camp anyway.
Not out of camp.
Not
yeah.
out of camp anyway. They don't have, going into this offseason, a third baseman that they were blocking. Matt Chapman signed over the weekend. You knew we were going to bring this up. This was a guy that I was pushing for. And it's Chapman, it's Bellinger, JD's out there. They're not going to target JD Martinez either. I look at this offseason as strike two for Scott Harris. Strike one being last year at the trade deadline when he mishandled the handling of Eduardo Rodriguez, where he didn't leverage the market, didn't have a fallback plan, and got left with nothing. That was a mistake for a young baseball executive, to get nothing for a frontline pitcher. Strike two would be, despite the fact that you've slashed payroll and had a glaring need at third base, you didn't make the honest attempt for Matt Chapman, who is younger than Gio Urshela, has more power than Gio, plays better defense than Gio. The only knock is he costs more money. But for a team that shed payroll, what are we doing complaining about the money? And the pushback on Chapman was, well, he's going to want a long-term deal. John, he signed a 3-year, $54 million contract. It's really a 1-year deal with options for years 2 and 3 and pay cuts for years 2 and 3. It is effectively, barring injury, a 1-year deal where you'd be taking the risk if he gets hurt, but welcome to playing big boy baseball. You have to take some risks. The most likely outcome is that he plays his career average, Gold Glove caliber third base, swings and misses, but also smash the cover off the baseball, and opts out at the end of one season. It would have been the perfect marriage for the Tigers, who don't have a ready-made third baseman on the opening day roster, who is better than the Band-Aid they did sign. I view this offseason as strike two for Scott Harris.
So let's work on some definitions. How many strikes does he get?
Well, baseball, you get 3 strikes.
Oh, so you're ready to throw him out the door.
I mean, I think if they have 3 straight off seasons without anything of consequence, if we're doing the same bit next year where, oh, they started slow, but they finished 2nd or 3rd in the division and the young guys are sort of there and they don't do anything again, you will look at it and go, what are you doing here? Why were you hired? Are we going to see progress?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Don't you agree that next year there would be some heat?
Oh, certainly. Because you at some point have to be better.
Right. So what's wrong with applying a little bit of it now?
I'm fine right now with going down this road of getting the young players more opportunity, putting more on their plates, forcing them to be better. And could they add somebody? Yes. And I'm not a huge fan of player options. This one is basically a 1-year renewable contract on the player's side with an injury guarantee.
Yeah.
So if he gets hurt, all right, he opts in for the final 2 years of the contract, gets the $54 million. But I think we all believe that he is a guy, much like Bellinger, who wants to go out there and outperform, opt out so that he can get paid more money or
Correct.
a longer-term deal. Now,
Correct.
The older you get, you got to start thinking, well, maybe long-term deals aren't there, but the guaranteed money in a 1-year, 2-year deal could be there.
Yeah, the Tigers don't have a third baseman ready to go. Didn't going into this offseason. 1, 2, 3 years. What if Jace Young starts hitting? Good problem to have. Great problem to have. The idea that what if they signed Chapman and he got hurt or he underachieved or he underperformed, then it's a dead contract. The payroll's below average. The idea that is some like unforgivable, oh, they might have signed a bad contract. Like, you have to be willing to take risks. I'm all about player development too, because this team and the organization have been so bad at it for years. But the thought is you should be doing both. The best teams do both. The teams that win the World Series often have a top 10 payroll. Doesn't mean you're the Dodgers, doesn't mean you're the Mets, doesn't mean it's going to work. But spending money while building up a prospect pool at the same time is the best formula. Jace Young has played 9 games in the Arizona Fall League and 0 minor league games at third base.
Right. That's why they said he's not
correct. So
coming north with the team.
Then maybe do something about third base.
I thought that they were going to be more active.
So what is the valid reason that they didn't chase Chapman?
But they didn't want to sign a 3-year. They didn't. I believe They didn't want to get into a contract situation with a guy that doesn't have the same philosophy as a Scott Harris, that values the strike zone, that values getting on base. It's a home run or it's a strikeout. It's all or nothing. And yes, there needs to be value in that. Right now, the Tigers are saddled with guys that have those player opt-out, opt-in contracts.
You're talking Javi Baez.
Yeah, Javi Baez, who doesn't value the strike zone. They're trying to bring in guys and reset the culture, reset the mentality of all of these young players, saying, if you don't value the strike zone, you're not going to be here. And I agree with you. You've got to bring guys in. At some point, you're going to have to vary from that. But the Lions have been successful by not varying from the locker room culture. They went to an NFC Championship game. Now, I don't think that this is you're one step away from the World Series team, but that's the mentality that they're trying to set in this ball club.
By all means, work the count, draw a walk, get on base. Get out of this 0-2 hole. But I do think they're in an 0-2 hole. When you take over this team and you don't do anything of consequence with a payroll that was reduced, when you're relying on young players exclusively, some of which you've admitted aren't going to make the opening day roster, others of which are still just getting their feet wet, you are okay with this year being a developmental year. And bypassing proven options that would have helped this team with short-term deals would have benefited both parties. They didn't do it. So I do think he's in an 0-2 hole. It doesn't mean he's going to be fired. Doesn't mean he can't work to count, develop those players, and spend next year. But the idea that it's always next year they're going to spend the money, that they're going to win the bidding war next year, I think you have every right to be skeptical as a Tigers fan about that. 248-539-9797. Texter says, if Chapman sucks, it would be a 3-year deal similar to what Baez has. I do think Baez has spooked Tiger fans from making any significant moves for the foreseeable future. Baez was more money in more years than what Chapman is. And Chapman, while he does strike out, also delivers pop. Only Aaron Judge had a higher hard hit rate last season than Chapman. In a, quote, down year where he's washed up and no good, Chapman's WAR was better than any player on the Detroit Tigers last year. The idea that we would thumb our nose up at the idea that he could help this baseball team is silly to me. He absolutely could help this baseball team. And instead, they went with an older player with less pop and a worse glove at third base because it was cheaper, because it was shorter term, because they wanted to keep the options open for Jay Shung, who was also not ready, by the way. It doesn't add up to me.
Okay, well, the other thing that doesn't necessarily add up is, do we know that these phone calls were made or not made?
It's a great point. And what I would tell you, John, is because the player has to want to come here too. Who wants to come to Detroit to a team that is full of young guys and not especially at that point in their career, guys that want to be in playoff ready situations? Here's why I don't think they reached out. We would have heard about it. Scott Boras is the agent. You work the media. You leak a story. Heyman reports Tigers were in on. Jeff Passan reports Tigers made offer too. We just saw this last week with JD Martinez. Giants offered so-and-so, didn't get him. Agents like to leak it out into the media, create a little buzz, apply a little public pressure, create leverage. The thing Harris didn't do last year at the deadline, create a market for your guy. Agents try to do. They knew Chapman was staring down the possibility of a short-term deal this late into the free agency and into spring training. He would have used any leverage he could get to try, and maybe he doesn't pick the Tigers. Again, he's got the leverage as the player to ultimately decide if he wants to go back to the Bay Area where he began his major league career. You may not get him. My issue is the lack of the try. When it's such a clear need and the terms would have benefited the team, not trying. And it's the bigger picture. It's Chapman, it's Bellinger, it's any of the big bats for a team that finished bottom 3 in baseball. The unwillingness to spend money to improve this year in a winnable AL Central is a strike for me.
How much? So let me ask you this one. Follow-up question. How much of this is ownership? And maybe it's Scott Harris looking at going, you know what? I don't have the checkbook to write these checks on, so why would I make that call just to be told, no, get out of here, it's a ridiculous offer? Or when does the blame shift from, because I think all of us believe this is Scott Harris, but what type of role does Jeff Greenberg play? He's now the general manager.
Right. They hired him in the last year here. He's under Harris in the org chart, right?
Right.
I mean, I think it's ultimately on Harris.
I agree, but how much responsibility is him? How much of this does he, Scott Harris being he, get to have, I don't want to say a free pass, but with the Erod thing and the crappy contract that he inherited, the Javi Baez and the crappy contract, and trying to overcome some of those things.
The Illich thing, it's not just whispered about. I mean, we get ticket texts and phone calls about it. Like, will they be willing to spend money? I do think it's a big red flag that when Miguel Cabrera's $30 million albatross contract was off the books, nothing against the player Hall of Famer, but it was a bad contract at the end, that it wasn't fully reinvested back into the club is a red flag to me. And maybe it ends up being a convenient excuse for Scott Harris, but at some point, like, I don't know, you want me to give the strike to Chris Illich instead? They both have an 0-1 count. I mean, Tiger fans, you can fill in those blanks. 248-539-9797. Got some phone calls and some ticket texts. We'll wrap with it. 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, got me rocking and rolling, and I lost 60 pounds overall. And here's the beautiful thing. I'm well over 2 years into this journey now, and I've been able to keep off all of the weight. I get to eat real whole foods, so it's not shakes and bars. It's something that I can sustain. Plus, you're going to get a weight loss coach that works with you every single step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight and help you keep it off. Go to idealu.us now and sign up for a free body composition analysis. You got to know where you're going to start. That's $150 value free, and here's what you're going to get. I say you know where you got to start. Visceral fat percentage, water weight percentage, bone mass, muscle mass, and so many more details. Best of all, when you get those numbers and you sit down with the coach that I just talked to you about, you're going to find out how easy it is to lose weight and lose weight fast. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now's the time to make it happen. Go to idealus.us now. It's idealu.us.
Some ticket text. We'll get back to the phone calls. Scott Harris, strike 2. Not even being in on Matt Chapman. Texter says Harris and Hinch equals Quinn Patricia 2.0. Other side of the coin. Come on, Costa. Strike 2 on Harris. The guy barely got his feet wet. We're favored to win the Central this summer.
I'm not sure they're favored. I think they have a shot.
That's what bothers me. They're not favored, but they do have a shot. And if you added a guy who plays Gold Glove third base, who has some pop in his bat, on a fairly friendly deal, we're talking 3 years at most, likely only 1. The pay, taking a pay cut every year that he stays. Could they have gotten 3, 4, 5 wins better? Does that make a difference in a division where the win total may be the lowest in all of baseball, the division winner? I think it does.
I'm certain. It's almost certain that it will be.
Ticket texter, I'm totally on board with Cookies right now. Harris has made no difference right now. He's no difference maker. Tim in Brighton. Jim belly aching and crying over Chapman is so annoying. It was never going to happen. Chris was never going to let it happen. Get over it. Another one says, if he sucks, it would be a 3-year deal similar to Baez. Well, it would be less money and less years than Javi. It doesn't carry the same risk as Javi.
Right, but you still have those. You still have that albatross around your neck. It's more than $20 million.
Yeah, but like,
it's completely useless. And if he were to come in, start off with another $20 million, now you're 40. Now everything that you did last year that you just unloaded, the $30 million, now you're back up 10. Javi was already a part of the books, but.
Yeah, and I think there is risk in signing any free agent, and you have to be willing to take risks if you want to compete and you want to win. There's no salary cap. If you have to eat a bad contract or two for an owner whose payroll has been below average, I won't shed a single tear. Wipe it off with one of your many $100 bills. But that's the crux of this is it Harris? Is it Illich? I say Harris is in an 0-2 count because ultimately he's responsible for the baseball team. Now, this is not the same thing as condemning him because I know how it's going to sound to people. Draw a couple, take a couple pitches, draw a walk, get on base, rally, develop a couple position players. My issue is he's put all his eggs in that basket. If they all don't develop, what if Jay Shung can't play third base? I know no one wants to ask that question, but we thought Colt Keith was a third baseman. Now he's at second base. Justin Henry Malloy's a third baseman. No, never mind, he's in the outfield. Wenzel Perez, there's a prospect if you're a baseball junkie. Guess what? Headline, moving from the infield to the outfield. What if Jay Shung doesn't play third? Now what, geniuses? You guys played 9 games in the Arizona Fall League at third, 0 minor league games. I think they believe he projects well. I hope for all of our sake that they are correct. But they don't want to block Jace Young is not a valid reason. Let him develop, and if it takes a year or 2 or 3, fine. If he pops early, good problem to have. Chapman may only be here 1 year, and if he gets outplayed by a youngster, you play the youngster. I don't know why these are like controversial topics and why this is like I'm annoying about this. I mean, guys.
Yeah, but if he gets outplayed by a youngster, and that means he's going to be here for the next 2 years. He's not going to opt out if that's the path that his career is taking.
Right, and you may have to eat a contract. It's a good problem to have if he gets outplayed by a youngster. These aren't bad things. I think there are too many people who are carrying the water for the team. The team is always right. The team is always best. Is there room for criticism? Is there room for a fair question about how a third baseman whose price came skyrocketing all the way down to team friendly was ignored by this regime when they don't have a third baseman?
The question is going to be track record. Do you believe next year when if these players continue to develop and all of the young players, Colt Keith ends up being the guy, the stud at second base. Mm-hmm. And you've got Torque, you've got Green, you've got Carpenter. You've got all of these guys that are developing, and they are ready to make a move next year. The track record is, in regards to, are they going to spend next year? They didn't spend last year. They didn't spend this year. Are they going to spend next year? That's going to be the question. I think that's part of the problem is
you don't have the confidence.
If they didn't do it now, then why would next year be any different?
Let's knock out a quick phone call. James and Flint, you're on 97.1.
Did you say Dan?
I said James, but if you're Dan, I'll take that too.
No, I'm Dan from Flint.
Okay, Dan, what's up?
Well, none. I agree with you guys, but I'm already 2 strikes Scott Harris out. He had all the potential to do what we needed to do to win the division and more. Let me give you a quick scenario on pitching. Imagine we had better trade bait for Corbin Burns. Imagine trading for Burns, signing Snell and then have Skubal. That's the only way you're going to beat an Atlanta and a Dodger team that's going to, pretty much dominate. Pitching's going to win those games, and when you have those three guys, he could have done that easily. Didn't do it. He could have put Bellinger in the outfield and probably gave him 88 instead of 80 for 3 years, and that would have, solidified it. We lost Paredes for nobody a couple years ago.
That's not Harris's fault, to be fair, but yes.
Yeah, and then I agree with you on Keith. He's a third baseman. Why'd you move him? Why'd you move Torkelson off a third? I mean, it's easier to find a first baseman as a third baseman. And then last but not least, and I appreciate you taking my call, because he doesn't get what Tiger fans really are. I mean, he's just a bubblegum ice cream boy that is just another one of the, like an Avila. He's too nice, carrying on too many friendships in here. You got to bring these guys in to win a championship. There was enough guys to at least make an effort on it. He didn't do it. I'm with you. Thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate it. We got Gator, who's come in to the studio. Doug Karsh sifting through this mountain of papers I put in front of him. My bad. What's going on, guys? You good?
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Okay. What are you staring at me for?
Sorry, here we go. There, my bad. I was like,
I feel like
I can't hear myself.
I feel like I'm being...
I feel like you're being punked, or you're part of a joke.
I was like,
don't know?
both of you. I don't know. What's
It's
up?
not the case.
All right. Happy Monday.
Okay.
What's the the
Mondays suck. Tuesdays are worse.
But it's a beautiful day today.
When does it start to look up? Friday?
Wednesday, yeah.
It says Friday at 1:50?
Well, the thing about Mondays is there's so much to talk about that from a work perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot to talk about. Tuesdays come. You've emptied the tank from the weekend.
Now
it's
what?
still early in the week. I don't know. The work-wise, I always find Tuesday the low point.
Tuesday,
I don't
Tuesday
mind
can be,
Mondays.
yeah. Heather hates Thursdays.
I do.
Really?
They're the worst. The worst days of the week by far.
And why is that?
Because the week just catches up to you by Thursday and you're tired and it's not Friday yet.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't like them.
I think that is a good perspective for somebody who probably has to be up every morning at 4 a.m. So
Yeah, yes.
It catches up.
But by Thursday rolls around, you're like, my God,
Yep.
isn't it the weekend?
Yep.
I hear you.
Douglas, what's the plan?
Champ and Chump, we'll do it like we always do. We got to get into this luxurious need stuff. I mean, it's interesting as hell. Mm-hmm. It is interesting as hell. Whether they can actually do it or not, or planning on doing it or not, is a whole nother debate. But if they are,
let me ask you a question.
Buckle up.
There's a guy that some are saying is going to be available. He's not going to get the transition tag. Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Christian Wilkins or Lee McNeil?
Oh, Lee McNeil.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't know. It's funny.
I don't know.
I heard you guys debating it. The one thing about it that I would make the case for Lee McNeil is, given his age, you might get more out of him over the next 5 years than you will Wilkins if it's a 5-year contract because of where they are in their careers. But if I was playing a game tomorrow, Christian Wilkins.
Yeah, thank you.
Does that make sense? No?
PFF disagreed, and I know they're not the be-all, end-all, but we also get the other side of the coin.
Most
Like
players hate them.
John, you weren't sitting there, let's be honest, grinding out hundreds of snaps in the film room on Christian Wilkins this year versus Aleem McNeil. Someone else was doing that job and came to that conclusion.
Wow.
He called you out.
It's on.
You see that? He questioned how much work
question,
you do.
yeah. Whether or not, you don't need to do a lot of work to know that you'd rather have Christian Wilkins than Lee McNeil. So,
I tend to agree with you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. Carson Anderson next. It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the program. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you had a great weekend. Gator, did you have a great weekend?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything stand out?
I just hung out with some friends on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see some people I haven't seen in a while, so that was good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just, trying to enjoy the weather a little bit yesterday, and certainly more today before it starts to rain and change things up and get back to gloomy gray beginning of spring, end of winter, which is what we're going to have.
Gray sucks.
Gray's not good.
Wait. What'd you just say? Did you just say it's the end of winter?
I said beginning of spring, end of winter.
Did Gator just say it's not going to snow anymore?
I didn't say that. I
sure?
just said the season. I mean, sometimes we get snow in the spring, so I'm just going by calendars here, Doug.
Fair enough.
Don't you try to put that on me.
Well, you said. I have a feeling if I said it, you would have lost it. But so not a great game for the Red Wings. I mean, look, it's problematic because they lost the Islanders game, and you don't want to fall behind Florida. You never want to fall behind Florida. Did it kind of feel like once they fell behind, they were like, all right, this game is likely over. We're not going to get punked today. We're going to fight back here a little bit physically. Because you fall behind Florida. It's not like you don't keep trying, but I think as your fate settles in, I think they decided to respond physically.
Well, yeah, I think it became we got to protect ourselves. Because that's what Florida does. Florida is an instigating team. They're somewhat disciplined with how aggressive they can be with their hitting and physicality. And when you lose it and you go after them and retaliate, as we know, oftentimes they catch the guy who retaliates and you start playing catch up in a game that you can't catch up in a game like that. What I appreciated about Saturday's game is it shows the Red Wings as an organization. They got a long ways to go before they're competing for the actual Stanley Cup. They're a playoff team. This is a playoff caliber team. But that game shows them that's how they're going to have to play in the playoffs. That's like cream of the crop type hockey there, what you're looking at on the other side. Unfortunately, it's also a team that has a ridiculous record against the Red Wings over the last 20 games. They've lost twice or something. I did not know it was that lopsided in favor of Florida, but it is. And, the Red Wings are building back up, but this is it wasn't a great game to see, but it also was a game that it seemed like there are lessons learned, and maybe that's why coming out of it, you're not hearing fire and brimstone from the coach or anybody else. It's like, okay, we're business as usual. We're gonna learn from them.
Well, still in a good spot as far as making the playoffs, but it would be good to see them kind of get back to. They had a 2-game winning streak to start the West Coast swing coming out of the All-Star, 2-game losing streak, I should say, to start the West Coast swing coming out of the All-Star break. And now, I mean, look, we talked about the schedule and how it compared to some other teams that are fighting for the postseason, and it was somewhat favorable for the Red Wings, but their next game is at Colorado. So that's going to be tough to try and keep 2 from being 3.
Well, and I think it's 2 out of 3 are against Colorado and Vegas. So, but after that, it gets significantly
do some work.
Yeah, easier on the schedule.
So the scouting combine wrapped up in Indianapolis, and I mean, you could talk about the stuff on the field, and we will talk about the stuff on the field, but it feels like this is just a melting pot or a petri dish, if you will, of rumors and reports and people in the league talking and teams talking. That you get a lot of reporting out of it, and our Lions were involved in it. We'll get to that in a minute, but I mean, we're a week away from free agency, a week away, and God, there's a lot riding on it for our football team. A lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is we just got to the NFC Championship game. We're excited about the prospects and the future of this team, and here's an opportunity. Tons of cap space to work with. Yeah, you got some players you're gonna have to re-sign, but can you take the checkbook into this offseason and make some additions that will really dramatically change how the defense looks?
Yeah, and we will discuss the feasibility of that, how it happens, how they make it happen. If this report that's linking to Lions, some of the best guys out there, has merit, doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but it could happen, and we will discuss that coming up today at 10:18. Tigers over the weekend, actually yesterday, decent performances from Matt Manning and Casey Mize. Both pitched well enough. Probably the thing that's going to create the most interest is a story by Evan Petzold in the Free Press that basically saying JD Martinez isn't happening and gave his reasons why. I'm actually okay with it. I feel like where JD is in his career, he could help, and you can make a run. He might help you make a run for a division, but they think they can make the run for the division, and they don't want to take at bats away from a lot of their young guys, and they think that's what it would create. You know what it is, and there's a little bit of this implied in the story, but they just finished we have a guy who's only a DH era in Miguel Cabrera, and they want to have the DH be an available spot in the lineup every day for the flexibility of some of their young players, as opposed to basically having a guy that would fill that spot every day.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. When I was driving, I was listening to the morning show, and Cookies and John were going back and forth and what the Tigers are doing, and Cookies is upset with Scott Harris for not spending money and no Chapman at third base, and he just signs a deal and has a couple of outs after the first year. And I understand the frustration, right? And I even share in some of that frustration. But if you were trying to find a reason why they haven't done some things that you personally want them to do, the answer is simple. They have their own plan, and they're going to stick to their plan because they think it's right. You may disagree with it, and that's fine. Okay, we can talk each other. We're blue in the face, but the reality is Scott Harris has an idea of what he wants this organization to be and how to build it, and he's going to do it his way. And having a free-swinging third baseman is not the way that he wants to do it. Having a veteran designated hitter with
DH
no
only.
other positional flexibility is probably not what he wants to do, even though I would love to have JD Martinez here because it's not going to block anybody from playing the outfield. But what it does is it blocks anybody who is playing the outfield from having a day off and playing DH. So I'm not thrilled with it, but I understand what it is.
Well, it's their plan.
Yeah, it's just that's it. And you can, I guess, if you're going to argue about it, then you're not accepting of it, and you're not giving the GM a chance to cook with what he wants to use.
All right, let's get to this heavy Lions rumor and jump right in. Will they jump right in? That at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to ticket open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay. It gets written about from credible sources. It is completely contradictory to everything the Detroit Lions have said publicly. But I don't, we're going to talk about it. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano, ESPN, were boots on the ground in Indianapolis, and we wake up this morning to a Jeremy Fowler report that the Lions could be involved with one of the most coveted players out there. Fowler writes, cornerback was a popular position of discussion in Indy, most notably for the trade market. We know the Chiefs are working on a potential tag and trade with L'Jarius Sneed, and multiple teams are believed to be in the mix there. The word out of Indy is that Detroit is pretty set on adding a high-end corner, so the Lions are one to watch. Miami is worth keeping an eye on, too. Okay. Word out of Indy is Detroit is pretty set on adding a high-end corner. So trade, free agent, and draft. There are your options. Could it be simply a draft pick? It could be. It could be. But I would tend to think if you're pretty set on draft or adding a high-end corner, it sounds like that's somebody in the league that's established as exactly that, a high-end corner. And like I said, it's contradictory to everything they've said publicly, but okay. I mean, this is out there. Let's talk about it. Let's start with what it would take. So there was a report last week that if they do the tag and trade thing, it would cost you a second-round pick. The problem is the Detroit Lions second-round pick, there's only two teams that would be possibly have a worse second-round pick than the Lions. That would be in the market for L'Jarius Sneed, and that is Baltimore at 30 and San Francisco at 31, because Kansas City at 32 isn't going to be trading L'Jarius Sneed to themselves for their own second-round pick. So they are not a trade partner with Kansas City. Kansas City is ruled out. So if there's more than one bidder and more than one team that's willing to meet L'Jarius Sneed's asking price, you're talking about Detroit probably having to do a second-round pick plus something. Now, whether that be a player or a latter-round pick, whatever it is, would that still be worth it to get L'Jarius Sneed? And I would argue yes. I mean, provided it's not like two twos. It's, a second-round pick and a later draft pick. Hopefully not in this draft, because I think you want to have as many picks as possible. But is there any pushback there? Would you give up a second-round pick plus for L'Jarius Sneed?
I mean, obviously it's dependent on, signing him to a longer-term deal.
Yeah, but we're just starting with
under that premise that he's signed to a long-term deal. I mean, yeah, of course. This guy is one of the best corners in the NFL. And corner is obviously a desperate need for the Lions this offseason.
Okay. So then you mentioned the contract. How much money would it take? And would it cost the Lions too much in their own guys? I mean, you'd have to figure that that's the end of Jonah Jackson. And he would be replaced by a much cheaper option along the offensive line, which it might be something people are willing to do. But the contract, what would the contract be? So I go to Spot Track, and of course they have projected contracts. And I was intrigued that they were looking at a 4-year contract for L'Jarius Sneed that would average $16.3 million per year. And it's not as much as I expected, to be quite frank. And I'm not sure that that's realistic. That would put him on the just barely into the top 10 in corner money. And I'm accustomed to, you don't have to be the best in the league to get the most money, but this is where when the market turns over, you're one of the top guys and your contract is up, you usually slot in higher than where you would rank, not lower than where you would rank. So I'm kind of pleasantly surprised that that's the projected market for L'Jarius Sneed, and it doesn't mean it's accurate. I'm wondering where they got that number and why they got that number. But anyway, I mean, at that price, if that's the price, I mean, you're swapping out Jonah Jackson's money that you might have earmarked for Jonah Jackson for money for L'Jarius Sneed. and then try and make up for it on the back end by a cheaper guard? Gator, does that feel like a yes?
I mean, it does. I don't know. Do you have the number of what they project Jonah Jackson to be?
I can look it up.
But if it's $16 million a year for a top corner, I mean, that seems like it is cheap.
Seems weird. I'm trying to figure out why he's only projected at that much.
Yeah, and but I can't imagine that Jackson's anywhere near that projected, but maybe he is.
Well, it's later in the story, the same story. They said the market for guard is going to be hot. And that, there is the guards. I'm going to see if I can find it. And again, this is news and notes from Jeremy Fowler and Dag Graziano, sort of away from the combine, what's being said about the veterans. I'm going to see if I can find that report because it's a long story. But yeah, that the guards could be looking at quite a bit of money. Here it is. Good money will be spent on guards this offseason. So many teams need them and have targeted that position. Detroit's Jonah Jackson, Miami's Robert Hunt, and New England's Michael Onwenu and the Rams' Kevin Dotson are among the top options. Don't be surprised if some or all from this group command $16 million or more. Is exactly what they wrote. So, I mean, who would you rather have for $16 million?
Snead.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even an issue. It's not even a question.
Yeah, if now it's $16 million plus a second. If we're assuming those, but what if somebody near the top of the second round gets involved here and Detroit has to give up their pick at 29?
Well, this is why you make these moves now. I mean, I guess you were referring to waiting to the draft, but I mean, if you have to up your offer, I don't know. Then it starts to get prickly. Do you go in to give up your first round pick because it's at the end of the first round? I mean, I could justify it personally because the way I look at it is the player I'm drafting at 29 is not likely to be as good as L'Jarius Sneed. It's just the odds are against you. No matter how good Brad Holmes has been at drafting, it's just the odds are against it. This guy's established. He's only 27. You know what he is. He's outstanding. And he's probably worthy of a first-round pick when you're talking about the end of the first round. Now, are you going to give up the 10th pick overall? No. But 29 overall, you might be able to stomach. But I would imagine that the Lions would try to, avoid doing that if it is a second-round pick and then start to work out, hey, we'll give you a second this year and we'll give you a fifth next year, something like that. Or is there a player on the roster that would interest the Chiefs at all at a real cheap option somewhere else? So
that's where it gets tough. I mean, I feel like if you're talking a second plus at $16.3 million, if those reports and numbers are accurate, and the Lions would be willing to do it, which is a whole nother debate and something we can get into, would everybody in Detroit say yes to that? Is this just a wild no-brainer? Gator?
It is a wild no-brainer.
Okay.
I think everybody wants to get the big free agent guy or the big player in trade. And I guess the other thing is is this just a game of chicken too with Kansas City? Is he going to be, are they not going to do anything with him?
Well, they might, but I think where it gets tough is if somebody else in the market has a much better second round pick that Kansas City prefer to send him to, and you have to entertain 29. That's where it might get tough. Do you give up the pick at 29? Your reasoning is solid.
I still think people would say go ahead and give up the pick at 29. Now, maybe not everybody's going to do that, but I think the majority of people would say, yeah, do it. Again, it's about what you know. I know this guy's great. I don't know if, what's going to happen in the draft because I got to wait for, there's guys I covet.
Is TJ Tampa going to be great?
Yeah.
I mean, odds are no. Odds are against. It's certainly not in year one.
Yeah, is Kool-Aid McKinstry going to be the guy? I don't know. I think, all this, it's just projections because they're college players and you haven't seen them play anything. You just watch them play the Underwear Olympics over the weekend. And, some of it's intoxicating when you see speed. But beyond that, you don't know. I mean, you have to go and look at the game film and see what they did. And even there, it's like, okay, you got to look at the key matchups. And, it's such a microscope you have to go with the game film. I trust the staff that they know how to evaluate players, but I also trust them to understand this guy's great. it's hard to pass them up if you're given the opportunity. And by this report, it seems like the Lions have an opportunity.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Is this a no-brainer, Detroit? It flies. It's contrary to everything Holmes and Campbell have said. But do you believe that they would be involved here? This would be a major move to improve the defense and the secondary. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35 here on Karsh and Anderson, 97.1. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about this report coming off of ESPN.com. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano saying the Detroit Lions would be one of the teams in the running for L'Jarius Sneed. And look, it's countered everything they've said, but we're going to talk about it and whether or not it's feasible. Looking at some of the feedback coming in, we will get to this. We got Brian writes in. I take that Fowler report to mean the Lions are willing to trade multiple picks to move up and get a corner they covet rather than wait for the corner that falls to them at 29. Okay, so that's the way you're taking it. They're more likely to go after a corner in the draft than get in the Snead market. Nick says Snead isn't that great of a corner. He had a great year and is now getting overvalued. 2 years ago, he let up a catch on 70% of his targets. It's kind of in the back of my mind that he had a very good year. He didn't give up a touchdown pass as the closest defender until the Buffalo divisional round playoff game. And I think he gave up one in the Super Bowl as well.
Look, there are options, right? This is one of them. You can trade for a corner. You can sign them in free agency. You can draft them. You can do a combo. I think ideally for me is I'd rather go free agent route because I don't want to give up draft capital.
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like the Lions now are maybe in that position where they can afford to give up draft picks to go after great players.
Yep.
But if you think that you can land a great player in free agency, wouldn't you rather do that?
I mean, you don't have to give anything up, so sure. I mean, it seems to make more sense, right? I mean, it comes at a lesser price, but you're going after just that one guy that you see as the solution. I mean, if they got L'Jarius Snead, think about this. Think about how much it would change the expectation going into next year. And then at 29, the pick is in. The Detroit Lions select Jackson Powers Johnson, interior offensive lineman, Oregon, to replace Jonah Jackson if they're spending Jackson money on Snead. And, I mean, who would you rather go in next year with a rookie corner and Jonah Jackson back, or a rookie guard and L'Jarius Snead in the secondary? What makes you a better football team?
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is that they'll sign another guard in free agency that's not going to cost anywhere near $16 or $15 million a year. That's just what's going to happen. Yep. There's no doubt in my mind that they'll re-sign Glasgow, first of all, and then they'll sign another guard if they feel like Jackson's just overpriced.
Yep.
So I'm not looking at whomever they draft at 29 if it's an offensive lineman to start. That would be fantastic if they're good enough to, but I guess I just don't see it like that. I think there's a lot of debate. I mean, you got to look at the free agent market for corners, see what you're willing to spend, and if that ends up being, if you see somebody that you value in free agency that's every bit as good as Snead is, and you think the numbers match up similarly, then go the free agent route. Don't give up the draft pick. But if you look at it and say, well, if Snead were in the free agent market, he'd be number one. He'd set it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. Gator, I will start. My Champ of the weekend is Caitlin Clark, an all-time leading scorer, men's or women's basketball. Watching her play, I'm amazed at it's like watching Steph Curry. You just keep going, well, that's not going in. Yes, it did. These ridiculous shots, these YOLO threes. She's a fun watch. I give Caitlin Clark my Champ of the weekend.
Yeah, it's fantastic story in what she's done, and what she scored 18. She got the record in the first half of the game. She needed to get 18. I think she got it, and then finished the game with like 35 points. She's incredible. My champs, Michigan State hockey. They win the Big Ten championship in just the second season. They have Nightingales start there with the Spartans. I believe it earns them a trip automatically to the semifinals of the Big Ten tournament. So that's pretty great, and it's a really nice season Michigan State has had as they look forward to competing in the NCAA championships.
My Chump of the weekend is the NFL. One of the takeaways from the Combine was that everybody is bracing for the announcement of an 18th game. And what I can't stand about the whole idea of an 18th game, and I love football, more football is great, but every other thing you do is about the safety and the well-being of the players. Oh, wait, unless it can make more money. And so they're talking about adding an 18th game, and I just roll my eyes, and I can't believe it, and the hypocrisy of the league.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, we can absolutely believe it because the second they went to 17, we automatically said, yeah,
it's going to be 18.
It's going to be 18 because why would you have odd numbers? Everybody likes the even number thing. I disgusted by it. I think there's giant hypocrites that run the league, but if the Players Association signs up for it, then who are we to argue? I mean, eventually we just love football, so we don't care as much. But I don't like the road it's going down. My chump is Monty Williams, Pistons head coach. He's still tinkering with starting lineups. The team is still making the same awful mistakes. This is just a terrible, terrible basketball team. You wonder if this is just the worst marriage in history of getting a coach to come here when he was more than willing to take the year off, but Tom Gores met with him in his house and threw all the money in the world at him, and he's like, how do I turn that down? I can't turn it down. I don't know what's going on. This is just a bad fit for this season. If it's a bad fit overall, we just need to end this season as soon as possible, get to the offseason, and move forward.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Jeff in San Diego says, San Diego, boy, you're up listening early. Champ Sting for ending his Hall of Fame career with a fantastic retirement match last night. Chump the Red Wings. Us Red Wing fans for believing they were ready for a deep playoff run.
I did not watch the pay-per-view last night. I have not seen the results yet. I'm going to look that up online to see the results. But Sting had a tremendous career as a professional wrestler coming up in the mid-'80s.
Well said. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Eric. You're next in Livonia. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's up?
Real quick, Champ and Chump. Champ is Sting also. Chump is LeBron for basically going out and saying everyone always wanted him to fail after he got his 40,000 points or whatever it was. Loser.
Yep.
So my point about L'Jarius Sneed, so he's free to negotiate with teams right now, and then that would facilitate a trade with the Chiefs. So I'm not overtly concerned if it's us and a team, maybe like Miami, who's got a better pick. If he chooses to not sign with Miami for any reason, if we can offer him more, or he wants to play here, in this example, it doesn't matter because it's going to it's going to handcuff the Chiefs to be like, all right, well, he's going to go to Detroit or nowhere, right?
I mean, yeah, if he doesn't agree to terms with another team, Miami was the other team that was mentioned. Yes. So, but I wonder if others will get involved.
Sure, but if it doesn't even necessarily have to be us. If someone offers them a first, if Cleveland offers them a first, he's just not going to sign with Cleveland, right? So it's really the ball's in his court. He's as if he's a real life free agent now.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at other possible contenders. But I mean, there could be a team that has some cap space that he would agree to terms with. That's not Detroit. Okay. But yes, the one thing that's great about our position is we no longer have to try and convince an elite player to come here.
No, not at all.
It's new territory.
The best thing that has happened is that this coaching staff is beloved throughout the league. And obviously the A+ grade that they got from the Lions, that speaks volumes to see how they've grown from being a 3-1 team to a 9-win team that fought at the end of the year, knowing they had nothing to play for, but they still said, screw you, Green Bay, screw you, Aaron Rodgers. We're beating you on your own turf. Who's your daddy? Right here. and then the next year go 12-5 and get all the way to the NFC Championship game. I mean, that's the kind of trajectory you want to see. And now that they're at this point, the fan base is starved, and we're like, yep, this is what we expect now. The expectation is playoff every year.
Yep.
Compete for an NFC Championship, and hopefully we get to the big game in February. But players have taken notice. Players like Dan Campbell. Players talk, and this is absolutely a destination point.
248-539-9797. Steve is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Doug Gator, how you doing?
We're doing great.
Just wanted to bring up, first, Champ and Chump. Chump would be the Michigan basketball team, getting a little bit pathetic and repetitive. Champ, I don't know if it's Chris Mortensen. I really like that dude, and rest in peace. And so sad to hear that he passed away. And then my only other thing, Doug, I wish somebody would say, I just looked it up before I called you. Caitlin Clark did her record, and she's great. I think she has a very, very good shot, as quick as any guy, blah, blah, blah. She did 135 games. Pete Maravich did his record in 83. I just wish that would be mentioned once or twice when bringing that up.
So, I mean, his points per game is the best, right? His points per game will probably never be touched. I mean, she's about volume. I think everybody knows that she played longer. So I don't know that it needs to be brought up. I mean, points per game. These are completely different records. Points per game being one, and Maravich is way out there. What was he? 45 points a game or something?
Something crazy. Yeah.
And by the way, you didn't even mention Maravich didn't have a 3-point shot either, right? Caitlin Clark is doing it with the 3-point shot, so she's getting extra points there. But I mean, I don't know that we need to devalue what she did.
Yeah, don't. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Don't do it. Like, okay, great. Pistol Pete did that in a totally different era of basketball. It's unfair. It's like, complaining about, passing records in the NFL. It's a different era.
Yep.
They throw the ball more now.
Yep.
All right. You have more opportunities. There's more games in a season now than there were back in the 70s when they played a 14-game season. Then they jumped up to a 16-game season. We're playing 17-game seasons now. Don't be upset. It is what it is, and it's great. Pistol Pete Maravich was great. Amazing college player. Pretty good pro player, too. But what Caitlin Clark has done is amazing.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you here on a Monday. Lots to discuss coming out of the NFL Draft Combine. We'll get to some Red Wing stuff later. Red Wing fans, of course, we have open lines, so feel free to hop on in. Disappointing pair of games. Call it what it is. This team had crept into the crept into the conversation, I should say, as a team that you didn't want to play. And then they didn't have the greatest game against Florida. And they didn't have the greatest game against the Islanders. So back-to-back games that have, I don't want to say rattled. I think rattled's an overstatement, but it probably dampens the expectation a little bit. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah, I think so. The Islanders loss, that hurts.
Yep.
I mean, that's a team you need to beat. I mean, some people have made the comparison, the Islanders are like the Red Wings from last year, that they're, trying to make it into that wild card spot, but maybe they're just a bad week from being completely out of it. And this is the week before or leading up to the trade deadline on Friday. So it's not, you can't completely dismiss them, but it's a team you should beat. You're playing at home. You're hoping you're going to win that game. To follow it up with, getting skunked by Florida, that hurts, but it's the style of play that was going on in that game. And, these guys did stick up for each other. You like to see that. But in the end, it does leave some questions about what else does this team need to add prior to the deadline. Does it come from Grand Rapids? Is it simply, promote Simon Edvinsson and then you sit whomever, sit Jeff Petrie? I don't know, whoever it is that you want to sit. Is that going to be an upgrade, enough of an upgrade, or do they need to add more? You talk about the prickliness that we get to when it is the playoffs, because it's so much more physical. The Red Wings could use a guy that's a little prickly. Do you have that in-house? Is that simply Klim Kostin and get him back into the lineup because he is prickly and he's, I don't know, I don't think he's gotten a real fair shot with this team. Maybe it's just because the team is so deep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing against Lalone and putting his lineup out there. It's just that, when you want a guy that's going to have the prickly side, then you bring number 24 into the game. But is there another option out there? Are there other players in the league that you can trade for that'll give you that physicality, but also not miss a step when it comes to the depth on the team, that you can put him in the lineup instead of somebody who's on your third or fourth line?
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Bill?
I just wanted to call and comment real quick. I hadn't actually heard anybody mention anything about an 18th game until you guys just said it a little bit ago, and obviously they're trying to get at some money, but I was also thinking it seems like they're probably trying to get the headlines from finally killing all those old, records that have been on the books for so long. They didn't get it with the 17th game, so it seems like you can go for it with the 18th.
You think they're trying to add a game to break records?
Did they want that type of advertisement? I would assume, Calvin Johnson's receiving records, things of that nature, touchdown records, etc.
I think it's 100% about money. 100%.
Well, no, definitely about money, but I think that would generate money. They could, this season, this guy destroyed this record and got 1 million touchdowns.
Gator, you think he's onto something?
Not really.
No.
In the end, Pete Maravich did average more per game. I'm kidding. But that's what is that what we're going to do 5 years from now? We're going to be talking about, but
they played 12 games back in Terry Bradshaw's day.
Jim Brown did it in a 14-game season,
Look, it's I can't imagine them going, let's break some records. It's all about let's get another home gate.
It's at 100%. It's about the money. Yep. And then, by the way, if guys are breaking records along the way, that's nice too. But the first thing that people will say, Tyreek Hill, he went for 2,000 yards in an 18-game season.
248-539-9797. David is in Warren and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, David.
Hello, Doug and Gator.
Hi, David.
Hey, David.
I'm doing very well.
Great.
Okay, it's my time of season because I'm the draft expert.
Yes, you are.
Do not sign Snead.
No.
A corner. It's going to cost you at least $15 million a year. ridiculous. The draft is deep in corners this year. Take a corner in the second round and take a corner again in the third round.
Wow.
And then one of the first we signed, Graham Glasnow, we signed him. $40 million over 4 years. $10 million a year. Do that.
Wow.
He's worth it.
Okay, you've given us a lot to chew on, David. First of all, you skipped over what you want him to do with the first pick, and maybe that's your point, is it's that deep you think you can get corner talent in the second and third round. Did you have a plan for the first pick?
My first pick is, I'm glad you asked it, Darius Robinson. I want that big defensive end. On the end, he's stocked. He can put pressure on the quarterback. You need somebody that big and strong on the defensive line. Don't get nobody 250 pounds on that line because they get hurt. That's what I want. Even if the Lions have to move up to get him, I want that guy.
All right. But yeah, local guy and did not run the best 40 time, but I don't really care what 40 time a defensive end runs. He was like a 4.95, but he's productive. Yeah. Right. No, and he's got versatility because he's played inside and outside. I've seen him mock to the Lions. I'm not against that.
Gator, you got that guy can move around. You can put him over a guard, the center. He can get that line gonna be awesome next year.
All right, so and then as far as the corners, you go corner second and third round. David, you have been a very noted critic of Brad Holmes. If he follows your plan here, are you on board with Brad Holmes?
Yes, I'll be on board with him. And let Jonas Jackson walk. He missed too many games the last 2 years. Always hurt. Let him go. And then that other third round pick, take a guard. Get a good guard in the draft.
I feel like you can find starting guards in this draft. David, great to hear from you. Hope you're well.
Okay.
Thanks, David.
There he is, our draft expert, David.
I might agree with what most he had to say there, which could be a first. I mean, it's interesting to look at. I don't know.
Did David just blow your mind?
A little bit. I mean, of course, you have to play the game of, okay, if we think that it's deep in corners, how deep is it really? Is it deep enough to go into the second, to wait to the second round to get him? I'm not sure about that, but let's say that, what are you getting at that point? Are you getting a Mikey Sainristil still late in the second round? Is that the kind of corner you're getting?
So,
because you're not getting Kool-Aid McKinstry that late, not likely, although the 40 time isn't all that.
Somebody's falling into the second round for that corner
without
group. And there's
question.
A lot. I mean, if I were to say the corner that has endeared himself the most to me based upon the combine, I would absolutely love Kamari Lassiter at 29, the corner from Georgia. Would like Nate Wiggins.
Well, yeah. You like guys who can run 4.28?
Yep. But I don't know that he's going to be around anymore.
No.
But Lassiter would be a guy that I would really be fired up about. There's some data out there, and I don't have it in front of me, and I remember reading it years ago. Corners are one of the slowest positions to develop. Like, you can get a very good one, but they very often, more than other positions, don't hit the ground running. They're hard to make an impact as a rookie, but it doesn't mean they're not going to be very good players. So relying on a corner in a second or third round corner to impact next year might not be the wisest plan if you're looking for that player to impact next year. However, that doesn't mean you don't take a corner in the second or third round. You just recognize that they might take a bit of a runway before they're ready for you, but very interesting.
It is interesting. All right, here's my hot take out of the draft, the way too early hot take. Maybe I should say this. I got a way too early hot take of what I think the Lions going to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I just realized that it's, yeah.
Yes, we'll get to that. Gators way too early hot take at 11:02. Sorry, it's a Monday, man. I'm out of it.
It's okay, man. I think a little disheveled.
It's all right. 97.1 the ticket. Happy Monday, everybody. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you had a great weekend. We did, and we're back. And a lot of buzz this morning about the NFL Draft Combine. We'll circle back to the Red Wings. Did some Red Wing talk to open the show. But, of course, we'll take your open line calls if that's where you want to go. 248-539-9797. Got some Tiger stuff to get to as well. Interesting column over the weekend. But, Gator, you're early. You're way too early. Bold proclamation about the Lions and the draft.
Is that they covet one player over the rest. And I think that they would try to move up reasonably to get him. But I don't think they'd move up into the top 10 to get him. But can they move into the top 15 and get him? I'm not sure it's as likely after the combine. But I get the feeling that they've already fallen in love with Quinyon Mitchell.
Oh, really?
From Toledo. And he's this year's Devin Witherspoon. That if Witherspoon was there at 6, the Lions were taking him. But he wasn't. So the Lions were able to trade back and do what they did last year. They're at 29 this year. I think that they would be willing to move up some to try to get him. But maybe not as far as it might end up taking to move up together.
So what little nugget of information, what is this just a hunch, or why do you think
I think it's a hunch, but I'm trying to put things together, right? They need it. Obviously it's a need. He's incredibly skilled.
Mm-hmm.
He played in the MAC, so people want to dismiss it. Well, then you watch him play in the Senior Bowl, and he matched up with wide receivers there just fine. Had him matched up with Roman Wilson from Michigan, and he did great. You started doing the deeper dive, and this is a guy who is more than willing to make tackles and help support the run stop. And then you get to the combine stuff and the testing, and he was fantastic. Ran a 4.33 in the 40. He did 20 reps on the bench press, which shows he's got some strength. Had a 38-inch vertical, which is great. But the big one is one you like to cite all the time, is the RAS score.
Mm-hmm.
Was a 9.75. And there's an article in The Athletic that talks about different takeaways that they got from the combine as it relates to the Lions. And it says, match that athleticism with the tape, and Mitchell looks like an elite corner in this class. He might be, he could contend to be the number 1, although probably not, but he might be number 2.
So here's the thing about Quinyon Mitchell is having covered this thing for a while and listening to reporters that have covered for way longer and are there, I get the sense that if you are not from Alabama, a Michigan, Ohio State, if you haven't played on the big stage, if you are a group of 5 player, you need to go to the combine and show out. When you put your athleticism up against the athleticism of those Power 5 guys, you kind of need it more than the Power 5 guys do. You need to make sure, hey, he didn't just excel because he was playing weak competition. He excelled because he's a stud. And when your comparable physical traits are matched up against the Terrion Arnolds of the world or whatever, and you do well, which Quinyon Mitchell did, it means more for a guy from Toledo than it would a guy from Bama or Ohio State or Michigan. So taking a look at what you're saying makes a ton of sense. Now, the variable that we'll never know, well, we might know it eventually, but we don't know right now, is how did his meeting go with the Lions? When he walked out of the room, did Dan Campbell say, that's a football player?
Right.
Because it seems like the Lions, part of their secret sauce, those 20-minute meetings in Indianapolis can make or break you.
So if you look at the draft value chart, the Lions at 29,
mm-hmm.
It's worth 640 points. If you look at, say, the 14th pick overall in the draft that New Orleans has, that's 1,100 points. So somehow you're going to have to make up that deficit, which is nearly 500 points.
Yep.
The second round pick for the Lions is worth 292. So you'd have to give up your first, a second, and some work, but you'd be getting a first in return. So you're giving up a second and something else to make that work, potentially. Is that worth it? It is if you think this guy is can't
If you're
miss.
locked in, yeah. If you're locked in, I mean, I don't think it's likely what you're proposing. I think you might be right. They may love him. I don't think they will give up that much draft capital to move up.
Yeah, and we started the show talking about L'Jarius Sneed and can you work out a sign and trade and all that, and it's the known commodity versus the unknown. This is a little bit this is certainly unknown territory when you're going with a college guy. But the advantage is massive if you're right, because of the money he makes. First round pick money, which is good money.
Yep.
But you're not talking about somebody who's making $16 million a year for the next 4 years. You're talking about somebody who is going to make, what, $16 to $20 million, whatever the contract is, over the life of the contract, which would be 5 years, because that's what the first round pick gets. It gets an extra year.
It's kind of funny because we're getting closer to this thing and, still a long way to go. But that's your bold prediction. I don't know if this is particularly bold. I'm just fully convinced that if they go out and they get a veteran player that costs money, but Jonah Jackson's gone, and hell, maybe Graham Glasgow's gone, at the pick at 29 is going to be an interior offensive lineman. Like, if they make a big splash and have a need at interior offensive line, like they don't re-sign their own guys and don't re-sign an outsider, a cheaper alternative, I'm almost willing to shoot the boot guarantee. That's how confident I am that it would be an interior offensive lineman. I'm not there yet. Okay, let me be clear. I'm not going that far, but I do think that that's a probability if they sign a big time free agent and Jackson and or Glasgow are gone. So, I like it, Gator.
Yeah, getting back to something else David said in his call, he talked about Graham Glasgow and signed him to a 4-year, 40-year deal. I don't think you have to. I mean, I appreciate that he wants him that badly, and I want him back, and he obviously wants to. He's made it known that he wants to be back, and he said the Lions want him back too.
Yeah, that money was a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot for a guy who's a veteran guard in the league. That I don't think you're going to have to pay $10 million a season to do it. And would the Lions want to give anything more than a 2-year deal? I'm interested to see what the numbers will be, because I do think they're going to work something out with Graham Glasgow.
248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who had the best weekend and who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. Those that get the most votes post on our website on Tuesday. Champ and Chump on a weekend. Feedback coming in from Will. Champ, the Lakeland High School hockey team. They advanced to the state semifinals for the first time in school history. Chump, Scott Harris's approach to building a baseball organization is crap. Are we really already calling it crap?
Well, there are people that like cookies in the morning, not happy with not spending money, and not spending it specifically on players like Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
And I can understand the frustration with that, because it's clearly a position to third base. It was a position of need before you signed Gio Urshela. But understand why they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it because he's a free swinger. And that's not what Scott Harris wants.
Yeah.
Scott Harris is trying, anybody he's adding to this team, whether it's through the draft or through free agency, it's going to be based on someone who has plate discipline and someone who probably has position versatility as well. So that doesn't fit with Chapman.
I will argue that the only path to the World Series doesn't necessarily go through Chapman or JD Martinez necessarily, but if a move like that, my question is, and I am disappointed in the offseason, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But it's so early, I'm not going to call Scott Harris's approach crap. What if in the back of your mind, you were given a little nugget of information that, yeah, we don't like these players for what we're trying to do, but we really want to add. And if our play justifies it, we're going to be a major player at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
And we would be willing to take on the salary then.
That'd be great to hear. But in the meantime, I understand why people can be frustrated by it. But,
I'm frustrated too.
But I'm not going to hamstring the GM or the president. I guess he's not the GM, but the guy who's making the decisions. I'm not going to tell him that he can't do what he wants to do because it's something that I want you to do something else. I mean, we know what his approach is. And it's clear when you look at someone like Chapman, that doesn't fit with what the Tigers are trying to build as an organization. You can disagree with it and say that's not the way that I do it, but it's the way that he's doing it. He's got analytics that tell him one thing. Maybe they tell him that Chapman is on this decline, and it makes no sense whatsoever for the Tigers. If you see the production start to fall, and now you're seeing the strikeout numbers really shoot up, and there's no plate discipline, don't bother with it. Now, if they had signed Chapman or JD Martinez or both, it's more than a Band-Aid solution, because I think if they had signed both of those guys, that you could say, wow, this team is definitely competing for the division, and they might even have a leg up over everybody. But they're not long-term solutions with either of those players. And if you're going to, now looking back at it, everything seems to be guys that are signing now, they're signing 3-year deals, but the last 2 years are player options.
Yeah, I mean, if they're good enough to compete for the division with JD Martinez or Chapman, by not signing him, will they be good enough to at least be in the conversation come the trade deadline? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If those are players that are allegedly going to put them over the top, won't they be close and then can maybe pick and choose a little bit more come trade deadline?
Yeah, might there be players that are making a little bit more money on teams that clearly are not going to be making a run at the playoffs? Yeah, it's possible.
So knowing, well, look, let's get to the Evan Petzold story about why JD Martinez isn't happening, and maybe it'll help provide some insight into what they're thinking. And because people ask, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And I think Evan did a good job of answering the why. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150. If your bet wins, bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Monday, Tiger baseball this afternoon. Tigers played yesterday. Casey Mize and Matt Manning both threw reasonably well. Mize having problems finding the strike zone, but anytime he throws and isn't hurt, when it's all said and done, is no experiencing soreness, and there's no reports of that. Hooray. In the meantime, a couple things going on down there. One is Andy Ibanez, who's basically being moved out of second base for Colt Keith. Now, Ibanez plays multiple positions. He played multiple games at 5 different positions for the Tigers last year. But the position he played the most was second base. This has been promised to and penciled in as going to be the rookie, Colt Keith. Ibanez has responded by hitting his 3rd home run yesterday, tied for the most in spring training. So good for him, and he can be a versatile and valuable role player for this team. In the meantime, Javi Baez is 0 for 11 with 5 strikeouts. Of every Tiger in spring training that has 7 at-bats or more, and there is 26 of them, the only one that doesn't have a hit is Baez. This is not instilling confidence. Even though it's spring training, even though these are kind of glorified batting practices, it'd be nice to see Javi Baez show some signs that he won't be the free-swinging. He doesn't have an antidote to a slider, and that he is going to bounce back in some way. Going 0 for his first 11 is tantamount to a bad start to a marathon, bad first few steps, bad first few yards, but it's not great, Gator.
No, this is, as you like to say, suboptimal.
Yep.
To throw numbers like that up and at this point, and it's not good, and it's quite disappointing because totally been working on it all off season. Look, these guys have played like 7 games, Javi's only been in 5 games to this point. So with the 11 at bats, it's a small sample size. I'm not going to crush him yet, but you'd like to see, have good at bats at least. But not only has he not hit, he hasn't drawn a walk either. So that's not good. But it's spring training. Guys are working on different things. But he needs to show that he can hit.
248-539-9797. All right, so one of the stories that is percolating amongst Tiger fans is why they didn't perhaps make a bigger step into free agency. And I don't love what they did in the offseason. And really of the free agents left, the high-priced, big-ticket free agents left, I understand why they didn't want Chapman, and I understand why they don't want J.D. Martinez. I don't understand why they wouldn't go after Blake Snell. And maybe Snell wouldn't pick up the phone if the Tigers called. But the thing that gets me is that they signed middling veterans and seem committed to those guys. I don't feel like you don't go after a free agent bat because you signed Canna, and you don't go after a free agent pitcher because you signed Flaherty. But Evan Petzel wrote a story over the weekend from the Detroit Free Press, Tiger beat writer. I'm going to read in part from this, and maybe this will explain some of the why, at least as it pertains to Martinez. The Tigers and Martinez haven't had any dialogue about a contract. The Tigers don't want a singular player occupying the designated hitter spot in the lineup for roster construction reasons. The roster is built to create and exploit matchups, such as platoon advantage, to find wins in the margins. The opening at designated hitter creates an additional pawn for manager A.J. Hinch's chess moves. The 36-year-old had the worst strikeout rate of his career at 31%, and the second worst walk rate of his career at 7.1%. He also missed more than 4 weeks of games while on the injured list with lower back tightness in April and in groin tightness in August. He has played just 12 innings in the field over the last 2 seasons. Story goes on to later say, Hinch and president of baseball operations Scott Harris explained at least a half dozen times over the past 5 months that there won't be a DH-only player on the roster in the 2024 season. It's about the construction of the roster. If Martinez were on the roster, his presence as a primary designated hitter would take away some opportunities from developing hitters such as Carpenter Green, Keith Torkelson, plus future opportunity from a below-average outfield defender in Justin Henry Malloy. So I don't know if that helps with the why. I think the biggest counter argument would be, who cares? Add JD Martinez and you could win this crappy division.
Right.
But it's counter to what Scott Harris believes in terms of building a baseball team.
Well, I think one of the things he definitely believes in is on-base percentage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you look at Mark Canha throughout his career, his on-base percentage is 100 points higher than his batting average. His career batting average is 250. His on-base percentage is 349. That's a pretty good jump when you see 100 points better than your average. The downside of that is that the average is only at 250. It's nothing special. But his career OPS is 772, which is encouraging because it's a hell of a lot better than just about everybody on the Tigers had last year. So it's a veteran guy that they bring in, and there's a reason they bring guys like this in. It's to show the other guys, how to have a better approach at the plate, and maybe they can glean something. I think he's more of a tutor than he is necessarily a player.
It's interesting you bring that up. If you bring in a JD Martinez, and as an organization, you're emphasizing that, because Javi Baez would never be a Tiger under the Scott Harris regime, right?
Never.
But it might make more sense. They're kind of contractually obligated to him, and maybe they'll get to a point where they say it's not worth it anymore. However, Gator, if you are emphasizing no more free swinging, strikeouts, we want walk rates to go up, et cetera, and then you go out and bring in a JD Martinez, are the guys in the organization going, what the hell is that? That's the opposite of what you've been teaching and what we've heard and what's been emphasized.
Yeah, and like Martinez and Chapman are similar, that, okay, maybe the numbers that Scott Harris looks at, that he deems are very important, it's making sure you're swinging within the strike zone. These guys don't follow that. What they do follow is that when they do hit it, they hit it a long way.
Mm-hmm.
And that the OPS numbers might tell you a different story, that, okay, the on-base percentage, maybe it's not what you want it to be, you're not drawing enough walks, but the power numbers are there. And this is a team that has kind of lacked power. So would they have helped? Absolutely. They would help you to win some games, but he's trying to build the team in the mold that he wants. And he's not looking in the short term. The problem is, we as fans, we do look at things in the short term. We've been waiting for a long time for this team to turn the corner and let's go. Let's start competing again. And if you add these guys to a lineup, I don't think there's any question that they would be competing. But again, it'd be a short-term thing, and they're trying to build something sustainable where they're giving opportunities to the young guys, and this would impede that.
Yeah.
You can agree or disagree. I'm just saying that's what it is.
That feels like it is exactly what it is. And you're right. They're thinking long term. We are so focused on the short term. Like that argument, but you might win the division with that guy. It's hard to argue against that. But I mean, reading the story this weekend, I'm like, it kind of makes sense. If you're fully committed to a way you're going to build a baseball team, why go after guys that aren't going to be in that mold of how you're trying to teach everybody how to do it? Now, Blake Snell, on the other hand, I would love to see them.
Different,
yeah,
right?
I would love to see them get Blake Snell. And like I said, is there more to that story? Is it that might fall into the line of, if we say, why don't you go get Blake Snell? That if we knew the real reason, we go, oh, and it makes all the sense in the world.
I'm sure there's some
what it is.
There's some analytical reasons why teams have shied away.
Or they called him Blake Snell. Get the F out of here.
Well, there could be something like that too. I think they probably have legitimate reasons why they're staying away from it. Maybe the number one is the cost. They're like, I'm not paying this guy $25-30 million a year because he's not the pitcher that he was, a few years ago when he put up insane numbers.
248-539-9797. Interesting text we just got regarding the Lions. I don't know if a lot of people would agree with him, but we will get to that because we've been told to save our breath. Gator.
Oh.
Yes, we appreciate you worried about us and us running out of breath. But we will get to this text at 11:35. Plus your phone calls and feedback mixed in. Tiger fans, did you read the Petzold thing and go, oh, okay? Or do you still just not get it? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, maybe you're on the fence about fixing up things within your house that matter, like we're getting towards the warmer weather, and when the summer hits, you're definitely going to want to make sure your air conditioning works. Maybe right now that your furnace is kind of on the fritz and maybe you need to replace it, here's who you call. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They know what it takes to keep your home comfortable, and they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, they've got over 100 years of combined experience. They know what they're doing. I trust them completely. I've gotten a hot water tank from them. Also, why they came out the next day and fixed my my thermostat. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
Got some swag there, huh?
What are you talking about? The shirt?
Yeah.
I've had this for like 2 years.
Oh, why does it look like that's not national championship stuff?
No, this is the college football playoff. This one I got at the semifinal against TCU.
Got this in the semifinal a year ago. I mean, been there a few times now.
Yeah. I love this little logo, simplicity of the college football playoff logo.
White football with the gold
with
outline,
the gold, yeah,
the black
stitching.
So,
they gift you some stuff, and this is amongst my favorite. Have you never seen this before?
I don't know if I've ever paid attention to it.
Okay, fair enough. I've worn it before, but okay. Feedback coming in, including somebody who has some advice for us. We do appreciate you looking out for our best interest, unnamed texter. But first, let's get to this. Brian and Dexter. Champ Steve Yzerman for building a team that's making Red Wing hockey interesting again. Chump all the bandwagon fair weather fans who overrated every win and loss. This isn't a finished product, folks. They're just scratching the surface. So, let's start with this. Yzerman has indeed built a team that played a game in early March that had some playoff intensity to it.
To this point, yes.
Yeah, and that was cool. And they have sparked our interest. We're moving in on the trade deadline. And feels like could be a player here. There's a lot of small steps forward that, keep getting a little better. He also built a team that kind of got taken to school by the best team in the East. And that's okay. Weird game. I didn't realize this until it was pointed out by Max Bultman of The Athletic. Midway through the first period, each team had one shot. Midway through the first period. Talk about kind of feeling each other out and trying to figure out, what you're going against. But in the end, Florida looked like the superior team. I won't say the far superior team. I just don't think that's a team you want to fall behind. But it's hard not to watch that game and say, we still got a bit of a ways to go.
Yeah, they do. And no, the texter's right. It's not a finished product, not when you consider the unrestricted free agents they have that are currently on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if any of them get moved before Friday. But there's a lot. David Perron, Shane Gostisbehere, Patrick Kane, Daniel Sprong, Reimer, Christian Fisher. I mean, these are unrestricted free agents that they have to, make decisions on. So I think the way that he's built this team by bringing the adults in the room in each of the last 3 off seasons is that it buys them time to develop the players that he has drafted. So when you look at the roster and you say, well, there's only, 2 guys, Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider, of Steve Yzerman draft picks that have made the NHL roster to this point, what's going on? It's because he's allowing them to mature at Grand Rapids or in the Swedish leagues or whatever before he brings them up. And these opportunities are going to come. There are going to be more guys on the roster next season that are Yzerman draft picks. You might see one or two that come up still before the playoffs begin this year. But I think this is how it's constructed. This is why you see a handful of unrestricted free agents that are guys that clearly help give the depth to this team. Okay, this is their year to shine, and then they're going to bring in other guys next year.
So he chumps bandwagon fairweather fans who overrated every win. He says overrated. I think he means overreacted to every win and loss. This isn't a finished product. They're scratching the surface. Brian, don't be mad at those fans. Because quite frankly, it's those fans on the fringes that push up the numbers and the interest. Like, I welcome aboard everybody who's new to this Red Wing team that goes, maybe I'll check them out now. Because the more people that do that, the more relevance they have in our community and the more Red Wing discussion we can have moving forward. So I embrace that person and understand what it is. I mean, forgive us if we aren't talking a ton of Pistons, right?
Right.
Forgive us if Michigan basketball isn't top of mind. These are teams that aren't warranting the discussion. Now, we can bitch and moan and we can do that, which isn't really something that's a lot of fun to do. But at some point, you kind of get to the crux and go, okay, Michigan basketball has to make a decision about Juwan. The Pistons have to make a decision about the future of their organization. In the middle of these horrific stretches, they aren't a lot of fun to talk about. Red Wings are fun to talk about. And I embrace and welcome the overreactions because it brings back a degree of intensity that we have missed. All right, Gator, then there's this regarding the Lions from an unnamed texter who I think is looking out for our best interest.
Okay, Good to hear.
This person writes, the Lions will not do anything. All the speculation is just chatter to get people to listen to those different reporters who talk about this stuff. The Lions won't do it. They're too conservative and they're too cheap. Save your breath.
Save my breath.
Save our breath. So this is response to the report coming out of Indianapolis from Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler did a notes column on ESPN.com linking the Lions to L'Jarius Sneed, and that the Lions want to be a major player and get a upgrade at the corner spot. All right, the Lions will not do anything. All the speculation, just chatter, get people to listen to these different reporters who talk about this stuff. The Lions won't do it. If I had to bet right now, are the Lions going to do it? I would bet no.
Trade for like Snead.
Yes, I would bet no. They're too conservative and they're too cheap. That I don't agree with.
I don't agree with that.
I would like to know what have they done that's an example of too conservative and too cheap. Is it passing on the defensive ends last year at the trade deadline? Is that your data point that says they're too cheap and they're too conservative?
I mean, if you don't, I guess you're not happy with how they built the team to an NFC Championship caliber team, to a team that had a 17-point lead at halftime of the NFC Championship game. I mean, okay, but careful at your own peril here, because what happens when the Lions re-sign Amon-Ra St. Brown to a 4-year, $100 million deal? Okay? Is that cheap? Is that not doing anything? Well, of course, signing their own free agents. That's not, everybody signs their own free agents. So you're going to blow that off because it'd be their own free agent, and then the money doesn't matter because giving them $25 million a year after we just saw Mike Evans sign a 2-year deal for $52 million to stay with Tampa. I'm a little scared now to see what Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to get because he's considerably younger, and every bit, if not more, productive at this point. So are they going to be cheap when they re-sign to an extension Jared Goff to a $45 million a year contract? Is that being cheap? Is that conservative?
If I were going to give they're too, because he said they're too conservative, they're too cheap, I might say they're too stubborn in that they are fully committed
to their own
to their belief.
Exactly.
To their beliefs.
To their prototype.
And their prototype rules out some players that might help them. I'm glad they have beliefs, and I think their beliefs have gotten them here, so I'm not going to say it, okay? Let me be clear. But he called them too conservative and too cheap. If they're flirting with being too something, I think they're flirting with being too stubborn, flirting with it.
Well, here's something I would love to ask Brad Holmes. Get a little truth serum in there, but maybe you don't even need it for this question. And that would be, what percentage of players in the NFL do you think fit your profile of what you're looking for in an NFL player? Because we know that you want guys that fit the culture, guys that love football, and guys that are team guys and all that. Okay, what percent is it? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? What's the percentage? Because I want to know I'm curious of what the pool is that fit that description in the NFL, so that you're not looking for unicorns every offseason.
Right.
Or looking for unicorns when it comes to the trade deadline and trying to get the guy to put you over the edge.
Because every once in a while, if you go outside of your parameters and maybe hope that your locker room brings a guy along, isn't that what a good culture can do? Didn't we see that in New England? Haven't we seen it in Pittsburgh historically? Maybe not as much now, where your culture's so strong that somebody who doesn't check every box shows up and realizes, if I'm going to survive here, I need to fall in line.
Yeah, and does this philosophy really work best with being able to take chances on people? Is that work best with rookies and draft players? Because you've got a whole locker room of guys to mold that. Now, if you've got a guy who's an 8-year vet in the NFL and has a reputation of being, someone who might be out for himself a little bit, I mean, are you bringing that person in because you're going to expect the locker room to change a guy's stripes after 8 years in the league? Probably not.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Yeah, what's next for Amon-Ra? We'll get to that in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Keep the fun going with Happy Hour at Twin Peaks. There really isn't a bar in the state that can touch their happy hour Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite foods and drinks. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots. All pair great with scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, and crispy mini tacos. Check this out. Find a better deal than this. You can get a shot, a beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. So tonight, you'll be driving home. You'll be sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Think to yourself, would I rather be spending my $20 and letting the traffic clear and getting dinner, a beer, an app, and a shot for less than $20, or sit on these roads? Hang out with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Take advantage of the awesome food and drink prices. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay. Tons of feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. This regarding the Detroit Tigers. Scott Harris blew the start last summer. Langford was a slam dunk and looks like an absolute stud who's going to make the World Series champ opening day roster, and yet he took a project in Max Clark, who's 3 years away. So we've gotten a couple of damning texts of Scott Harris. One that's already called his way of building a baseball team. I can't remember the exact use of words, but I think he said it was crap. And then this one saying that he's already blown it with the pick of Max Clark over Wyatt Langford. Langford does look very good, and Clark, I mean, projecting high school guys it's tough, man. It is definitely tough because there's a long way to go and you're getting very early in the development process. But these bold proclamations about the way he's building a team is crap, and he's already blown it with the pick of Max Clark. It's so early. It's so early. I mean, I don't know this to be a fact, Gator, but I think a lot of these people would have said in year one the Lions blew it with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes.
Right. Well, look, I get the Wyatt Langford stuff, okay? But if you look at it, you're taking a chance on it's a high school kid versus a polished college kid.
Mm-hmm.
Langford has hit the ground running.
Yep.
Like he looks great. Looked great last year when he got his opportunity in the minors. He's carried that over into spring training. He's hitting the cover off the ball. And we're not seeing Max Clark because, well, he's 18 years old or whatever, and they just got him, and he's not likely to get too many at-bats in spring training, if any. So it's impatience, and I get it. I want to be hitting the ground right now. Let's go. And there was definitely a camp to take Wyatt Langford, being the second best outfield prospect in college baseball last year. But they chose to go with maybe what they feel is a higher ceiling because you're getting a high school kid. You know, they for whatever their reasons were. It is going to take a few years. We're not going to see Max Clark anytime soon. I don't think he's going to be this Ken Griffey Jr. can't miss, got to have him at 19, 20, Alex Rodriguez type guy. This is a guy who's likely to spend a few years in the minors.
But what if by the time he's 22, 23, you've got yourself the next Mookie Betts?
Well, then you feel pretty good about what you did. But again, you're not going to know until then. So you're waiting 3-4 years, and then this texter would be like, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if there's the impatience is something, and I shouldn't call it impatience. It's been a long time since our baseball team's been competitive. So we're just hungry for it to happen right now. Impatience isn't fair because impatience implies you're not doing it right. But you can understand why Scott Harris, who's just started, might be a little bit more long-term and not operating with a sense of urgency to win right now than the fans want him to. Max Chapman had a monster April last year, hitting over 300, but he barely hit 200 the rest of the season. That's not what the Tigers need at third base. I agree with Scott Harris, giving these kids an opportunity to play and show what they have. Don't fill holes with major leaguers at the end of their career. It's from Mark and Warren. Don't go get a Blake Griffin. Is that what you're saying? Next one. I don't think Harris is ever going to be a big spender. I think he wants to run the team like Tampa Bay. He's the one not wanting to spend money. I don't think Chris Ilitch has anything to do with what the team is spending. I think he is letting the baseball guy run it. We will see how Harris does. Well, I mean, if you build your team like Tampa Bay, the problem with Tampa, of course, is not retaining their own guys. You hope your guys are worth keeping.
Well, Tampa, that's an organization that has found players. They develop the players. They international signings, the draft. This is how they build their organization. And they hope to hang on to them as long as possible, and then, unfortunately for them, there comes that day that they can't afford them and they trade them away. It's a lot like what Kansas City did years ago. Both of those teams have been tremendous minor league systems for the rest of the major leagues, and they do it at the major league level. But Tampa has found a way to find guys that just get there earlier so that they can be competitive. It's an amazing situation that they have there. Watching what they've done over the last 10 years, 15 years is incredible. To do it with no payroll, and it's just strictly with what your scouts tell you. It's the best organization in baseball when it comes to that. It feels like it.
Tigers in action this afternoon, by the way, against Boston. They're trotting out a lineup that looks a lot like their opening day lineup. So we'll keep you updated on what's going on there with this Tiger team. And yeah, there's some hope that this team's going to be a little bit more competitive. So some premium on this offseason. I am not going to hide that and move the goalposts. I thought they'd be more active in doing more than Flaherty, Maeda, Canna in this offseason. But I'm understanding now why they're not doing what's left with the exception of Snell. I would love to see them go after a Blake Snell, add to the starting pitching rotation, but 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. My champ of the weekend is Caitlin Clark. We got a text here from our guy Birchie because I champed Caitlin Clark for breaking Pete Maravich's scoring record total points. And this happens when the topic comes up. It did a while ago with Caitlin Clark. I can't remember why we got oh no, it wasn't Caitlin Clark. It was Antoine Davis when he broke his scoring record.
Or was trying to.
Yeah. And somebody said, look at the number of games. Antoine Davis had 5 years. Pete Maravich did it when freshmen weren't eligible. He did it in 3 years. And our point was then, and it remains true as it pertains to Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark, oh, look, the Kay Jewelers commercial's on, Gator. Oh, what a rare treat. She wants to love him the rest of her life. And, it looks like she said yes. And they're falling into a pool together.
Are they having the sex?
No, they're kissing. That commercial's on all the time. Anyway, so we got a call already saying, yeah, but Maravich did it in much fewer games. We got a text from the Birchie kid.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone wants to bring up points per game for Maravich, better bring up shots per game too. He took literally twice as many as Clark. People who try and sound smart often look dumb. That MFer jacked up almost 40 shots a night.
Yeah, and made probably close to half of them, I would guess.
Well, he shot 43.8%.
Not half of them.
In his career, he had 3,166 field goal attempts in 3 seasons.
It's a lot.
Caitlin Clark in 4 seasons, 2,593 field goal attempts.
But she has a 3-point line, which Maravich did not have.
She has made 509 3-pointers. So you could subtract 509 points from her total for getting the extra point for the 3. Now, her shooting percentage probably would go up because she probably wouldn't take as many deep shots. But Caitlin Clark, 2,593 field goal attempts to Pete Maravich's 3,166. Caitlin Clark shoots 46.5% from the floor. Pete Maravich, 43.8.
So she shoots a higher percentage and takes shots from further away. But without question, she takes shots from further away than Pete Maravich did.
One would imagine that
How
would be
about we
correct.
just really enjoy both players and what they've accomplished? How about that? Can we do that without having to put qualifiers on anything? She's amazing.
It's incredibly difficult to compare accomplishments from different eras for a variety of reasons, including that the rules of the game have changed. Shot clock era, 3-point line completely changes the game. Now,
competition level.
Maravich played like there was a shot clock and like it was set at 7 seconds or something. But the bottom line here is when you start to compare eras, there's always going to have to be qualifiers because it's just impossible to do because it's not apples to apples.
Yeah.
But like you, I'm not going to lose any sleep over.
None. I think it's amazing. And both so much fun to watch in their own ways. Like Pete Maravich was a showman on the court. Tons of fun to watch. If you go and look at the old, black and white, it's not black and white, I guess necessarily, but if you look at the old footage, you want to look at some YouTube videos of Pete Maravich, you're going to come away going, wow, that was a lot of fun. And then go ahead and YouTube Caitlin Clark highlights, and how do you not just smile and be in awe of, this woman who goes out and launches 30-foot shots on the reg and drains them.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Coming up next hour is Amon Ra next. That at 12:05, 97.1 the ticket. All right, Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97. Want a ticket? Open lines, 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. My champ of the weekend, as I mentioned just before the break, is Caitlin Clark. Gators champ of the weekend was Michigan State College Puck. My chump of the weekend, the NFL for the 18th game, which seems to be right around the corner. And I think they're hypocrites. Everything they do is about player safety, unless they can make more money, in which case they'll add another game. Chump of the weekend for Gator is Monty Williams, Pistons head coach. Who you got? Champ and Chump. Get him in. 248-539-9797. We tally up the votes, and we post on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. It's Carson Anderson. So we've got a lot on the table. Red Wings disappointment Saturday, trying to put that into perspective as to where this team is. How disappointed are you? Or should we not be disappointed? This is just part of what it is when you're climbing the ladder trying to get to the top. Every once in a while, you face a team that's just better than you, an organization that's closer. And clearly Florida is, and bam, that bitter pill of reality. I don't think it's a huge deal. I just don't want this to turn into any kind of extended losing streak. We also got the Tigers, a story from Evan Petzold over the weekend saying why J.D. Martinez makes no sense for Detroit. For this regime, why they aren't interested in J.D. Martinez. Fans are, and some people speculated about it, but why the team won't pull the trigger on a J.D. Martinez deal. Basically, they don't want a DH only. And what you come to realize is what they've done the last couple of years with Miguel Cabrera, they don't think of as the ideal situation. Not that fans loved the Miggy production. They loved Miggy. They loved watching Miggy. And he certainly was fun. But I don't think Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch want to enter into any kind of DH-only type of signing moving forward. 248-539-9797. Tiger fans, you want to continue down that road. The news this morning that might impact us is that Tampa Bay and wide receiver Mike Evans have agreed on a 2-year extension worth $52 million. So, quick math, 52 divided by 2, Gator, that's $26 million per season. How does that impact Amon-Ra's ongoing negotiations? With more reporting that the two sides are at the table. Does Amon-Ra unquestionably get more than $26 million per?
No, I don't think he unquestionably gets it, but I think we have to be prepared that he could.
Mm-hmm.
This is a short-term deal for Mike Evans. I think there's $35 million guaranteed. But we're looking at what Amon-Ra's production is. It's fantastic. It's gotten better each year. Last year at 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns, 119 receptions. He's the go-to guy for this team. He is one of the best in the league. And Evans has been remarkably consistent throughout his career. He's been at the top of his game for years. Is he the best receiver in the game? No. And he just got paid. So I'm a little nervous about how much it's going to take to get Amon-Ra. I don't know. We have no idea what he's asking, what his agent will ask for. I mean, if you're his agent, if you're trying to squeeze money, I mean, you start the conversation at the top. You start at $30 million a year and see where the Lions are at. And somehow you negotiate to the middle. But what is the middle going to be? I mean, the Lions have to make a legitimate offer. And a legitimate offer doesn't start at $23 million a year. Not after Mike Evans got 26. So I don't. This could be interesting. What he's going to get.
Kang, I want your 2 cents on this. How does this impact Amon-Ra, the 2-year, $52 million deal with Mike Evans?
I think every wide receiver contract right now impacts Amon-Ra and Lions fans. If you're, obviously you're paying attention to what the Lions do with all their money. I mean, the top tier, there's so many good receivers in the NFL now. You can say, oh, he's not a top 5 receiver. Well, then he's in the top 10, whatever. I think the money is going to be very similar for all these guys. CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans. When his contract comes up, he's going to be probably $30 million plus. I think be prepared for $26, $28 million. And if it's anything under, I think you're happy because you save some money to, help the cap and go get other guys. But yeah, I'm prepared as a fan to see a number between $24 to $28 million, to be honest with you.
It's funny. I was thinking about this today because, and you correct me if I'm wrong here. If you are the we're all interested in what they're going to do here. There is Amon-Ra, the football player, that we don't want to see the Lions next year without.
Right.
We definitely want the football player. There is the free agent pool of money that they have, and that there's other players that they want to sign. So you don't have unlimited resources to sign Amon-Ra. So you've got Amon-Ra, the football player. You've got other free agents you want to be able to bring back. And the third thing is you want your locker room happy. You want your players to be here and be playing under contracts that they feel like that they are well compensated. So let's talk about these things. Amon-Ra, the football player. There's no question you could pay him enough to bring him back. It's just how high are you willing to go?
Mm-hmm.
The other players that you want to re-sign, that's a how low are you willing to go Amon-Ra? Because you don't want to sign him for one penny more than what you have to, because that's a penny you're taking away from somebody else. And then there's the whole happy locker room thing, which is a real thing. Like, it's part of the culture. So you're trying to thread this needle of keeping everybody happy, paying them what they're worth, which you hope is the smallest amount possible. Does that make sense? Like, there's this perfect number out there.
It's a balancing act, man.
But what you might think is the floor, by you, I mean the organization might think this is the lowest we want to sign him for, might be nowhere close to the lowest he's willing to agree to. So if you're like, all right, we really would love to get him at $25 million a year.
And his agent's like, yeah, by the way, Amon-Ra, our floor is $28 a year.
Yeah. And we're not going below that. And if you're not willing, then we're perfectly fine with going to free agency. So you really hope that the lines cross somewhere, your floor and his floor. And maybe you have to move off your floor and he needs to move a little bit below his, whatever it is. But you've got these things that are pulling you in opposite directions. If there was no salary cap, you wouldn't have things pulling you in opposite directions. It'd be up to ownership to make the commitment and just go spend whatever it takes. But if you lowball him and don't give him what he wants, now you got a situation where the player isn't necessarily thrilled going into a free agent year. So, and that player's motivated to prove that he's worth every penny, which is cool, but maybe he carries ill will into the season and plays under a contract that he feels like he's way underpaid.
This contract Mike Evans signed is kind of scary. And this is a guy who's a 10-year veteran in the league. He's never had fewer than 1,000 yards receiving in his career in a single season.
Yep.
He's had multiple years. In fact, he's had 5 years. Half of that time has been spent with double-digit touchdown totals in the season. The year he's coming off, he had 1,255 yards receiving this year on 79 receptions for 13 touchdowns. How does that compare with Amon-Ra? Amon-Ra had 1,500 yards receiving. He had 119 receptions. He had fewer touchdowns with 10, but it's still double digits, and his numbers got better each year the first 3 years he's been in the league. Mike Evans is 30 years old. He's north of 30 now, and he just got paid.
He just got the fourth highest receiver contract in the game based on average annual value.
I mean, I'm kind of stunned at the total that he got. All right, I mean, I guess you could argue he's worth it, and Mike Evans is a great receiver. But remember when we were talking about, hey, let's how about the Lions trade for Mike Evans?
Right.
I mean, look at this total. $26 million a year for a 30-year-old wide receiver. Yes, he's productive. I'm scared. King, I'm scared what St. Brown's going to get.
That's why just be prepared. He's going to get his. Listen, no one wants to overpay for anything in life, right? You, I, sports organizations. But you look at it, are you overpaying for talent? Are you overpaying for a locker room guy? I think St. Brown's the perfect combination of both for this organization. I don't think they will, quote-unquote, overpay for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Mike Evans is Tampa Bay's Calvin Johnson. Okay, that's why part of why he got that huge deal is
same team his whole career.
He's going to be an instant first ballot Hall of Famer. He's been incredibly productive his entire career. He didn't want to go anywhere. They didn't want to go in there anywhere. Does he get this money elsewhere? I don't know, but it was worth it for that team and that organization because he's talent, he's locker room guy. So I think don't be too scared by that. I think Mike Evans, he deserves it. Like I said, I think he's there with Calvin Johnson. I think St. Brown's going to come in probably pretty high, but I'm encouraged because they've already met. According to the reports, the Lions have met with St. Brown's agent already. They want to get a deal done. I think a deal gets done.
I'm not sure how you get Amon-Ra for less than what Mike Evans got. I just don't see that being a reasonable ask.
I don't think they ask him for that low. I think they give him what he wants.
If he were to, okay, let's just say for the sake of argument that he signs a 4-year, $100 million contract, less annual than what Evans gets, but pretty damn close to it. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if during the press conference of the signing that St. Brown says specifically, I know that I could have gotten more on the market, but I want to do what's best for the team. I'm
awesome.
Getting paid handsomely, but I want to help get other guys here. The other thing is this. This is the first big contract that's coming up, right? That they're going to have to give out monster money to. And they're doing this one, they're prioritizing before Jared Goff. As more contracts come up over the next couple of years, and you try to finagle a way to fit them all in, the ones you sign first are the ones those are the players you go to say, hey, can we restructure? And players are open to restructuring because it means more guaranteed money. And it like if you look at an NFL contract and you think that fourth year, hey, I got it signed for a fourth year, but it's really not a guaranteed type thing. It becomes guaranteed, and players will take the money on the back end because they know they're going to get it. So they may end up each year as we move forward from this they'll have more opportunities with more players to restructure, and this continues this crazy Tetris game of figuring out the cap space in the NFL.
248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback coming up. Amon-Ra, I mean, if he wants more than $26 million more and not like $26 million and $1, I would imagine he asked for a significant amount more than what Mike Evans just signed for today. I mean, does anybody balk at that? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the last thing you ever need, plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing. 855-339-4242. CGC will send out one of their plumbers quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Call CGC and have them install a Navien tankless water heater. No more running out of hot water. You'll reduce your energy consumption. You'll save money. Plus, doesn't take up a whole bunch of room in your storage closet. Didn't for us. You move that big tank out of there. Love it. Call CGC Water and get 10% off a new Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Mike Evans signs a contract this morning with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 2 years, $52 million. And you always ask the question, and we always ask the question, does this have any impact on us? And we think it has a direct impact on us. Amon-Ra St. Brown is due a contract extension. I would rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown than Mike Evans. At this age, and what you're likely to get out of him the next 4 or 5 years, Mike Evans is now crested 30 and is into that portion of his career, and he'd probably still be a really, really good receiver. But given Amon-Ra's age and where he is, the likelihood is that Amon-Ra's camp is asking for north of $26 million per, which would mean he would be, Evans just signed for the 4th highest total for a receiver. If you get him at 26 or less, I don't want to say it's a bargain, but I would say that I would be happy with that because I don't want him to spend. If you keep paying everybody, if you say, oh, he's worth it, extend him. Penei Sewell's worth it, extend him. Give them whatever they want. If you keep giving everybody everything they want, you run out of money in a cap world. So you're trying to sign them for the least amount possible, but you're also trying to keep them happy. You also don't want to insult them with a lowball offer. There's a real needle to thread here. Gator, is there any chance they get him for 26 or less?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope you're right.
I think there's a chance.
I think when somebody sees that comp, I don't know.
It makes sense that the agent's going to say absolutely not, but you don't know what the player wants. And I think King's point is valid, too, that Tampa just wanted to make sure they held on to him. They want him to retire a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, and he's coming off his most productive year since 2018, and he's been wildly productive ever since he's been in the league. He's just steady Eddie. 1,000 yards, book it every year. 75 receptions, book it every year. He's a true wideout, and he's had to play the last couple seasons without Tom Brady. Playing with Baker Mayfield has its ups and downs. Baker had a much better second half of the season and ended up being quite good. And I think that the feeling is that they can re-sign Baker Mayfield too and keep these two guys together for some kind of consistency and maybe make a run. But I don't know. Tampa seems like this old veteran team, but I don't really concern myself with Tampa. It's just about the fact that he's signed there to stay there. Did they overpay to keep him? I think they probably did. I don't know if Mike Evans gets $26 million a year on the open market.
Yeah, and the other thing you can toy with a little bit is guaranteed money. But, the Amon-Ra, when you're Amon-Ra's age, you think you're going to get to play out that contract. You think you are. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ivory here on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, good afternoon to you guys.
What's up?
Ordinarily, you would look at it and say, oh, that's a lot of money. And it is, no matter how much I love Amon-Ra, I love the Lions, it's a lot of money. But the thing is, one, you want to keep your core guys to help you. I think it's a bad, for lack of a better term, sign, to kind of just play off the guys that help you get to where you're at. So you want to pay those guys. You want to keep those guys. It also directly kind of correlates to golf. If the Lions really want to keep golf, which I think they do, Amon-Ra is in part, I would say a big part, of why golf has been successful.
100%.
So you want to pay those guys to keep those core guys together to help you get to where you are. I honestly think they've done well. They've drafted well. They're on a good road. They've done things well. But, you have to continue to keep that ball rolling. And they have the money. The cap has went up, and you want to keep those core guys together. It's imperative that they pay Amon-Ra honestly whatever he wants. Golf, because those guys, two guys together, have helped them get to where they're at.
When you have he's a go-to guy. We need 8 yards on this play to get the first down. You're looking for St. Brown. That's your number one option. He's your number two option. That's the guy, and he delivers almost every time. He's been phenomenal for this team.
Finished the Ram game
absolutely.
on a choice route that the quarterback and him were on the same page. He got to the top of the route, and they both knew which direction he was going to go. Bam, first down, game over.
What you want to do with your Lions organization is find a way to keep this window of opportunity open as long as possible before you have to start making some drastic changes. And I think you got to give St. Brown the money.
That's imperative for them to be able to show not only the rest of the team, the locker room, and the league that they are. It's important to the organization to keep the guys that help them get to where they're at. It's not like Kansas City where you're just letting these guys, these good players, leave year after year, and they're not. They have to show the rest of the team, the city, and the pending free agents that they keep those guys. It's just like now, like if they're going to get free agents, the free agents are going to want to know that you're keeping your core guys and the guys that help them get to where they're at.
I guess. I mean, Kansas City let Tyreek Hill go. They might be about to let L'Jarius Sneed go.
Chris Jones.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if they let Sneed go, I think they're going to focus on keeping Jones, but maybe they won't. Now they have the unicorn, right? They got the GOAT quarterback. But, I mean, if Amon-Ra will take nothing less than 30, I mean, do you have to pay him? Do you have to pay him and figure out the rest elsewhere and say, all right, well, it's going to cost us?
Well, cap goes up every year. We can restructure this and do this. We might have to do some tightening of the belts here and there, and we're going to count on rookies and guys that are second-year players to really step up. I mean, that's where drafting is so important, is that you're going to have to supplement some parts of your roster with guys that are on, their rookie deals.
You hope that no player puts you in that incredibly uncomfortable position where their ask is so astronomical that it would handcuff you with too many other players, and you're like, okay, let's save the money, try and find a way to make ends meet without Amon-Ra and use the money elsewhere. I don't know. I don't want to do that.
Well, I think you got to bring Amon-Ra back at almost all costs.
Almost all costs.
And then you start to think, well, what's the other thing? What's the other shoe to drop? It's the quarterback.
Well, but I will say this. They met over the weekend. I assume that the contract negotiations
with St. Brown.
Yeah. I mean, is this kind of easy? And if it starts to drag out, what's that mean?
Well, it should be. I imagine that there were numbers discussed prior to Mike Evans getting his deal. So they would have an idea. You've got the Tyreek Hill $30 million a year number, and then now you've got the Mike Evans at 26 a year. St. Brown should slot in somewhere north of 26, at 26 or higher, but not 30, right?
Yep.
That's what logic would tell you. But because Mike Evans signs this 2-year deal for $52 million and it's 26 on average, I'm a little surprised that he got that much. And does that kind of wreck things a little bit in Allen Park when they're talking about, projecting everybody else's salaries out there? They're like, well, we were counting on 23 or 24 a year for Amon-Ra, and now Mike Evans signed for that, and now we got to give him more. How does that affect everything else they do? How does that affect negotiations with the quarterback? How is that going to affect negotiations a couple years down the line with Penei Sewell, who was going to set the market for offensive linemen?
There is breaking news about one of the best players in Detroit. We will get to that today at 12:32. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Bill is next on 97 a ticket. Hello, Bill.
Good morning or afternoon now, I guess.
There you go.
Scott, Doug,
What's up?
Kang. Good. I'm good. Thank you. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Good. Yeah, that's real interesting news about Mike Evans. Got it. Like I think you made a good point, Gator, that, the part of that is they're paying him because he kind of is their Calvin Johnson. But, I mean, inevitably you're going to compare the two, Amon-Ra and Mike Evans. Now, as great as Amon-Ra is, Mike Evans has been doing this for 10 years, and he's had that production level. And I think we all kind of project and assume that Amon-Ra is going to do that. But, I mean, that there is a difference there, and it seems like, when Amon-Ra's contract's coming up, maybe because he's, the age he is, you give him a 4 or 5 year contract, and maybe he takes $24-25 million a year, but in guaranteed money, it's going to be a way better contract, even than Mike Evans.
Yeah, I mean it's quite possible, and it's something we talked about in the last couple of weeks when it comes to certain players, that maybe it's the term. If you lengthen the term of the contract, that maybe the number value can go down a little bit because the guaranteed money will stay up. So there could be huge value to getting a 5th year in a contract to add to the guaranteed money, even though the annual may dip below what you would expect. But as far as, just comparing the two receivers, I mean, it's a little bit of, it's not night and day difference, but Amon-Ra's production, his first 3 years, surpasses Mike Evans. And Mike Evans is consistent every year.
Mike Evans has been a 1,000-yard receiver his entire career.
Yeah, and Amon-Ra has basically been the same. He had this rookie year was over 900 yards, and then it was over 1,000 yards his second year, and third year jumps to 1,500. His receptions have been above 90 his rookie year. I think it was over 100 his second year, and 119 this past year. Mike Evans has never had more than 96 catches in a year. That was his third season in the league, his only 90-plus reception season. He's only had one other year where he's had north of 80 receptions. So as great as Mike Evans is, and he is, Amon-Ra is trending to be a much better receiver.
I would tell you, if I were running an NFL team, I would always be signing people for what I expect them to do, not what they have already done. And in the case of Evans, at some point there's a decline. Now they only got him for 2 years, and they may get the most out of him for those 2 years. But
they're also different players.
Yes.
Okay, Mike Evans is a true wide receiver. He's a wideout. Amon-Ra is a slot receiver, so maybe the volume is going to be in his favor because of just the nature of the position. But they both catch the football, and one guy does it a heck of a lot more.
Okay, I mentioned before the break there was breaking news about one of the best players in Detroit. Per Derek Lalone, Red Wing coach Dylan Larkin will be out approximately 2 weeks with a lower body injury. F. Okay. Look, it's part of the game. Players get hurt. And in this case, one of the best Red Wings is hurt.
So the question is, who do you call up to fill the roster spot? Is this, hey, Jonathan Berggren to the rescue again? He's got 45 points in 42 games. He's a winger. Or do you decide to promote someone who can play just flat out center? Austin Sarnik's been brought up a couple times. He's got 25 points in 32 games. Marco Kasper, I doubt he gets the chance, but he has played 51 games and he's come on lately. He's got 25 points in the 51 games, but it's like his last 20 games where all the production has come. He's been so much better.
Well, look, I mean, is Klim Kostin now get put into the lineup and we see more of him? Is it that simple?
And then just move somebody else up onto the top line?
Yeah.
It's possible. It's quite possible.
Either way, the Red Wings are now going to have to survive the next 2 weeks without Dylan Larkin. And they're already at a 2-game losing streak, which isn't the end of the world. Their lead for the final playoff spot is still 6 points over the Islanders and 7 points over the Capitals. Both those teams have a game in hand. And the schedule here, right in the immediate future, is by no means easy, with a game at Colorado looming on Wednesday, then to Arizona, then to Vegas. So I'm feels like it's a critical point in the Red Wings schedule, critical point in the Red Wings season.
Well, and it also comes, 4 days before the trade deadline, 5 days before the trade deadline. Do they look to add a center to this team right now so that they can continue through this critical stretch, give Larkin a chance to heal completely? And maybe it's more than just 2 weeks, but give him some time. There's a lot of options that Steve Yzerman can do with this team. And we mentioned the schedule upcoming. 2 of the next 3 games are going to be really tough with games at Colorado and Vegas. But after that, you get a lot of, Islanders, Arizona, teams like that.
Now, this maybe is Helene St. James of the
News.
Yeah. She just tweeted out.
Or Free Press, I'm sorry.
Yeah, anyway, she covers the Red Wings. She just tweeted out, team won't call up anyone to start trip as they have 12 forwards available and could go with 11 and 7D. Joe Veleno in for Larkin between DeBrincat and Kane.
Veleno's played very well this year. 26 points into 59 games, and he looks like a guy who's poised to take another step. So if he gets promoted to that top line, I'm curious to see how he looks with those guys.
You always want to know who's going to step up, right? That's a big question. And the answer, the easy answer, and what we always I shouldn't say we always, but frequently we tend to say just one name. We just say, well, I hope Veleno now. Veleno's got to step up. But it's usually everybody kind of contributing to make up for the loss. But suffice it to say, Gator, we have now reached a dicey part of the Red Wings season. They got to survive this 2 weeks without Dylan Larkin.
Yeah. But like we said, trade deadline, you can add players at that point. They're not going to be selling. This is a team that's going for it in the playoffs this year. And they could promote some guys, and maybe the promotions come after, this quick road trip. Or it's just promote from within. Like you mentioned, Klim Kostin. He's only played 32 games this year.
When's the last time he played? Do you have the numbers in front of him? It feels like it's been a month.
It feels like it's been a while since he's played. And I can tell you the last game he played was February 15th against Vancouver.
Yeah.
So he played in the back-to-back games against Vancouver and Edmonton. Those are his last 2 games. So those happened to be 2 losses.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback coming up. Red Wing fans, Dylan Larkin out 2 weeks. Dicey stretch here for our Red Wings. In the meantime, the data point from the Combine that predicted Puka Nakua's success has now predicted the next great one. We will get to that today at 12:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Regarding Amon-Ra St. Brown, feedback coming in. I would give St. Brown $30 million if I had to. I would argue he's more important than whoever is playing quarterback. He's an automatic first down most of the time.
Well, I love that. I think it's a symbiotic relationship. I think Jared Goff makes St. Brown better. I think St. Brown makes Jared Goff better. But it's interesting to think, would St. Brown do that for any quarterback? Would he make any quarterback better because of his route running, his catching ability? And, the brilliance of Jared Goff at quarterback is really between the ears and how he reads the field and knows the system. And if he's got time to throw, he's got the arm to make it. But I think it starts with what's between the ears.
Well, you also, even if you're a professional athlete they don't live in the real world, right? They are living these fantasies, and it's awesome for them. But I would think that the smartest ones understand, and probably any successful person understands, that their success is also built on a foundation of having good people around them, right? How much do we value that guy behind the glass, right?
Yeah, very much so.
So if you're Amon-Ra and you know that your quarterback's contract's up next year, and if you're the quarterback and you realize your best wide receiver's contract is up, and, oh, by the way, Penei Sewell is up, none of these guys seem like dolts. I wonder how much they take that into consideration. Yeah, I need mine, but is that extra couple mil I can squeeze out a year worth it if it costs player X?
Right, which is why we brought up late last week, somebody had the idea, I think it was through a text, that said, earmark $70 million between the two of them. Can you get it done with $70 million for Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown? So, the quarterback makes 45 and the receiver makes 25, or the quarterback makes 43, receiver gets 27. However you want to do it. Can you get those two done for $70 million?
Next text, with Evans getting $26 million per, I think St. Brown is definitely getting 28 plus. That's from Mike, and I tend to believe exactly what Mike wrote.
Yep.
Unnamed texter, thankfully the Lions have shown they are not going to overpay for a happy locker room or to be the nice guy, evidenced by Jamal Williams. Look, it wasn't as much money.
Nowhere near as much money.
However, it's true.
Well, there was definitely an impact because what do you have, 17 touchdowns?
They had their ceiling.
1,000 yards?
They weren't gonna go above it, and they let a popular player in that locker room. That's a great point, whoever sent it.
The only difference is I think we can all agree, I don't think we thought Jamal Williams was that type of player for the rest of his career or even the next 2 or 3 years.
No, that was a hell of a season.
Yes, and kind of an outlier. I think we all think Amon-Ra St. Brown's got a really, really good career coming up here. And so, I think everyone's got their price, of course, but with Jamal Williams, we're like, all right, we can replace him. I don't know if you can just say we could replace ASB.
Yeah, you're trying to secure a second contract for a wide receiver who, tons of tread left on the tire. Running backs, we talk all the time, have a limited number of carries before you start getting the downward trend. So it's much easier to go with a wide receiver than it is a running back. But I do appreciate the point that the texter brought up.
248-539-9797. People, a lot of reaction coming into the Larkin injury. We'll get to that coming up. Gator, I mentioned before the break, the data point used that predicted the success for Puka Nacua has identified somebody else.
Oh, okay.
So Pro Football Talk did a story. Nacua wasn't great in the traditional tests of athleticism. He recorded a 4.57 40-yard dash. But the players now have a actual computer chip that is worn during every drill. So they track data about those players that aren't your traditional, this is his 40 time, this is his cone time, whatever. So
next gen stats or something.
Exactly. Puka Nacua.
They give him a mood ring is what they do, Doug.
It's not a mood ring. Of these next gen stats, Nacua reached the fastest speed of any wide receiver during last year's gauntlet run. Now, the gauntlet run for wide receivers is the one where they run down the 50, and they catch a ball thrown from the right, catch a ball thrown from the left. And it's
do
funny.
that three or four times, and then they turn up field.
Yep. So it's amazing because that is a drill that you will never do in a game.
No.
You will never catch 4 passes during one route. That's never going to happen.
It's one of my favorite drills to watch.
Which is weird. But they do this skill, and Nakua reached the fastest speed of any wide receiver during last year's gauntlet drill at 20.06
miles per hour.
And yes, and that tipped off some teams that Nakua plays faster than he runs. This year, there's a player that went out and ran a 4.6 140, slower than Puka Nakua.
I think I know who it is.
But then in the gauntlet drill, he topped out at 20.36, faster than Nakua. So this is really going to test it even more than Nakua. Straight line speed, slower than Puka Nakua. Gauntlet drill, faster than Puka Nakua. He also had the second fastest speed of any wide receiver while running the go route, reaching 21.71 miles per hour. So again, 40 time. I mean,
40 time it's track preparation. Really?
But football playing speed,
different.
That player is Keon Coleman.
Didn't give me a chance to guess. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
See that, King?
Who do you think that player is, Gator?
Gator, yeah, let's give you the opportunity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's Keon Coleman.
Wrong.
Because I saw Keon Coleman run the 40. I'm like, oh, that doesn't bode well. And then I knew it was like a 4.6. So when you brought that up, I thought that's it. And Keon, this is one of those things where, how's the eyeball test?
Mm-hmm.
The eyeball test, Keon Coleman passes the eyeball test when you watch Florida State play.
Yep.
Without question. And then to hear this is validation of it with this one drill anyway. At least this is how they predicted that Puka Nakua was going to be great.
So here's what's interesting, is we've often all said the same thing about the 40-yard dash, or all acknowledged that straight line speed over 40 yards is kind of a useful metric, but the reality is how many times do guys run in simply a straight line for 40 yards during a game? Wide receivers, maybe every once in a while. Maybe some defensive backs when they're trying to track somebody down, and maybe running backs trying to pull away from the. But does it really measure something that's very useful?
They're not wearing pads. They're not wearing a helmet.
It just might be, here's a better way of measuring a player's future success. And I'm not surprised that Keon Coleman showed very well.
Isn't this like the definition of football speed and not football speed?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like there's different variables during a game when you're running, right? With the ball, with the pads, with people chasing you, not. In a straight line, there's only one variable. Just try to run as fast as you can, but there's nothing necessarily pushing you. It's a different mentality the track guys have. It's a very hard thing to do, don't get me wrong. Like, to be able to run, the track guys are ridiculous. That speed is, like I said, there's a different mentality to it, though. You're just running straight, trying to run fast. When you're running in a game, there's a different purpose.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they have numbers for all the receivers, if this article just happens to showcase a couple of them for comparison, but I'd be curious. I mean, Xavier Woods ran the 4.21, the fastest time ever run. Xavier Worthy, yeah, sorry. Fastest time ever run at the combine. A 4.21, wide receiver from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
It's great track speed, straight ahead. What were his numbers if those are posted or not?
It's not.
I mean, and that's the thing, is I'd be curious to see, same drill, okay, where's the football speed? I mean, you knew he was good. I mean, I've heard Xavier Worthy's name for years. You've been hearing about his name.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a productive player for sure.
Yeah. So I'm curious about that. The other receiver that I thought was going to be, that maybe had the potential to be mentioned, but the 40 time was too good for him, is Ladd McConkey from Georgia, who's just this crazy good route runner. And, oh, by the way, sub 4.40. So he can pull away once he's got the ball in his hands.
You just wonder if at some point teams don't even pay attention to the 40 and start paying attention to your.
I think that's probably the case.
248-539-9797. Lots of feedback coming in regarding the loss of Dylan Larkin for the next 2 weeks. From Ron and Warren, Larkin out again. Stevie, time to step up and find that tough guy. To me, Veleno, another Zadina, playoff odds just fell. Stevie, time to step up.
Veleno was another Zadina, is what he's saying.
Okay, gotcha.
which is not even close. Veleno's been more productive than Zadina.
Yeah.
And if you don't think Veleno has picked up his game this year, then I don't know what you're watching.
Unnamed texter, Larks is a huge loss. Got to call up Berggren ASAP. Well, they're not calling up anybody ASAP. Bill in Madison Heights, that sucks about Larkin. You almost have to get a center now. They have to make the playoffs this season.
Well, he's not done for the year. This is at least a 2-week thing?
Yep, 2 weeks.
So let's hope it's just 2 weeks. But yes, it's fortunate for the Red Wings that the trade deadline's Friday, that they're not past the trade deadline. They have an opportunity to help shore up this team a little bit, bring in another top 6 forward perhaps.
How about this one? Perfect. Now's the time Yzerman dumps Larkin and his contract, appoints Kane as captain, and insert new guy into playoff push. That's what needs to be done.
Okay.
He brings up a valid point. It's about time they insert new guy. What are we waiting for? Insert new guy. You need new guy for playoff push, right? Insert new guy? You think that's what's needed for a playoff push? New guy. Anybody new?
Yeah, look, you just dump the contract because he's unrestricted in 2031.
I mean, you're literally talking, that guy is anybody's better than Larkin. He just gave us an anybody's better than Larkin text.
Which is crazy.
Insert new guy. Hilarious. Here's another one, Alan McComb. Time to cut ties with Larkin. He doesn't have leadership qualities. When he got hurt against Ottawa, he stated he was afraid to play. You want that as your captain? The Wings will never get over the hump with Larkin aboard.
Okay, again, he's not a free agent for another 7 seasons. So what are you talking about, trading him? I wouldn't be quick to trade him. I think Dylan Larkin's a pretty good player. A really good player. Is he a superstar? He's not a superstar. And maybe that's the comparison people are holding him up to, because he's not Austin Matthews. He's not Connor McDavid. He's not a lot of players in this league. We had the story about the top 10 centers in the league, and he didn't show up on anybody's ballot for top 10 centers in the league.
Nope.
Now, he's in that next tier, I think, but he's a point-a-game guy. I think he is a leader on this team.
Are we holding it against him that he took a vicious cross-check to the head that knocked him out?
This person is.
Yeah, a couple months ago. He's knocked unconscious for a cross-check to the head. Oh, Larkin's hurt again. What are we doing? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Derek Lalone announced today that Red Wings forward Dylan Larkin will miss approximately 2 weeks with a lower body injury. Larkin departed the game last Saturday, which ended in a 4-0 loss for the Wings. The team preparing for a 4-game road swing beginning this Wednesday against the Avalanche. The Tigers back in action this afternoon against the Red Sox in Lakeland. Tarek Skubal makes his second start for Detroit, fresh out being named the team's opening day starter. AJ Hinch on why he broke the news so early. You can hear Dan Dickerson's call on the Bet 1270 beginning at 12 or 105. Michigan State basketball has their final 2 regular season games in the hardwood this week before the Big Ten tournament kicks off mid next week. Izzo spoke to the media earlier today asking for the fans' support at the Breslin Center, not only because it's senior night, but also because it's a big game against the Wildcats on Wednesday. Also a big win for the Oakland Golden Grizzlies against Detroit Mercy over the weekend as they clinched the outright Horizon League title for the first time in program history. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. DJ, you're next here on 97.1. What's up, DJ?
What up, though? Happy Monday. What's
Hey,
going on?
DJ.
Hey.
Yeah, so I just want to comment real quick on the whole 40-yard thing, dash thing. So for a long time, I was one of the caught-up guys in 40 times. And about 10 years ago, 2 buddies of mine, one of the really, really, really good friends, they both played in the NFL for like 10 years. And they used to tell me all the time, like, bro, we don't even run full speed like maybe 80% of the time because you only get 4 or 5 moments where you can really push it. You get what I'm saying? They like the 40 time is overrated because they like most of our stuff is more so quick muscles or reaction thing or knowing the play. So now my buddies texted me the other day when that kid ran the 4.22 and my first response was, but does he play fast? You get what I'm saying? From like kind of listening to my guys and watching games, and it instantly brought me to, like the best receiver to ever play the game, Jerry Rice. When y'all was just talking about that, I bet you with the ball, Jerry probably ran about a 4.31, but he only ran a 4.6 with the ball. I mean, at the combine. So I think it's overrated to me.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with that. It is about football speed, and you see wide receivers on some routes are definitely going to go full speed if they have the go route or whatever. But when it's on full display, it's fun to watch. Like, I can't get over that Seattle game a couple years ago where they threw the interception and then DK Metcalf chased down the defender from like 80 yards away. Buda Baker.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable to watch DK Metcalf. And that was track speed catching up.
That was track speed, and that may never matter again in DK Metcalf's career.
Right.
But it defines him.
Real quick, guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I was just saying it kind of defines who DK Metcalf is.
Part of playing football or any other sport, okay, you can play basketball and know how to jump high, but do you know when to jump? You may be able to hit the ball a mile in baseball, but do you know when to hit for power, when to hit for average? So in football, I think it's kind of the same thing when you press the gas. But I'll leave you two with this. I will, to your point, it is crazy to see. I'm waiting to see J-Mo just press the gas one good time. I don't think we still seen J-Mo press the gas.
Probably not.
Like, I really just want to see him blow it out one time.
I think we saw it in the NFC Championship game on that end around when he scored. I think we saw it there.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Austin next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Austin.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I heard a comment just a minute ago as I got in my car for lunch that I don't know if it was joking or not about dumping Larkin's 7-8-year contract.
It was text from. We had 2 different texts saying, and now's the time to get out. Larkin injury. Yeah, people are ready. They're done.
All right. Here's my thought, and I hope people listen to this because I'm on the Red Wings subreddit. People need to not jump to conclusions and try to push for something that doesn't need to be done. I guess you could summarize it by trusting the Iser plan, but just enjoy that in October of this year, or 23, we were ranked to be 7th in the Eastern Conference, 8th in our division. And in Ottawa and Buffalo were supposed to be ahead of us. look at what happened. There's intangibles to leadership, and Larkin's got it, and the guys rally around him. And when we were down in December, look what we did in January and February. We came back, and now we're in a playoff position, potentially, other than the last 2 games, which the hockey guy on YouTube has us ranked 6th in the league right now. Just chill, let the process play out, and trust that Edgerman's going to sign the guys he's going to sign.
So it's interesting because I think I don't focus on what Larkin isn't. I focus on what Larkin is. And he is one of their absolute best players. And is he a superstar in the National Hockey League? Probably not. But they're in a pretty good place. And I'm not in a rush to get rid of one of our best players who seems to still be improving, by the way.
Well, they literally just signed him to the new contract this year. The 8-year contract they gave him before the season began. And there's a reason that they committed to him. He is their best player because he plays both ways. He plays, he's a point-a-game guy on offense, and defensively he matches up with the other team's top center, and he does a pretty good job. He's a penalty killer. He's on the power plays, plays in every situation. The guy is... And
he's got a great value too, right?
Yeah, and he's also a leader. I mean, he leads by example.
248-539-9797. Matt writes in regarding Amon-Ra. Why do you guys give a crap about salaries? The cap is fictitious, a number that is worked around by everyone. Give St. Brown whatever he wants.
You know me, I don't really disagree with that statement.
Okay, but why is L'Jarius Sneed leaving Kansas City? Why did Tyreek Hill leave Kansas City? Why did Devontae Adams?
Mahomes makes too much money.
Why did Devontae Adams leave Green Bay?
Because they wanted to pay their quarterback, keep their quarterback.
Because you had a cap that you couldn't. You can finagle, and there's a shell game you can play for a while. And I do think the Tigers are in the early portions of that, being able to play that shell game. And so you can get away with that for a short period of time, but eventually it catches up to you. Next text. Anything under 30 for Amon-Ra would be a bargain from the beginning, in my opinion. That's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. James is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, it never fails. I call about one thing, you talk about something else.
Well, you talk about whatever you want to talk about.
All right, I call about next gen, but I want to talk about the next guy because he's going to be the next two-sport star like Bo Jackson. I remember when he played for the Lions when he was the backup quarterback. That was great, man. Great.
Next guy. Literally, my man wrote, just insert next guy.
Yeah. Right up there with Stafford will never win a Super Bowl. Anyway, the next-gen stat thing, I get what they're saying about that, but a couple things it doesn't take into consideration. A, who's throwing you the ball at the next level? It didn't hurt Puka that he had Cooper Kupp on the other side and Stafford on, as his quarterback. Also, have they taken that next-gen stat stuff and gone back in time and applied it to, like, say, Richard Sherman or Brady and say, yeah, we missed because of this. Start looking for this stuff?
Have they done that? Are you asking if they've done that?
Yeah, is that something that can be done? Can you take next-gen stats?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It can't be done with the same accuracy because, this is being done now because of the chip.
Yeah, they have computer chips in their undershirts.
Yeah, so this is a little bit different. But, I'm sure you can get an idea based on, you can just try to, look at those drills again, but you can only go back so long.
All right.
Yeah.
I just thought it'd be cool to go back and say, yeah, we missed on Daniel Bromwich because, but I figured if it was somebody like Manning or Sherman where it wasn't so far back, it'd be okay.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. It would be interesting to apply.
I feel like quarterbacks this doesn't apply to quarterbacks.
Probably not. Because maybe, what you'd find out if you put a computer chip and did it with quarterbacks, you might find out that, no, Jared Goff's pretty fast.
Well, based on the video that emerged this last week of Tom Brady running the 40 time at the age of 46 versus when he ran at the combine.
Yeah, are we buying any of that?
Here's the one thing I noticed from watching it.
Do I have a right to be skeptical?
You absolutely, because it's Brady and he's been shady his whole career, yes.
Easy, big fella.
But I would say this, in watching the two videos, I think that it's clear Tom Brady has much better form at 46 than he did at 22, without question. When you watch how herky-jerky he was and his this T-shirt. It's like,
It's almost like when he showed up at 22, someone said, and you're going to run the 40-yard dash. He was like, oh, okay.
Am I supposed to?
Like he just got out of
Yeah.
bed and they go, dude, you got to run today.
Yeah, you're going to wear this giant windsock and don't worry about how much drag you're going to have. Go ahead and do it.
And now he's got 20 years of, elite training and nutrition and knows the technique, like you're saying about all that. So, yeah, I don't know if I believe everything on the internet either, but it's cool to see that he's at least in similar speed.
He's coming back, He's going to play.
You don't believe everything on the internet.
This is true. Well, I'm very skeptical.
The gatekeeper in Kang that literally shoots down 9 out of 10 topics that we come up with in pre-show.
Dude, you just can't believe it, man, anymore. It's unfortunate, but
97-1 the ticket.
Hey, the great folks over at Natural Way want to make sure that you have a beautiful, beautiful, lush lawn this year. So you got to take care of things right now. Do the right thing and call them at 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, you purchase the full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name. And you want to save some green, you can do so when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and you get the early bird discount. And the offer that they have right now for the complete season is absolutely fantastic. I mentioned the free grub control. You're going to want that. You're going to want to control crabgrass this summer because by the time you see it, it's too late. You got to get that application. The first one is the most important. It's not too late. You want to fix the problem. It's so much easier to prevent one than it is to fix it later on in the year. You're just going to be upset with that. So schedule early. Call them right now. This is a company that's been locally owned for over 30 years, a company I've trusted for almost a dozen years now. Again, they offer the pest control services and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Busy day, lots to react to over the weekend. Let's get right back to your phone calls. Got a trade rumor out there that we might be involved with? Might be. Maybe connect some dots. Is Detroit involved? We'll get to that today at 1:21. Stick with us. Len is in Chesterfield, and he is next. Hi, Len.
Hey, guys. I was just wondering, I hope that Holmes doesn't have a bargain basement mentality. We're now top 5, not bottom 5. So I'm starting to wonder, did he negotiate contracts while he was out at L.A. and also free agency signings? Because so far he hasn't made an impact signing and he hasn't done too well in free agency.
Well, they have a salary cap, and they've kind of been pretty much up to it. I guess this past year they had several million below the cap, but they've got a cap to work with, and I imagine they're going to push the cap.
So I'm not sure, Len. Is the crux of your point that you don't think that they will spend, or you just don't think Holmes has done as good a job in free agency and trades?
Yeah, well, it's a kind of a combination. His signings are kind of middle of the road players, as I say, like the Anzalone, but also I'll always wonder, he drafted Jameson, Williams, with a major injury, and Hooker, and Jameson. I'll always wonder if he would have drafted an impact player like Laporte or Gibbs. Jameson we didn't use him basically for a whole year.
Wow.
Hooker, likewise. And even Pascal was a second rounder. I mean, he's hit home runs, believe me, but I'm fearful that he's always looking for a deal. And when you get players like Goff or St. Brown, man, you just lock them up, show them the love.
I don't think your fears are warranted. I think I'm not worried about how Brad Holmes is going to operate and that he's working too hard to find a deal.
I think Jameson Williams has tremendous upside. I think Hendon Hooker has tremendous upside. I think Josh Pascal, you're starting to see what they liked in him. Yeah, I mean, you take chances on guys that are, and they're going to hurt. They're hurt. They're not going to pay off right away. You know this. You knew that going in with Hooker and Jameson Williams for sure. What held Jameson Williams back this past year was the 4-game suspension starting the year, and also he had the hammy to start the year. And look, it's not like he had this phenomenal year last year. He didn't. But you see the flashes, and you can't wait. And they still made it to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, I don't think your fears are warranted, Len. I'm pretty comfortable with them not always looking for bargain basement. Now, what they may tell you and what they actually have publicly said, it's not that they may tell you, they publicly have said that they value depth, that they really, really want depth. So you can conclude from that they are looking for maybe not the top tier free agent, but they're looking for the free agent that will make them a better football team because it'll give them more good players at a position. That might be the conclusion that you can draw safely. All right, Gator. So this is just tweeted out by the real Pierre LeBrun.
Okay.
Yep. At this hour, he tweets, the sense is the Penguins, after that road trip, have a very clear sense of what needs to be done before Friday's deadline. The road trip was an 0-3 road trip. And charting a course accordingly, exploring all options with view to bolster the club for the future. Hearing there's 6+ legit suitors for Getzel, Vegas and Vancouver among them. So there's 4 other teams. Jake Getzel, 29-year-old, point-a-game guy. And Gator, he's hurt. He's back skating, but he's been hurt. Could he be a target for the Red Wings?
Yeah, he could be. Like I said, point-a-game guy. Jake Getzel is he's been very good. He's a plus player this year, +9. So you can respect that part of it. 29 years old. I don't know what his contract status is. I think is he a free agent at the end of this year?
I think he is, but one moment, please.
Be a rental. So what's it going to cost you to rent him? I don't know. He spent his whole career with Pittsburgh. I like his offensive output. He's a guy who scored 40 goals in the league a couple of times, and again, he's not 30 yet. So if you can get him, great. But it's going to cost you. I mean, is this somebody that cost you a first-round pick?
I don't know. I don't know what the market is for a rental player who's a damn good rental player.
Does it cost you a second-round pick? Does it cost you? Yeah, I imagine Pittsburgh is going to want something in return other than just a draft pick. But the Red Wings are an organization that's pretty deep.
Yep.
And they have resources. This is where I'm interested in what Steve Yzerman's going to do this year. Is he going to start moving around? Okay. Are we going to wait till the offseason before he does that? I keep waiting for this big trade move, and he did one last year with DeBrincat, right? And then they went out and they acquired Kane. So 2 huge additions to the team. Can Jake Gensel be part of it? He can be, but what price is it going to take?
He's got a 12-team no trade list. I'm wondering if that's if we can figure out who's on that list. I don't think we can, but I would be intrigued if Detroit has gotten to a place where they don't have players that don't want to be a part of this organization. I mean, I'd be surprised, right? If he's going to be traded, I'm going to assume he wants to go to a playoff contender. Am I wrong?
No, I think that's safe to assume. Free agent at the end of the year, making $6 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
When you've spent your career playing with a winning organization, I think you want to stay playing for winning organizations. He's made a decent amount of money in his career. Would he want to come to Detroit? I would think so. Sees Detroit as an up-and-coming team that's going to make the playoffs, more importantly. And it's a rental. If he doesn't like it, he's a free agent at the end of the year. He can go wherever he wants.
There is a report out there that Vancouver is on his no-trade list, and Vancouver's one of the 6 teams that are going after him. So, I mean, a player can always change their mind on who's on the no-trade list, but if players are being targeted, it could be.
I can't think of a single time where a player in Detroit may have held things up when they had a trade. I just think of baseball last year.
I know. Yep. Yeah, that was pretty frustrating.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yep.
Have a deal done with the Dodgers. You ready to go? Yeah, I got to talk to you guys about something. It's not going to happen. Dude, we have like an hour left. I know, it's not going to happen. I can't go.
248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, the big news today with the Red Wings, unfortunately, is that Dylan Larkin is out 2 weeks with a lower body injury. It sparked some feedback, as apparently some fans think now is a perfect time to unload Dylan Larkin. Okay. Disagree, but next text regarding Amon-Ra St. Brown. Anything under 30 for St. Brown would be a bargain from the beginning, in my opinion. Then from A2 and Tecumseh. My prediction is St. Brown for $25 million and Goff for $45 million. These guys are good dudes. They have a point to prove in Detroit. I would take both those contracts and feel like they did a nice job of getting those guys to agree to an amount that allows some flexibility with other players moving forward. I wouldn't mind 25 for Amon-Ra and 45 for Goff.
That'd be fantastic if he can get that done with that. I'm not sure if that gets it done, but how much more is it going to take to get it done?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. We just don't know. I feel like there is more wiggle room with Goff than there would be with St. Brown, because St. Brown's at the beginning of his career. He's playing at an elite level. Without question, he's a top 10 receiver in the league. He's coming off an unbelievable season. Jared Goff has been very steady for the Lions over the last 2.5 seasons, for sure. But when you're talking about getting paid in the 40s, not a whole lot of difference between 43 and 45 million or 45 and 48 million, right?
Yep.
So then it becomes, I know Jared Goff said, hey, it's not up to me. But he also acknowledged that, okay, it's a little bit up to him, but it's a negotiation with his agent. At some point, the player is the one that has the ultimate say so, and he could eventually step in and say, all right, look, let's just get it done. I want to be here. They're offering a fair contract. Let's do this. This way we get to keep these guys together, and we're going to continue to make runs at the Super Bowl.
You guys know me. I'm not a hometown discount guy. I don't believe in that. I don't think they have to negotiate their contract with their teammates in mind. But with that being said, I think just the personality traits of Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't think they're like, I want the world or else, type of guys. I do think that they know within reason of what's going to make them happy. Like I said, I don't think they necessarily take this quote-unquote hometown discount, but I don't think they're like Tyreek Hill where it's like, hey, I got to be the highest paid or I'm walking type of guys. I think both sides will get this done, and I think it's going to work out well for everybody.
It would seem so out of character for Amon-Ra or Goff to make the demand to be the highest paid player in the league.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like they're not going to get underpaid, but
248-539-9797. Gator, I cracked up last night. Somebody was sitting around the crib on a Sunday night and decided they wanted to fire off a tweet directly to me.
Oh.
Yep, we'll read it coming up today at 1:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Javi Baez accidentally swung and hit a pitch and knocked in a run.
Would you like to turn the volume down?
Oh, is it still on? Oh, they can't hear it. I'm hitting the button.
It's still going.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the remote's not working.
There we
go.
There you
All
go.
right, good.
Ish. It's still there.
Javi Baez with an RBI single. So he's got his first hit of the spring. We called him out earlier.
No, that was not a hit. It was a sac fly. He lined it.
Oh, did that get caught?
Oh yeah, he hit it.
My bad.
Smoked it, but it was right at the left field.
My bad. I thought that dropped. I don't have a great angle at the TV. I should have been looking at the one behind you instead of the one on the wall. That was right over the one showing that same commercial that I always complain about.
You got to stop that.
I know.
I don't know what's going on with you.
Somebody pointed out that the Wendy's Bag Boys commercial is on all the time.
That's terrible.
I mean, come on. What these commercials? They're right. Just same thing over and over and over.
What, you don't like the Bag Boys?
No, I don't.
Bag Boys. No.
No.
You know, they're playing off another song.
The one guy is way too cocky.
Which one?
The younger looking guy.
Uh-huh. The skinny kid?
Yeah, he's too cocky. Dude, you're working at Wendy's, all right?
Yeah, dude, he's happy about what he's doing, man.
Well, it's a job.
Yeah.
Plus with the surge
Yeah,
pricing.
it's a job. I agree it's a job. But stop with the cockiness.
Hey, man, he takes pride in his job.
He's got the world by the short hairs. Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
By the way, the Tigers have traded Andre Lipsius to the Dodgers. And Gator, you know what they're getting back?
Cash considerations?
They are getting back cash considerations, baby.
Now, Andre Lipsius is a career minor leaguer.
Showed some promise.
Yeah, infielder.
The funny thing is I've always expected Andre Lipsius to, eventually get here. And
was he 34 years old? No, he's not that old. But he feels like it's one of these quintessential 4A players.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm okay.
Yep. He ended up getting 35 at-bats last year, 10 hits, did hit a bomb, had a decent on-base percentage at the minor league level, but Andre Lipsius' time in Detroit is done. And they keep bottom of the rostering, like that 40-man roster, designating, signing a player, designating somebody for assignment, hoping they're going to get through waivers and then put them in the minors. But there's sort of a replenishing of the organization being done by Scott Harris that way. So take it for what it's worth. Tigers leading Boston 1-0 right now. 248-539-9797.
Before we're talking about the trade rumors with Jake Gensel with Pittsburgh, and mentioned that the Red Wings now are without Dylan Larkin for the next couple weeks of a lower body injury, and wondering what the price might be, what Pittsburgh's looking for. And according to Elliot Friedman, he said this on Sportsnet's Hockey Night in America. He said Pittsburgh prefers prospects to picks. Said, quote, "From what I understand, Pittsburgh has told teams they're more interested in two prospects as opposed to a prospect and a first rounder." So how does that change what the Red Wings would do? I mean, a prospect for a rental? Is this a player that you can sign longer term? He's 20. He'll be 20. He's 29 right now, so you can start that. He's
I kind of trust that Yzerman's not going to do anything overpay. So I'm okay if he moves on from a prospect to be somebody that they know and they're comfortable with moving on from.
He's basically been a point-a-game guy in his career, 466 points in 503 games.
Mm-hmm. Now, the question is he going to show that he's healthy before the trade deadline?
No, he's not, because he's not even eligible to return until after the trade
pending
deadline.
Physical? Is that what this is?
Yeah, I
pending
think
physical.
It's a story I saw said a couple days after.
Pierre LeBrun saying the Penguins are prepared to move on. They have 6 potential suitors for Jake Gensel. All right. So, I mentioned this last night. I'm actually just kind of sitting around, chilling out, blah, blah, blah. And I open up Twitter and I look at our mentions. And last night somebody felt they needed to fire this off.
Okay.
Zachariah tweets, "Doug, you got to get off this Jared Goff stuff. Is he serviceable? Hell yeah. But when the Super Bowl berth is on the line, we need the guy who's going to push us over the top. The team knows that, and that's why they're not going to hand this dude a contract till they see Hendon in action. And I'm thinking Sunday night, my man just had to make that point to me. What triggered it? What triggered a weekend tweet to me? Was he mulling it over?
Was he watching the combine on Saturday when they had the quarterbacks?
And I'm trying to turn over a new leaf and not get triggered by the Hendon Hooker stuff, because I don't want Hendon Hooker to move into that territory where I'm actually starting to root against the guy, because so many people think that he should be getting a look before the Lions sign the quarterback that's taken him to unprecedented heights in our lifetime.
This is not a triggering tweet, okay? Because he said it's not. He didn't say they have to have Hooker. What he said is they're not going to do anything until they know what they have with Hooker. So with regards to Jared Goff, he's signed for a whole other year.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got this whole offseason to evaluate Hendon Hooker. You've got the exhibition season. You have the regular season, see what happens. You don't have to sign Jared Goff just yet. You can, roll the dice and wait if you want to. If you don't want to sign him, but you don't want to sign him to an extension at the end of the year, but you do want to give him another year, you can, put the franchise tag on him. There's still a couple more outs with this contract. I still think they're going to get a contract done, but I'm just saying from his standpoint, the tweeter's standpoint, he thinks that they're going to wait and see.
So I would just say this. First, let me start with odds are against Hendon Hooker having a more decorated and better career than Jared Goff. And I think that would apply to any injured quarterback that dropped to the third round, that the odds would be against them going on to have a career that surpassed Jared Goff's career. And secondly, if I am to believe everything that Campbell and Holmes have publicly said about Hendon Hooker, I am also to believe that they have only seen him take like a half dozen to a dozen snaps in 11-on-11 competition in practice, which is so far away from having any clue as to what this guy is capable of that I cannot imagine that it even enters their mind that Hendon Hooker plays a role in what they do with Goff.
But is it unfair to deduce from the fact that they haven't signed Jared Goff yet because of what they have said publicly and what they haven't said publicly about Jared Goff? Is it fair to deduce that maybe they do want to wait until they know what they have because they haven't seen enough out of Hendon Hooker?
Is it unfair to deduce that? Well, if you're comfortable deducing something that would be foolish.
Well, but they haven't seen anything. They haven't seen it. And the mini camps will happen right after the draft, right? We got mini camps in May. That's kind of your first, maybe not real evaluation, but it's an opportunity where you'll see Hendon Hooker take snaps with players that he really hasn't taken snaps with before. Is it possible?
I look forward to that.
Okay.
But
do you think that Goff will be signed by that point?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if he's signed by that point, then it's moot. But if he isn't, does it at all tell you something? There might be something going on with Goff. We've kind of talked about it, that it's been all quiet on the Western Front, which is really strange considering there's been movement elsewhere with this team, but nothing yet on Goff. And I'm just curious as to why.
My only issue with that midnight tweet you got or whatever it was this weekend was until the Lions know what they have in Hendon Hooker. How will you ever know what you have in Hendon Hooker unless he plays? I don't see a scenario, knock on wood, other than injury, of course, because Goff is coming back next year, whether it's with an extension or just on the final year of his deal.
Yep.
How are you going to know what you have in Hendon Hooker? You're not going to know.
You can't know unless you throw him into an actual game, and it's because it would be because of that.
Because I don't care what practice and preseason, you can say, "Oh, the guy's progressing, it looks good, looks better," but you're not going to know.
You're right. You're right.
No, maybe he just lights it up in the mini camp. Maybe he lights it up in training camp. Maybe when you get to the exhibition season with the 3 games in exhibition season and the workouts you have against the other teams that come in for the what do they call them? The when you bring other teams in, not
the dual practices.
Yeah, whatever. That maybe he shows up there and to the point where now we got to see him in the exhibition game, and you put him with the ones.
Kang's right. Even if he plays a little bit this year, we're not going to know if he's worth building around. The only way we're going to know that is if Hooker plays 17 games and looks phenomenal. Okay. I handled this well, didn't I? For me?
Okay, all right.
For me, Kang, I handled this well, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Make sure there's no K Jewelers commercial. Duck for cover.
Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money, wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. We did the quick escape to get up north for what might be the last ski of the season.
Yeah.
Yep. Boyne Highlands has a new 6-person high-speed chair with heated seats, but it was kind of warm out, so you didn't need the coat. My youngest son went sweatshirt only, and didn't see anybody. The jersey, that was the big thing for a while, is ski with a jersey on.
Mm-hmm.
The hockey sweater in particular was very popular.
Got a couple of hockey hoodies that work.
Hockey hoodies would work, yeah. But got one last ski in. We might be looking at something in a couple weeks. I'm not ready to say goodbye to winter yet, just because I haven't gotten out as much as I'd like to. But as you point out, it doesn't have to snow down here for me to go up north and ski.
That's true.
Yep.
Does this mark? Was there any attempt at the half pipe?
No, there was no half pipe.
Have you given up on that dream?
I haven't. The thing is, I probably should, but this is what I'm hanging on to. Like, I think, Gator, when I retire and can put more time and really dedicate myself and also do more serious damage if I screw up, like permanent damage. So there's a positive and there's a negative. And I have said one of the goals is to get out of the half pipe into the air, turn, and land back in the half pipe. I don't have to have like that meter on the side that says, "Ooh, you made it 12 meters out of the." You just
need to be able to.
I just want to get out and clear the skis out of the half pipe, turn and land it. And it's probably an improbable goal. But I'm going to hang on to that. That's the dream, my friend. That's the dream. I've gone up the side of the half pipe and had the front of the skis kind of poke out a little bit as I'm turning my way back down because I'm scared. I got to commit. Just commit and go.
A commitment, Doug.
Yep. And right now, I don't have the commitment or the conviction or the know-how. That's the problem. The
no know-how?
I don't know how to do it. But I want to try. And that, by the way, it's funny because you just watch it. You don't like it's straight up, man. It is straight up, and it is scary. But when you just watch it, those guys make it look so easy. But it's not. It's not.
Don't give up, Doug.
Don't ever give up.
No, you know what? So I just said, when I retire, I better retire soon. Because I got to be able to put in reps. Just need reps, right? Big news today in Detroit sports. Unfortunately, Dylan Larkin out 2 weeks with a lower body injury. Do we have any idea when it happened?
Did he leave the game late?
Yeah.
But you know
the Birchie kid, and here's what he said. He went down the tunnel after that scrum mid-third, so I assume it happened then, or at least ended his day. Yeah, first of all, to have a hockey player sit out, it's probably significant. But you don't want to see. You don't want to see this. Not in this critical stretch of games. Gator, let me just bring up one thing here, okay?
Okay.
Because we talk about all scenarios. When's the trade deadline? Is it a week? Is it Friday?
The NHL, it's Friday.
Friday. They've lost 2 in a row. They've only got one game between now and the trade deadline. I guess that's a moot point. They're not
going to play Friday night, which will be after the trade deadline.
Yeah, they're not going to sell because they lose to Colorado.
No, not particularly with the schedule lightening up considerably for the last 18 games.
Can the Colorado game make a difference if they beat Colorado? You think it makes it more likely they buy, or is it just is their fate already cast?
I think. Well, I don't know. I think what changes it in the favor for the likelihood for them to buy is that Dylan Larkin's out for the next couple weeks.
Yeah,
I think that's what changes the likelihood.
It could. It definitely could. Well, I am very, very intrigued to see what Steve Yzerman decides to do. We're just days away from that. God, that's crazy. So trade deadline Friday, NFL free agency Monday. We are entering into an exciting period. It's also exciting to have this guy back in studio.
What's up, boys?
Hey, it's Mike Stone.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Good weekend.
Get your Masters gear going.
Got my Masters gear going. It's almost golf season. A lot of people were playing hard this weekend. I didn't, but
look at Stoney's got the sunglasses going. You got the.
I still had them on. Wow.
Oh, wow, Terminator.
I have to go to the eye doctor on Wednesday. My eye, for some reason, shuts out of nowhere sometimes. So.
It's called sleep, Stone.
You have to figure it out.
They call it shut-eye for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
You been good? Good weekend?
Yes, not too shabby.
What was the most exciting thing that happened to you?
Most exciting thing that happened the weekend?
Mm-hmm.
I went to a really good restaurant. That was pretty good.
Where'd you go?
Saturday night, Arroyo on Orchard Lake Road. There's been like the fifth restaurant there since Big Daddy. Since like
I was going to say, where
yes.
so on the east side of the road there.
Yes. Very good Italian place.
Cool.
Arroyo. Okay, I'm going to keep that in mind. Look, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of
Good.
food, so
You should be.
that's good to know.
Yes.
Always looking for good Italian place.
Almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to eat every day.
Yes.
Several times.
Rico Beard has also made his way in studio. What highlighted your weekend, my friend?
Okay. Not used to sitting over here, so everything is different.
Yeah. You handled it quite well.
Thank you.
Yep.
This weekend,
Yep.
like hand washed my truck for the first time.
Did you really?
Hand wash. Look at you.
Putting in the effort.
Well, it's you're not going to do it in the middle of winter, but it was nice yesterday. So
Good for you.
The highlight should have been going to the Red Wings game, which I did go. It was a lot of
So
it was good.
What did you make? Like 4-0 scoreboard. They got down 2-0, and that game was over.
I think, and they had chances. I mean, Kane looked off all game, and even the breakaway. I don't know why he didn't shoot and try to do the fancy 5-hole play. But I think it was just very, very obvious to me the difference between a playoff contender and a Stanley Cup championship contender. It was that simple. They are really freaking good, and the Wings are good. But there's a big difference.
Well, I mean, one team can knock you off your game plan, and they have it not only because of their physicality and their talent, but mentally.
Yeah, and their goalie is really good.
And the goalie is, I mean, when you feel like you have a 2-goal lead, it's done.
Yes, exactly.
Did the Red Wings get down 2-0 and say, all right, we're not going to get punked and start getting physical?
A little bit. They took some stupid penalties, but that's what they do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, we'll see.
How much Combine did you watch? I watched a little.
I had it on. It was like I call video wallpaper. I'm not sitting down, but if there's nothing else on, I flip on the Combine and leave.
I wanted to see my kid from West Bloomfield, Javon Foster, out of Missouri, and he did. I forget his time in the 40, which is so stupid for offensive and defensive linemen.
Sure is.
Who even cares?
But
they didn't show him in any of the other drills.
It adds to their RAS score if they do well. So people get excited about that. I ended up, I was out Friday night at the Tin Roof in Detroit, and I saw they had the TVs on it there, so happened to catch that while the band was playing. Kind of rubbernecking all around, watching what was going on, and then saw a lot of it on Saturday too.
I did not realize the Tin Roof is like a franchise. I saw one in Delray when I was down there.
I think they have one up in up by like M59 on that direction.
And then, by the way, the other thing I had to do this weekend after reading Twitter and listening, I didn't listen that much, but I have to make my reservations for, 8-10 years from now for when Matt Chapman is inducted into the Hall of Fame. My Lord. I got some numbers that will stagger you about Matt Chapman.
Did you see Evan Petzold's story about why not J.D. Martinez?
I agree with that. What that does, I'd rather have J.D. Martinez than Matt Chapman.
I'm glad they're not taking either of them. I'd go after Blake Snell, but
absolutely.
All right,
do something.
Yeah, I assume you'll talk a little bit of Tigers. What else?
A little bit of Tigers, a little bit of Combine, and I got a question after watching the Combine that I'm just going to throw out to the listeners to help me, because I got a blind test at player A versus player B. Tell me, which would you take?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, a tough weekend for the Red Wings carried into this week as it was announced that Dylan Larkin will miss approximately 2 weeks with a lower body injury. Larkin departed the game late Saturday, which ended in a 4-0 loss to the Panthers. The team preparing for a 4-game road swing beginning this Wednesday against the Avalanche. Big Ten play resumes Wednesday for Michigan State as they host Northwestern. Tom Izzo spoke to the media earlier this afternoon and was asking for the fans' support at the Breslin Center, not only because it's senior night, but also a big game against the Wildcats on Wednesday. Trey Townsend has been named the Horizon League Player of the Year. The Oakland University star is averaging 16 points and 8 rebounds this season. After escaping a near upset by the 1-win Detroit Mercy Titans, the Golden Grizzlies also clinched the outright title for the first time in program history, which gives them a bye in the first round. Tarek Skubal makes his second start of the spring this afternoon as the Tigers host the Red Sox. Final line was 3 innings, just 1 hit, and 6 strikeouts. You can hear the rest of the game on the Bet 1270 with Dan Dickerson. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Interesting.
Yes, very interesting.
Not one of Roberto's better songs. But it's Monday. Stoney's still here.
Yes.
You're listening to the Valenti Serial with Rico. Mike still off. Stoney sitting in for Mike. He'll be back. Mike will be back. Stoney, let's get it back. It's 2 mics. Stoney will be back tomorrow as well.
And then Friday when you are actually off, even though you forgot that you were off.
Right. You'll be here.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be the Mike and Mike show.
Mm-hmm.
So, going to throw a little bit of a curveball.
Okay.
NFL Combine yesterday.
I watched
all
a little,
weekend.
I watched a little bit of it.
We saw a little bit of it on Friday. So I do want to ask Lions fans out there a question for those who watched. Because there was some highlights, some very notable moments. I mean, my goodness. Xavier Worthy, shoes are still smoking as he ran a 4.21. Like, wow. On his second run, not the first one.
I know.
Because normally your first run's your best run. He went back, said, I wanted to do it again. You watch the quarterback drills. You're out there. You're watching Penix. You're watching JJ. You're watching the big fellas, doing moving around, doing the offensive line, defensive line drills. So my question is this for Lions fans out there, for those who watched the Combine, who'd you fall in love with? Because you did. I know you did. It was somebody that you're saying, wow, I wish he was there for the Lions. Who is the guy that if you were Brad Holmes, you would actually think about trading up to get? 248-539-9797. Who is the guy, after watching the Combine, that you're like so infatuated with, you're hoping Brad Holmes makes that move? Brad Holmes saw what you saw. Brad Holmes saw that person and said, we got to get this guy here. He's going to look great in Honolulu blue and silver. Who is that guy? Stoney, I'm normally not reserved to fall in love with a guy because Brad Holmes breaks your heart because he never takes the one that you want.
I know. We both wanted Jalen Carter.
Right.
That worked out pretty well so far.
It has. But I'm going to go back to defense. I'm going to go to a position that I think that the Lions need. And I'm going to go to a player who played roughly about, 40, 50 miles away from Detroit. I'm going to go with Quentin Mitchell.
Oh.
Cornerback.
He's your Sauce Gardner. There's no
Toledo.
doubt.
Right.
There's no doubt.
You missed out on Sauce.
Yeah.
He went out there. He ran a 4.33 40. I mean, this guy, I think, presented himself to come off as cornerback number 1. He'll be the first one taken in the draft. You're probably going to have to move up. Now, the good news is a lot of quarterbacks are going to get taken first. A lot of receivers are going to get taken. So I don't think you got to move up as much to get him, but it would require you to go up there. I mean, the funny thing was, and I know, their careers could be different, but they did the comparison with him and Sauce Gardner running that 40.
Right.
And he beat Sauce Gardner. It's like, this may be your chance to go out there and get a cornerback, a lockdown. No, I know. The last time when Sauce Gardner was there, you didn't want to do that because of the last corner you took so high, and it didn't work out.
Well, they also took Aiden there, too. So.
No. I know, but
Right.
it was like just saying Sauce Gardner's name was like, oh, you can't.
Right, yeah, right, because of Okudah.
Jeff Okudah. And
Yeah.
there was no chance. But now that I think you're better, it's a position of need. You don't have to worry about trading with anybody, going out and trying to get somebody in free agency. You can lock up your own guy and have him for the next 5 years. So that was my guy. Watching the combine, I'm like, man, Quentin Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo, he's got everything that you need. He's got everything, if you're Lions fans, that you want out there. He's cute. He's cornerback 1. CB1, head and shoulders. That was my guy. 248-539-9797. Was there a person that you saw and you're like, in your world, man, I wish Brad Holmes would move up, take this guy, because this guy could be the piece for the Lions?
There were two guys I really liked, but they wouldn't be guys that would be really impactful this year because of the position they play and who's already on the team. I kind of fell in love with a Beaver. Fuaga of Oregon State. But they really don't need an offensive tackle right now. They will down the road with Taylor Decker, though. You put Fuaga and Sewell, that's a decade. And I watched some highlights of him, too. He's a mauler.
Does Decker have one more year on this contract?
Yes.
Yes. Okay?
Okay.
It can work out.
Yeah,
It really could.
It could work out.
He could drop, or they wouldn't have to pick that high. The other one is also an offensive lineman. And they wouldn't have to trade up that far. And it's a position of need because of Jonah Jackson will probably be let go. And you'll keep Glasgow, but that's all a short-term thing. And that's the kid from the other part of the state of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. Guard, can play a little center, versatile. Who knows with Ragnow? I mean, I know the center from West Virginia, everybody loved Frazier. I mean, he broke his leg, and then 3 months later, he's out in the combine. That would be awesome, but I wouldn't take a center in the first round when you already have Ragnow, even though he has his injury concerns. But those two offensive linemen, I love them.
But see, I'm looking at the Oregon State right tackle for the same reason why, if you took a center, both guys, if they come, Ragnow comes back, you're probably going to get another year out of him.
Right.
Decker, contract's up.
Yeah.
And maybe you just move on and you go younger, controllable, because that way you can sign some of your players that are due right now. Stoney, I'm not mad at it. You went with the sensible picks.
Yeah.
You went with the linemen. Linemen are not sexy. There's not a lot of sizzle with them.
Right. I mean, look, maybe it's not being realistic as far as going from 29 to 8 or 7 or, top 10 to get Verse, because he looked really damn good too. And so did the other kid from Florida State, the transfer from Western Michigan.
Braden Fisk.
Yes.
Braden Fisk.
Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
You may be able to actually get him without moving up.
Well, then
he may slide down. Now, he went there, and, Combine was very helpful for him.
Yeah.
Like him and like some people who just went out there and did like some phenomenal things. You may be able to get him. Okay, you could pair him with Aiden Hutchinson, and I think you got Aiden a playmate. Because that's always been my other big thing, that you got to get somebody on the other side.
Right.
But I think cornerback is just a glaring need for this team. So 248-539-9797. Was there somebody you saw this weekend you fell in love with? And you're like, man, this kid would look good playing for the Lions. You hope that Brad Holmes saw exactly what you saw, and he's going to end up becoming a Lion with that first pick.
Well, the other thing on Mitchell is, Brad Holmes, he won't take a cornerback there.
Until he does.
Yeah, and until he would have if Seattle didn't take Weatherspoon last year.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody pretty much acknowledges the fact that if Seattle would have gone a different direction, the Lions would have taken Weatherspoon, and that would have been a really damn good pick.
And the funny thing is I think that now Lions fans are finally over Jeff Okuda-itis.
Yeah, yes, they are.
Okay, because you won some playoff games. I think Jeff Okuda is now flushed out of the system that it's okay to go get a corner high in the draft. You don't have to worry about, well, what if this guy's a bust? Because Witherspoon turned out to be pretty good, and Holmes knew what he was doing. He just wasn't available.
Right. The reason why I think we're over Jeff Okuda-itis is because the person who inflicted that disease, it doesn't work here anymore.
He doesn't, but it's still, man. Fans were gunshot. It's like,
I know.
You know what, Stoney? I don't know what it is about Detroit people. It was like trades for the longest. If you traded away a prospect, how many times you had to hear about John Smoltz if you were the Tigers? But they got rid of Smoltz, dude.
Yeah.
You weren't alive when they made that trade.
Right. And who knows if John Smoltz would have been that good here.
Right. But it's same when it comes to a cornerback that I think a lot of people are just so, oh my goodness, you can't take a corner. Jeff Okuda sucked, blah, blah. I look at that. I'm like, man, you got to go out there. You can get this guy. Quentin Mitchell from Toledo could be your number one corner. You can move Sutton over. You can do whatever you want in free agency. But I think you're going to have your lockdown guy for at least the next 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
And you may have to move up to get him, but I think it's worth the move.
Well, here's the other thing. Not that they would get him anyway. Would you rather do that and give up some draft capital to move up, or not do that and spend a boatload of money on Snead?
See, I would just move up and get your own guy. That's just me. I know. 248-539-9797. Who's the guy you fell in love with? Who's the guy that you want to see the Lions go make that move for? You watched the Combine all weekend. Who did you walk away most impressed with? We will get what David and Kenny thinks and what you think next. 97.1. NFL Combine now in the books. Next up is going to be free agency and then the draft right here in Detroit. But after watching this weekend, was there a person that you saw that you're just like, yep, I need to see him here in Detroit? Wasn't that, I wasn't sold on him, but after seeing what he ran or what he did and the drills and things like that, the next thing you know, you're just praying that he's either going to be there at pick 29 or maybe Brad Holmes just moves up to get that guy. I told you mine is Quentin Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo. I think he's going to be the top corner, the best corner of this draft class. I think he's going to be a straight-up CB1, whatever team he goes to, a lockdown corner, something that's desperately needed here in Detroit, especially playing in a division with a lot of great wide receivers. You're going to need somebody who can go out there and hold their own. So I asked the question, who is it that you saw that you want to see? David, Kenny?
So I was hesitant at first, but I like draft. Exactly, except this is a white kid. Braden Fisk is who I like. I like the idea of getting D-line and drafting D-line before. I like the idea of going corner. I feel like they're just a little bit easier to scout, a lot better of a return you're going to get. With corner, it feels like more of a risk. So I'm a Braden Fisk guy. 6'5", 300 pounds. Had a pretty nice 40 time for that.
Now, I think Kenny, the thing is, I think he's going to be the surprise person in the first round that I didn't see him as a first rounder, but late in the draft, you could probably get him. I'm not mad if they do. Lord knows I've been preaching. Stoney, I want somebody on the D-line. I don't want an offensive player with that first pick because you got enough.
Unless it's an offensive lineman. Because I love Fuaga from Oregon State. Because you're going to lose Decker probably in a year or two. And you bookend this kid with Sewell, and you're set for a decade.
But you know what? I guess I'm looking at next year. I'm not really looking 2 years down the line. I'm looking at, because I know a lot of Lions fans don't believe me. Your window's open now. Okay?
Oh, I know.
It's good to plan like you are doing, but you got to go all in. You got to push the chips in all for next season because you don't know how long this ride is going to last. 248-539-9797. David, who'd you like?
By the way, the Lions have done that before. For some reason, I'm having a brain lapse, but the Iowa tackle they drafted years ago when they're playing for the Vikings later on, they drafted him.
Riley Reef.
Yes, they basically used him as their sixth offensive lineman and brought him in for the large package offensive plays. But as you know, the Combine is what I do. I sit down, I take notes, I watch everything. So did
you DVR Sunday morning when you were at church?
I did.
Okay.
I did. So let me give you a couple names that I have. You all mentioned a few of them. Braden Fisk, outstanding combine for him. Jared Verse was amazing as well. Quinyon Mitchell, that would probably be the guy for me, but there's another one that kind of solidified himself with me because he was going to be a top corner going into the college football season, kind of fell back a little bit because Clemson fell back.
Oh, yeah.
But it's Nate Wiggins.
Yeah.
Nate Wiggins for sure. He ran a 4.28, and he's 6'1". I'm a fan of bigger corners, taller corners. So him running a 4.28 still tells me, okay, you know what, you can be tall, you can still have that speed, have that arm length. And I really love what I saw from Nate Wiggins in the combine. That would probably be the guy, just to kind of give a different name from your Mitchell, because I really like Mitchell, but a different corner to think about for Lions fans would be Nate Wiggins.
I like Wiggins too, but for either Mitchell or Wiggins, you're going to have to move up. It was a time that back when people thought that Kool-Aid McKinstry was good, he lost money. He was one of those that.
Oh, the injury, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
too.
but I mean, it is. Yeah, he already was questionable.
You know who else I lost money because he wasn't as good as people thought was Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, but coming off of the injury, I'm okay with that because I that's one where I saw what he could do when he's completely healthy.
Yeah,
he's a game changer that was stuck in Iowa, and had he played on any other team, he would be a top pick, but he played on a team that averaged about 16 points a game.
Look, we know like the Holmes thing with the cornerback, if he would fall to 29 without trading up, I'd love if they could take Rakestraw from Missouri, but will he be there? And look,
But here's the thing, Stoney, because you always hear, oh, this guy's moving up. Well, if somebody moves up, that means somebody has to move down.
Right. Well, who is the people that are moving people up and down? People who do mock drafts. We have no clue.
Right.
That's the one thing Holmes has always said, and I agree with him. If you like a guy, you get the guy, okay? Whether you have to trade up or not. And I don't know how many he'll say, he'll probably won't tell us now, how many first-round grades there are in this draft. Look, obviously, wide receiver and offensive linemen look like they're stacked.
Wide receiver, offensive linemen, and quarterbacks, because you may get about 5 to 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. You may get about 6 or 7 wide receivers. So you're right. That means the defensive players, this isn't that year where they're top heavy.
Right.
Where you may have your pick of a guy who fits that need. Now, on a side note, David, you watched the whole thing. Caleb Williams had nothing to do last weekend. I mean, he went to the combine to say, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to eat candy, and I'm just going to sit around and do absolutely nothing.
And he supported a lot of his teammates and out of his group mates and people like that. Like, he didn't just bolt. I mean, he was on the field at the end.
He was high-fiving the players as they left after drills.
Trying to show that he could be a good teammate, which I never
Caleb,
doubted.
if you're there, go put on some shoes, go put on some shorts, and run some drills.
Right. Well, at least he talked to the press. Marvin Harrison didn't even talk.
Well, because if you're not right, or like Daniels just left. Like, if you're not going to do something, just go home.
I'm with you, Rico. I don't want to see your face after you've done your portion. You're not going to work out. You're not going to run. Okay, you did interviews, so then leave.
Right. So why are you here?
The camera should be showing you walking out of the stadium. That's it. I don't need to see you anymore eating candy. That was ridiculous.
Right. I was like, how long are we going to go with this whole candy bit? And, this is sour. I'm like, what are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? Caleb, go home. Just
go home, get fitted for your Bears jersey. Everything will be fine.
I wouldn't take them.
I think they will, but
they will. I think it's a big mistake, but that's a whole nother show in and of itself. Dave, a couple ticket texts before we get to the phone lines. 248-539-9797.
Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU, big body receiver with all kinds of upside. I would trade up for him. By the way,
hold on a second. The Lions already traded up for a receiver 2 drafts ago in J-Mo. If St. Brown, you assume you're gonna trade up for a third wide receiver? No way.
Yeah, but let me give you this number here. We talked about RAS scores on this show. Goes up to 10. He had a 9.97. So just saying.
I'm not saying he's a really good player.
Almost a perfect RAS score.
Oh, no. We've broken the code for Holmes. The higher the RAS score, the more likely he picks somebody.
Okay.
If it's a low score, but it's a player that everybody loves, he will pass on them. But if it's a player, it's the dirty little secret. He fell in love with the RAS score. Taking a wide receiver.
No, I can't. Not on this team now.
Why not?
Because I believe that J-Mo is going to get better.
Okay.
And he played well.
So you got J-Mo, you got St. Brown.
You got St. Brown, and I think he's shown that he can find really good receivers later in the draft. And there's also people out there free agency-wise as well.
Right, but you get a receiver for cheap. You upgrade Reynolds.
Yeah, but I mean, no, there's too many other needs. To me, that's a major luxury pick for them.
You brought back Ben Johnson for another year for a reason. You didn't bring him back to just sit there and stand pat. You brought him back because he's going to run this offense. I'm not mad. I wouldn't do it.
Right.
I'm not mad.
Right. So you wouldn't do it either. So we actually agree.
But if the Lions took another receiver, it fits their MO. Okay, we who thought that they were going to go out and get Jahmyr Gibbs? Not me.
No, I know.
And it worked out for them. They just have a way. 248-539-9797. Who would you take? Who did you fall in love with? Who do you want to see Brad Holmes make a move for? And wear the Honolulu blue and silver. We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1. All right, straight to the phone lines. Who was that player that impressed you the most that you want to see as a Lion? You want Brad Holmes to make the move, whether you got to move up or you cross your fingers, Stoney, and you just hope that he is sitting there at pick 29. Sheldon, you're leading off. You're on 97.1. Shelton. All right. We're going to move on. Dean, you're on 97.1.
Hi, how's it going, guys?
Good. Hey, man.
I was I forget the left tackle's name for Georgia. It's that big. He's like 6'8", 300 pounds.
Mims.
I watched a lot of Georgia ball this year, and he played very well. I think he would be a good addition for the offensive line.
Kenny, is he a first rounder?
Yeah, he's probably a late first rounder, but he's like 6'8", 340, 350. He's a massive human being.
Tackle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at a mock draft right now. Not,
Appreciate the call, Dean.
Make what you want of some mock drafts, but they have him going 2 picks before the Lions at 27. 6'7", 340.
Wow. I mean, you can get that guy, and now, you can bring him along, get him up to speed. Decker, you're kind of on notice. We did draft your replacement, but this is the one thing I've always respected about David Steelers. They always drafted the other guy's replacement.
Yeah.
And you knew it going in.
Right.
Oh, you're a linebacker. So am I, but I'm younger than you. I'll be starting next year. Thanks for playing, but you're going to be gone. You're a wide receiver. Great. We're going to let you go. We just drafted your replacement. He'll, get him up to speed, and then we'll send you off with a gold watch. So I'm all for if the Lions do that. I think that's a smart move. Yeah. I'm not going to be angry.
No.
I mean, like I said, yes, offensive line position.
It's not sexy when you're picking at 29.
But when all of those linemen were together, they had only lost one game. And that was the Cowboy game.
Right.
And to some, that was debatable whether you lost that game or not.
Correct.
But when they were all together, you couldn't beat them. So I'm okay. If you want to upgrade that offensive line, definitely. David, a couple ticket texts before we get back to the phone lines.
I love this one. Chop Robinson had himself a day, and I would trade up for him if he's there in the late teens, early 20s.
It's funny you mentioned the mock draft that I was just referencing has him going to the Lions at 29.
Yeah. I mean, I think I think the Patriots are going to be the team that kind of lets everybody knows what's going to happen next. The Patriots and the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
If they each go quarterback and they move up or try to get another QB, then I think a lot of those defensive players will slide down to the point where Holmes will probably have three of the top 5 players he wants will all be sitting there, and he now will have to choose which one he wants. But Chop Robinson, yeah, he had a pretty good weekend. I like him. The corner spot is it's a glaring need. And if you can get a young one without having to overpay for him, because here's the beauty of it. Let's just say he does go the route of Okudah. You're not paying him a ton of money. You release him at the end of year 3 or 4 like they did Okudah, and you move on. Rather than signing somebody, trying to lock him up, and then it doesn't quite work out.
Well, let me ask our Georgia insider here, Kenny Cott. Is Lassiter a late first-round pick, or is he more of the second round?
He could be. I mean, he's right on that fringe.
I mean, I don't know. If you want Georgia, they didn't even make the playoffs this year. Bunch of losers. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hi. Well, I'm from Toledo, and I just told Kenny I had a crush on Mitchell before, and now I'm totally smitten with that, Mitchell being the one. And I figure you're going to have to move up to maybe the middle of the first round to get him. But also from Florida State, Verse and Frisk, both. Either one of those guys would look really, really good on our defensive line.
Yep, I think you'd have to move up to get either one of them. Maybe not Fisk as much, but definitely Verse. You're gonna have to.
Fisk, you may have to move up a spot or two, but Verse and Mitchell, you're gonna have to move up to the teens. Jeff, appreciate the call. Yeah, you're gonna have to move up to. Yeah, there's no way unless they do something stupid right before the draft, and it's, you know, a Warren Sapp type of situation where they just start falling, which I still think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers planted that, and so that Sapp would fall right into their lap. Because they didn't hesitate to draft him, because it came out that he had, you know, was smoked weed.
Do the Lions need their Tunsil moment?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I don't think I will ever see anything like that again.
That was unbelievable.
Larry Tunsil, what was it?
It was a mask.
But his stepfather put the photo out. Like, what are we doing here? Man, that's
Keep doing that, you'll be my stepfather.
Right. I'd be sitting there, Mom, that's your guy. That's not my real daddy. 248-539-9797. Ron. Whoa. Ron, you're on 97.1. You okay?
Ron, the Popo coming over? What's going on?
No. Well, first off, my name's Ryan, and it's the fire. It's shift change at the firehouse.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I live in a small town. That's how we tell time.
Okay. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put you on. Oh, is it over yet?
It's.
All right, we're going to put you on hold. We're going to put you on hold.
30 seconds.
David, put him on hold for me. All right. I could not take that. Hold tight.
It was like Saturday at 1 o'clock.
Right.
First Saturday of the month around
I'm
here.
like, is he getting pulled over?
Yeah.
Like,
That's a small town if that's shift change. That's what they do for shift change.
How about you just walk in and say, guys, go home. Go home. We're done.
I think we should start doing that for shift changes. Just play a really loud noise before Rieger gets here.
Instead of crosstalk?
Yeah, exactly.
Just Rieger just goes on and on.
By the way,
that is the sound that we play.
Speaking of which, is Michigan the only state or this area, I don't know idea, that does the big siren the first Saturday at 1 o'clock?
No, I think it's like at every state.
Okay.
I have no idea. I've only lived here, so I don't know.
I didn't remember it anywhere else I've lived, whether it be Maryland or Pennsylvania.
I've seen it before. I've heard it before.
Right.
So it's not just a here thing. I think it's something nationally that you have to do. Don't freak out. All right, let's try this again. Ryan, much better.
I'm back.
All right.
I'm back, and shift change is over.
Whoa!
All right, Ryan. Who'd you fall in love with?
Well, you guys were just talking about him. Jared Verse, man. I'm a diehard Florida State fan. I would love to see him here. I know to trade up for him, we would probably have to sacrifice a lot, but can you imagine putting Jared Verse opposite Aiden Hutchinson? I mean, no quarterback would ever drop back on us again because someone's going to get him. And, someone mentioned Frisk. I'd love to see him too. That's the one I really want. I want Jared Verse.
Yeah, he's going to be
they're starting to neutralize Hutchinson.
He's going to be a top 10 pick, though. So let me ask you this, Ryan. How did you become a Florida State fan? Dion, or did you go there, or what?
I was raised on Florida State. My father went to Florida State.
That's
so
perfect
as I
reason.
grew up, that's all I watched. And my father actually played at Florida State. So, it's built in, and, it's just I've been a Florida State fan growing up all the way. So
Ryan was not allowed to wear any
blue and orange.
No, or orange and green.
Nope. I never wore orange, never wore green. My second two favorite college football teams are who's ever played in Florida and who's ever played in Miami.
So your two least favorite words are wide left, right?
Come on, don't do that to
is
that
correct.
man.
That is correct. We are yes. There's a lot of pain when anytime that phrase is mentioned. I completely understand.
Ryan, I'm sorry. We're gonna have shift change here in a minute.
I'll sign your Danny Cannell poster.
I appreciate the phone call.
Favorite line of all time, Kes McCorvey.
Come on, man. You're bringing up bad memories for the man.
Yeah. Should have asked him how that playoff appearance was this year.
Yeah. Oh. I brought up Dion. That was a good memory.
That would have been a flag.
Yeah.
That would have been a flag.
I guess I should have did that. I don't know what I was thinking.
I know. That would have been a good one. Well, hey, they came up here and smoked Michigan when they had Buckley and that team.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Amp Lee, I believe, just ran all over Michigan that game, if my memory's correct, which sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah, still doesn't top the Nick Moore game, but yeah.
That was a classic. I think that game was worse than the App State game, and I've gotten into a major argument. Yes, losing to Toledo, right?
You know what?
No.
It actually. I hate
A
this.
bad-
I couldn't
a
see the
bad-
App State game.
He's
What?
actually right. No, it was on the Big Ten Network.
Right.
It was their very first game.
Yes, it
No one
was.
saw it.
Yes, it was the Toledo game. It wasn't that they lost to a MAC team. Toledo that year was horrific.
They were.
And they couldn't stop more.
App State was like top Division II.
Yes, and they had
So they had athletes on the field.
Was
It's
it
just,
Avante Edwards or whatever the quarterback was? He was unbelievable.
yeah, was it Armani Edwards?
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, they actually. But yeah, Toledo. It was Michigan State was playing Notre Dame, and my roommate. We were driving there, so I'm like trying to refresh the phone,
Right.
Because streaming wasn't a thing at that time. I'm like, for some reason, it's stuck at 1 second. I don't know what happened. It's stuck at 1 second. And then the next thing you know, it flashed up. I was like, man, you may need to pull the car over. Toledo just won this game. But like I said, for App State, we were all at the MSU press conference. And you remember the double wide trailers?
Yes.
We were stuck in the double wide trailers, and I think Hondo had the fastest phone. So he was giving us the updates like, and he said, guys, you're not going to believe this. And before he could say, you're not going to believe this, I guess they flashed the score in the stadium.
People going crazy.
And all the fans who were still left just started cheering. So,
And Hondo went home and got excited about it afterwards, I'm sure, too. Yeah.
well, there's little Hondo. I think he's probably, what is he, about 8 or 9. So you may be right. You know what? Let's do a little NFL football next. Let's just steer clear of this 97.1. Fresh off the combine, NFL news. We do this every day. David, hit it.
Guys, a new team is entering the chat for Justin Fields. The Las Vegas Raiders. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Raiders are likely one of the teams interested in Justin Fields. We've heard of Atlanta, we've heard of Pittsburgh, we've heard of Minnesota, but not the Raiders. Your thought on the Raiders possibly trading for Justin Fields?
Well, going in, what? O'Connell's going to be their starter as of now, right?
They don't have a quarterback.
Right. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
It does.
It really does. So yeah, I'd be, if I'm a Raider fan, I'd say yeah, because we're not going to be able to probably get somebody we want, and unless they go they're not getting Kirk Cousins, they're not getting a veteran, because a veteran's not going to go there and compete with Mahomes in that division and compete with Harbaugh and whoever Denver's going to come up with.
The funny thing is, first of all, I'm with you. I think Antonio Pierce would love to get him. I think that he would really, his career would take off. Now, with all these teams who want him, it amazes me there's one team that doesn't. Team he's on. Imagine if they flipped the number one pick, got a Herschel Walker deal. Before that number one pick, you can get 3 more number one picks. You already have a second number one pick at pick number 9. Like, you could really help yourself, but Chicago is so afraid of passing on Caleb Williams. But they actually did themselves a favor. Remember, they traded out of the pick last year because of Bryce Young.
Yeah.
They looked pretty smart because Bryce Young wasn't that good.
Don't you think they're afraid of making the same mistake they made when they Trubisky instead of Mahomes?
Possibly, but
I know
Stoney, it happens. But you have a command. It's not like you have a quarterback that nobody wants. Like, other teams are saying, we will take this man, and you're only going to get probably a second round pick, or you wise up and let Caleb, he's just generational talent. Like, no, he's a quarterback, and David, I'm sorry. I've got on a tangent.
No, you're fine, because it's going to lead into another discussion, which is still about the Bears, which is Justin Fields and Caleb Williams, because it's all together. Because Caleb Williams, we all know by now, he decided not to do anything at the combine. Well, reports are coming out that this is going to delay the process of trading Fields and maybe trading the first-round pick, depending on what they do, because he didn't do any medicals. So now teams won't be willing to trade for the first-round pick if they don't have medicals on Caleb Williams, or trade for Justin Fields because free agency will start, and they'll have to continue with building their roster and can't trade for Justin Fields because they're waiting on the Bears.
This once again goes back to what I said. Why was he there? What are you here for? They don't have candy out in L.A.?
Is he going to do any pro days like the Bears?
He will, but then he'll have to do medicals for each team that wants to talk to him individually.
Well, he said, how about this? Just get one doctor and say you can share the information with the other 32 doctors.
Someone you trust.
Our health plan coverage.
Right. Like, okay.
one doctor, as long as they're in network.
Let's be real. The Lions probably aren't going to be working him out. And so you're probably looking at about 5 teams that are legitimately, these 5, okay, here's my medical report. Either you're injured or you're not. But this was the biggest waste of time. I know people fell in love with the fact that he's so happy and jovial. Go home. Go home.
Well,
so yes, he's already screwing over the Bears. And you know what? The Bears deserve it. If they're this stupid that you're going to let somebody who's not even on your team dictate what's going on, you deserve everything you get.
Yeah, they kind of do deserve it here. So let's talk about running backs here. We know on this show we don't pay running backs, or we don't even draft them in the first round. But let's talk about this for a second, because ESPN did an article based on who is most likely to earn the double-digit average they want. There's a lot of big-name running backs here. You got Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Saquon, and Tony Pollard. Where any of them get the double digits, that they're looking for, like $12 million a year.
If I was to give one of them double digits, you might disagree. It would be, for me, it'd be Derrick Henry, because I just think he is just so freaking good. He can do everything. And he's tough as hell.
He can still do that.
And you know what the funny thing is, when you go back after everything you know about Derrick Henry, wasn't a first-round pick.
That's right.
Wasn't a first-round pick? Because I'm going back looking through that draft like, well, where's Derrick Henry? Wow, he was not a first-round pick, not even a high second-round pick. I would say whoever goes to Dallas, because I think the Cowboys, Jerry Jones is going to overpay, and I think it's going to be for Derrick Henry. It's going to sell a lot of tickets. Also, if staying in the state of Texas, this is the smartest fit for me. If Saquon goes to the Texans, he will enhance that team. You'll give C.J. Stroud a great safety valve to already go with everything that they have.
I think right, Nico Collins and Tank Dell when he comes back from being healthy.
They have the money that they can overpay for Saquon and kind of turn Saquon into their Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, you're going to help us to that next level. So those two, David.
So let's talk about the Arizona Cardinals. They sit at number 4. There was a lot of buzz going around during the combine regarding whether they trade out of 4, because they need a lot of pieces on their roster. It's pretty bare. So would you trade out of 4, or would you stay at 4 and just take Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I would trade out. I mean, they traded out last year. It didn't quite work the way they thought it was going to work, because I was the Texans. Yeah, they traded with the Texans.
Yes.
Because they thought the Texans would be bad, so they would end up with like 2 top 5 picks. Texans were good, but you still have 2 picks. Yes. Because there's so many receivers out there, I like Marvin Harrison, but I don't think that Marvin Harrison is him, where it's just him and nobody else. You can get a good receiver.
If you were to get Neighbors and extra picks.
You can get Neighbors.
Or Roma Dunze.
You can get a Dunze, and you can get extra picks. They need help out there. They have a lot of holes to fill. I would trade that pick, especially the Giants are sitting there at 6. So even if you just swap, you probably could still get Marvin Harrison at 6.
Right, and you could probably get another. I don't think you're going to get a second to move down to.
Oh, no. If I'm trading with the Giants, we're swapping,
right.
And I got your first rounder next year.
Well, then if I'm the Cardinals, I would definitely do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So yeah,
because think about it, I think with the whole chart, that's what it's worth.
Yes.
Is we're swapping, and I get your number 1, or I get your second pick for the next 2 years. Something like that. So you're going to make this worth my while if you want your franchise
QB.
QB.
Watch out for Atlanta at 8. If they're going to trade up, if they want a quarterback.
We giving up on Desmond Ridder already?
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely. There'll be more on the trade-up possibilities later in the show. But let's end this here with an emotional.
Hold on. Before we end with your emotional thing, NFL, if they pass this rule, I'll give them credit for being smart again, because we need this. But it is possible. One of the rule changes, in the fourth quarter, if you're down, you will be allowed to do onside kicks again. Not like the onside kicks that you saw the Lions try to do, but real onside kicks where you can get, flood one side of the field. You can try to get the ball back.
But you have to tell them. You can't be a surprise.
Well, then what's the point?
Exactly.
All right. You know what? You're not as smart. David, go ahead.
Yeah, let's finish it off with an emotional story here. Stoney, you'll probably be sad and cry like everyone, right, when they watch this. Jason Kelsey had a press conference and announced his retirement. He cried. Everyone in the room cried. We were supposed to cry, apparently, according to social media.
According to social media. Like, if you're not crying, you just don't have a heart. I guess I need to go see the wizard.
I didn't even watch the whole thing. I was obviously, when the word leaked out and he denied that he told anybody, after the game.
In the locker room.
In the locker room after the when they were knocked out of the playoffs. Yeah, yes, exactly. When they lost to Tampa. Look, he He's going to the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he's first ballot, but he's a great player.
We're going to see him still on our TV screen, though, next year. He'll be on somebody's network.
Yeah,
right?
He's too entertaining.
And he should.
Yeah, he's entertaining.
Funny, he's entertaining. And don't forget, I believe WrestleMania is in Philadelphia this year.
And I'd rather see him. I'm not anticipating Brady. I'd rather see him. That's just me. But yeah.
People forgot who recruited him in Cincinnati, though.
Yeah.
Rico, yeah.
Mark D'Antonio. Mm-hmm. That was one of his underrated people. So
it definitely was. And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. March has not been friendly for the Red Wings so far. Kicked off Saturday with a 4-0 loss to the Panthers at LCA. Today it was announced that Dylan Larkin will miss approximately 2 weeks with a lower body injury. The Avalanche, up next for the Detroit as they take on a 4-game road trip. Tarek Skubal looked like an ace this afternoon. Yes. Well, he's yet to give up a run in 2 starts this spring. The Tigers currently lead the Red Sox 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Zach Edey and the Purdue Boilermakers were too much for Michigan State over the weekend. Northwestern on tap Wednesday as the Breslin Center currently sits 3rd in the Big Ten. Michigan with only 1 game left in the regular season. Juwan Howard weighs in on how they'll spend their time. Finally, Trey Townsend was tabbed the Horizon League Player of the Year today. The Oakland University star averaging 16 points and 8 rebounds at the Corewell Health Update Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
o'clock. Valenti Show with Rico. Michael Stone sitting in, the legend himself. Okay, Jeremy Otto says something, and I'm sorry, it just kind of ticked me off. We're going to talk about what we're going to talk about in a second. But, Stoney, more and more I'm figuring it's going to happen. Juwan Howard will be back next year.
Better not be.
He is sitting here talking about the future, what they're going to do, get into the gym.
Get into the lab. What is this, young Frankenstein?
I can't. But David, could you replay that for those? I couldn't believe when I heard this quote. This is a man. He's coming back, folks, like it or not. If you're Michigan, Jeff Rieger calls me every morning angry. Why is he still the coach? Jeff, you're going to be a very angry man. Here's Juwan Howard, fresh off of the beatdown in Columbus. They led wire to wire. 6 assists, 18 turnovers. And they weren't like Ohio State was playing great defense. You were just giving them away like they were Girl Scout cookies. David, play this again. Son, he's coming back. That's Juwan Howard. He's coming back. I don't see, for the record, I think Michigan deserves better than him. I would like to, it's bad when at the end of the game, I'm watching the Big Ten Network. John Beilein's on the set. And it was the uncomfortable moment where the other 3 hosts asked Beilein, like, well, John, you're seeing this. What do you think about this? He came out and said, I don't know what to say.
Right. He was at a loss for words.
If you could see his thought bubble, he had a lot to say, but he went the high road. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. He was struggling because he felt I left you in better hands than this.
Juwan must have told Ward Manuel that this is the portal. I've guaranteed contracts by ABC, and Caitlin Clark's going to play men's basketball for us or something.
I told David.
I can't.
I'm like, David, maybe it comes down to Darius Acuff, the kid from IMG.
Right, transfer from Cass Tech.
Wonderful kid. He can play, but I would sacrifice him to get rid of Juwan. Sorry, bye.
I think that Juwan has already been told we're going to treat this like COVID. You had the heart attack. You had the heart surgery. We're not going to count anything about this year. He sounds like a man who is coming back. Stoney, nothing about him seemed desperate this year.
Well,
as bad as the team was, I mean, look at Izzo. People are talking about you. You may not make the tournament, and some of the moves you could tell that the pressure is getting to him. Whereas Juwan has these moments of zen where he's talking about, well, my team has heart, and look at the comeback that we did.
And I'll give him this. In fairness to him, to a certain extent, but it's his fault. He's got very little talent there, and that's his fault. And maybe Ward should have, thought about this a little bit and said, you know what, Juwan, health, team's not going to be that great this year. Why don't you just take the year off? Get ready for next year, and then we'll give you your 5th year or whatever year it'll be, and then figure it out, because it's a disgrace. It really is. And if Ward just says, oh, we're going to give him another year, the football thing, as great as it is, as a Michigan fan, it covers a lot of warts from that athletic program. And you watch what's going on in Michigan State, who in the past week won the Big Ten championship in gymnastics. I believe it was women's gymnastics. Mm-hmm. They won the Big Ten hockey championship. Mm-hmm. Alan Haller has hired some really good people. Ward.
Well, and then you look at Ohio
football.
You look at Ohio State, who fired their basketball coach, and this interim coach is making the job very difficult because since he's gotten the job now, he's defeated Purdue, went to the Breslin Center and won. I think he defeated who else? He knocked off another top,
and he beat his rival,
Illinois. I think he beat Illinois.
Yeah, and he beat Michigan. Now, I don't think it would have done any good to fire Juwan during the season. But you can't bring him back.
But here's the thing. Maybe it would, because now Ohio State's on the bubble because of the run that they've gone.
Yeah, but
Stoney, if Ohio State wins out and makes it to Saturday in the Big Ten tournament, you can't deny them that they're not in.
Well, they have a lot. They have what, 17 wins now, something like that. Ohio State, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. You weren't going to get to 17 wins, but you knew this thing was bad. So. I'm sorry.
You got to bring it. They can't bring him back.
Jeremy brought that up, so I just wanted to say he's coming back.
But look, we talked about it on Friday.
Right. He is coming back.
Come on.
I'm sorry, David. Yep, it's going to happen. Hey, you know what? Pop in that Washington championship game whenever you start feeling this way.
Absolutely.
There's nothing to see over here. Nothing to see here.
When he's not adding anyone to the recruit list, and I could just watch that, pop that in, and say, "Oh, look at that. That's great." No basketball, but that's wonderful.
Well, you know what? I think you may end up with the Michigan Mr. Basketball.
Oh, wonderful. That's been trash since Cassius won it. No offense to the guys out there that are up for it, but I'm sorry, man. That's not something that excites me.
Okay.
It was well deserved. We had to talk about it.
When I heard, I hadn't heard that bit of sound, and that doesn't sound like a man who is feeling anything. Like
back in the lab. That lab needs to be shut down for toxicity or whatever.
I'm going back into the lab, and he is planning for next season, and I think he will be there. All right.
What are we, Dr. Frankenstein?
All right, Lions fans. My producer, David Hull, came up with a pretty interesting question. Mull this over, but I want to know, if the Lions could only make one move this offseason, just one, hypothetically speaking, who would you want? A, you re-sign Amon-Ra St. Brown at $28 million a year. B, you trade and sign for L'Jarius Sneed. Or C, you signed an L Hunter projected to be well over $20 million a year. A, B, or C. We will discuss next. 97.1. Everybody's house is different, but they're all the same in one kind of way or another, because we've all got that place somewhere in the house where the Wi-Fi just won't work. For you, maybe it's the attic. For me, it's upstairs. Well, If you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you can worry less about these dead spots because, see, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your entire home, reliable connections to every room, and power for all your devices, even the ones when everybody is online. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connections throughout your home now through March 5th. Get gig speed internet for just $35 a month for 12 months when you add unlimited mobile, plus get Wi-Fi equipment included for 2 years. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today and switch today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra and may change. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gig speed internet and Xfinity Gateway. After 12 months, internet increases to $60. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary.
Just trying to figure out what to do during the early parts of the day.
So I got 3 options for you. It's for you Lions fans out there. Rumors have it that St. Brown's about to sign a pretty big contract.
Yeah.
But if the Lions could only make one move, just one, would you rather see St. Brown getting re-signed for about $28 million a year? Ladarius Sneed, the Chiefs are going to tag him, but they've said that they're open for a trade. So you could go after Sneed, re-sign St. Brown, or you can go get Danielle Hunter. It's going to cost you over $20 million a year. Which would you go after? 248-539-9797. For me, if I had to choose between the three, I would probably lean either more towards the sign and trade for Sneed or just going to get Danielle Hunter and bringing him to upgrade that defensive line. St. Brown's going to make his money, but, you know, David and Mike are all about the running backs. I'm not paying a wide receiver that much. Yes, it is not my money, but I think the bigger needs is the secondary in that D-line. I would probably lean towards trying to get Danielle Hunter because that's just money you're going to spend. You don't have to give up draft picks. It still allows you to keep your picks in the top 100. I would just go after Danielle Hunter.
I'd take Sneed, number 1, St. Brown 2, and Hunter 3. And here's why. Sneed, I believe, yes, it'll cost you a lot, and it'll cost you some capital as well if they do tag him. I hope they don't and make it an unrestricted so you don't have to give up anything. It'll cost you a lot of money. But he is just 26 years old. Or 27. He's not an older player, per se. Danielle Hunter's up there, and I think you can find guys like that, as good as he is, with a cheaper price tag. And the thing with St. Brown, and it's only because of Brad Holmes' acumen, I believe you could find somebody like St. Brown, or he can, in the draft, whether it be first, second, third. So that's why he's second on my list. What I think is going to happen, it's not even close. They're going to sign St. Brown.
They are.
And hopefully they'll try to get something to upgrade their defensive backfield.
248-539-9797. Stoney, I'm with you. Is that Brad Holmes' show? He can go out and find somebody, and then you look and see all the wide receivers and what they did. And I know he's a fan favorite. I know the work ethic, and look at what he could do. And he can name off all the receivers that got picked ahead of him. That's great. But wide receiver, man, it's a position that if you're a good GM, you could go out and find another one. And the Kansas City Chiefs showed you that you can still win without your number one guy.
Well, there's a difference. The guy throwing the football there.
Understand, but we all can agree he had no receivers this year.
True.
He found a way to get it done.
Yes, well, I'm a big fan of Sneed. The thing about St. Brown, though, and look, when I say him second behind Sneed, I'm not ripping St. Brown. I think he's great. He fits this team, and that's what do they care about.
And that's why, yeah.
That's why they're going to sign him, and they should sign him. Now, after what Evans made today, you sit there and say, well, you're going to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown that much money? He's not a home run threat type of receiver, but you know what? Game in, game out. Even he'll play hurt. He'll do everything. He's a really good blocker. He's exactly what you need. So, yeah, they're going to end up paying him $27 million a year.
248-539-9797. Here's the other thing, and it always comes across that I'm anti-St. Brown. I'm not. Man, if you can make your money, make your money. I'm not mad at you. But it's kind of like when if Goff gets to that $50 million range, you're going to expect a different type of Jared Goff. Expectations rise. You get to $28 million as a wide receiver, Stoney, you don't disappear in the fourth quarter of big games where you become that guy, kind of like you're always open. Throw me the ball. You're double covered. Don't care. Throw me the ball.
You're Calvin.
I'll get it. You're Calvin. Or different position, but in the Super Bowl overtime when Kansas City had the ball, everybody in the world knew where Mahomes was going to throw the ball.
Yes.
Didn't matter. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time moments.
That's why I said, as great as, he's not a home run threat that you associate big-time money for big-time receivers, i.e. Justin Jefferson, somebody like that.
Right. When I think that much money, I think.
But when you're comparing, and I know he's really good, and he'd be somebody I would love to have seen the Lions think about free agents-wise, but not at that. I'd rather have St. Brown than Mike Evans, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Mike Evans starting to get up there in years. Yeah. And Mike Evans is just.
He had some big drops.
He's feast or famine. When he's on, man, he's good. But then he just drops simple passes.
Right.
Like, Mike, there's nobody 10 yards away. Like, why did you drop that pass? And it doesn't bother him. I don't know. Just throw me the ball again.
And I'll tell you what else that means. That the Evans signing also means that Baker's coming back. Although there's some interest with him from other teams, allegedly.
New England.
Yes.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Other teams are interested in
the
Baker.
Raiders.
The Raiders.
Yep.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Baker. I know.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He made himself a lot of money list this year. I think.
Some teams are going to be disappointed in the offseason.
Just go back to Tampa. It works. It fits. 248-539-9797. Yeah. You pay St. Brown that much money in the NFC Championship game, I'm going to expect more than just, 2 attempts thrown to you in the fourth quarter. You're going to be the guy that they're going to have to go after all the time.
But leading into that game, we talked about how young the Lions were and the lack of experience they had going into the NFC Championship game. So is it possible that, yes, St. Brown is an all-pro receiver, but is it possible that his lack of experience created that in the fourth quarter for him and that he's now learned from that and the team has learned from that and he'll be better for it?
No, because here's the thing, David. You would like to think so, but the wide receiver is the only position that you're reliant upon somebody else to feed you. Like a running back, turn around, hand me the ball, and I can do the rest. Wide receiver, you can be wide open, but if the quarterback's not looking your way, if the quarterback doesn't want to throw you the ball, you're not going to get the ball. You can go back to the huddle, and you can jump up and down, and you can yell and scream because Lord knows we've seen a ton of wide receivers play diva do that. That's not St. Brown.
Right.
But maybe he needs a little bit of that in him to say, hey, it's money time. Throw me the ball. Like how he ended the game against the Rams.
Yes.
That's what I want to see out of my star players. I'm covered, but it doesn't matter because no one can cover me. Get me the ball.
Granted, it was the third quarter, but the 4th and 2, I would rather see them throw to him than Josh Reynolds.
Yes. That's what I mean.
But he got the handoff.
But Josh Reynolds was wide open.
Right, exactly.
But
St. Brown would have caught it.
At $28 million, I'm the man. Let me show you I'm the man. Get me the ball. That's what I think about when I think of somebody who makes that much money. You throw them the ball. Even if they're not open, they're open because they're that good. If you're going to be in that Jefferson, Chase, Tyreek Hill category, you got to go out there and you got to play like them. Ticket text, David, before we get to the phone lines.
Someone's saying A. So A is the option of signing St. Brown. That's what they'll do. Someone's going with option C.
A was
St. Brown. No, A was St. Brown.
A was St. Brown. Okay.
Yeah. C, sign a pass rusher. Baby T-Rex Arms is just here to kiss babies and keep the Michigan fan base happy. That is from Jay. Wow, ripping.
Please.
Aiden, okay.
I've never heard Baby T-Rex Arms.
I've never heard that either on him. Okay. Someone says Hunter, but only if we sign St. Brown next year. That's not an option. Pass rush is greater than the secondary in importance. Easy, it's St. Brown. Only a moron says the other two. St. Brown and the O-line made Goff look better than he is. Draft for the defense. That is from Mike. I'd rather draft a corner and sign the top defensive end than the reverse. So he's going with option C.
Yeah, so he goes to get Danielle Hunter, draft a corner.
Yep. Jeff from Oregon says, I'm going to throw in a under-the-radar option D. Josh Allen from Jacksonville has not been tagged yet, and if he doesn't in the next 24 hours, that's the guy I want, not Danielle Hunter.
Well, yeah,
He's
there are
getting
other.
tagged.
Yeah, great. There are other guys you can say about that as well.
He's getting tagged.
Right.
That's why he's not an option.
Right.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Option A, you re-sign. St. Brown, $28 million a year. Option B, you sign and trade for L'Jarius Sneed. Or C, you go and you sign Daniil Hunter. Which one would you do? 248-539-9797. We'll get all your phone calls next. 97.1. All right, let's go straight to the phone lines. You got 3 options out there, Lions fans. Would you like to see St. Brown back, $28 million a year, sign and trade for Ladarius Sneed, or go out and sign Danielle Hunter, projected to be over $20 million a year?
Can we add a name here now?
I was about to say, and we also have another name.
Yeah, the Dolphins will not tag Christian Wilkins. So he is a free agent. Look, I love him. Like I said last week, I'm a little biased sometimes because I watched a lot of Hard Knocks with the Dolphins, and he was such a great teammate. The kid from Ferris State, I believe. The other Sealer, was his name, I think. Okay. They became really close. He seems to be the type of guy that, air quotes, fits in with this Lions culture. And he's a really good player. I mean, some people say, oh, of course it was a contract year. He plays mostly inside. He played a little outside, obviously, as well, especially when Chump got hurt. But he had his best season sack-wise with 9. He's 28 years old.
He's 28.
He's really,
projected
really
contract
good.
is going to be about $28 to $30 million.
Yeah.
For how many years he's looking at? 5?
No, you probably give him a 3-4 year deal.
Yeah, and everything obviously depends on what the guarantee is.
I've often said, once again, you treat next year like it's the last year. You put everything you can to get over the top. Do not think about. Don't spend responsibly. Spend like the drunken sailor. Go out there thinking that next year your window closes because you got everybody here. Go out, do whatever you need to do. 248-539-9797.
As long as with that irresponsibility drunken soldier, you make sure you have money for Sewell, for Hutch when he's up.
Right, but that's what I'm not worried about 3 years from now.
Right.
Because you always have the franchise tag that you could extend all of these people.
Yes.
But the next 2 years, that's not my problem. Okay? My problem is trying to get back to the championship game.
Same thing with golf.
To have the championship game in Detroit and trying to get to the Super Bowl. That's it for me. All that other stuff, it's a salary cap. The cap will go up. I'll deal with it all later when I have to. I'm going to spend the money now. I'll pay the credit card bill when it gets here. Kind of how the way a lot of Lions fans did chasing the Lions throughout the playoffs, spent a ton of money knowing when that credit card bill comes, it's going to be expensive. I don't care. Let's go to the phone lines. Gary, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, Rico, I think you're kind of off base here with not paying St. Brown. Like, the Lions' their whole ethos under Holmes and Campbell is we're going to draft our guys, we're going to develop our guys, we're going to pay our guys. So I feel like Brad Holmes would be going, and the organization as a whole, all this goodwill they've built up, all this culture stuff they talk about, you go against everything you stand for if you pay St. Brown. If you say, I'm going to let you walk, I'm going to let you play out your contract, I'm going to draft your replacement. Like, it goes against everything they kind of stand for. And then other free agents around the league, they see that. That's a culture thing. They don't treat their own guys well. What makes me think they're going to treat me well?
Okay, but Gary,
I think.
Hold on, Gary. Let's have a quick conversation. One, I said if it were me. Now I realize that Holmes probably thinks a lot like you. But as far as the free agents goes, free agents want to go where they can win because every team lets go of somebody who was a core piece to the team that just didn't fit in cap wise.
If you get
Right,
if you get money and you like the place and you think you can win, anybody will go there.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, you brought up your Chiefs example. Like, the Lions don't have Patrick Mahomes. I like Jared Goff. He's not Patrick Mahomes. And then, Rico, a question for you. So let's say George Kittle's contract is up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Mr. Niner, right? And you can improve your secondary, because that's the Niners' weakness probably this year is without Hufanga with safety play in the secondary, right?
Right. But no, Gary, we could actually hold on. We could actually make this apples to apples, because I've gone on record to say that, like, when Laporta comes up, you do what you got to do to keep Laporta, because he's a one of one. But the Niners, it's saying San Francisco radio, Ayuk is up. You could ask David. I've said over and over again, I'm not paying him the money he wants. If I were me, if I'm the GM, if I'm Lynch, nah, bro, I'm going to let you walk, and I'm going to go and get something else, because I can find your replacement in the draft. So I get where you're coming from, but I've said the same thing about for the Niners and Brandon Ayuk. They're going to pay him, just like St. Brown's going to get paid. But, Gary, it wouldn't be me. I wouldn't do it.
I get it. Culturally, I think it's bad business to do it that way.
Well, you're gonna be right. That's what they're gonna do.
Appreciate the call. No, and they you're right. That's what's gonna happen. I'm saying if it were me, I would go in other ways. I would go other places. There's only a certain amount of receivers that I'm gonna pay that much money to. Now it's not my money, and the cap is gonna go up. I realize that St. Brown is beloved by this city.
Well, is it possible, because I said he's not a quote-unquote home run threat, that because of him, Nakua, and other guys like him, they are becoming the number ones that you're going to pay the money to, and not the high-profile, and look, obviously, I think Jefferson's still better than St. Brown. But
I mean, Nakua looks good, but you still got Cooper Kupp.
Right.
So that's why I think Nakua looks so good, because Cooper Kupp they stopped letting him just run down the field wide open. And they were like, oh, we'll let this rookie. Okay, this rookie's now beating us too. I get what you're saying, Stoney.
Right.
That maybe the slot receiver is now the it receiver.
Yes.
Stop looking at it as him being a slot receiver and just look at him being an all-pro wide receiver for your team.
Yes.
You all saying you could just find another one? You can't just find all-pro wide receivers. They're not just on a tree outside your house somewhere. You can't just not let this guy go.
No, but here's the double-edged sword. Brad Holmes can, because he's got the track record of going out and finding people.
All pros, no. He has 2 all pros he's drafted. Sewell, St. Brown in the same draft. Where's the other all pros?
Well, you got Gibbs and you got Laporta.
Not an all pro.
They're
not an all pro.
They made the Pro Bowl game.
Not an all pro.
They made the
not
Pro
an
Bowl.
all pro. There's only 22 of them?
But in a few
so let me
years,
ask you a question, David. Would you rather have an all-pro cornerback or an all-pro wide receiver?
With the way this offense runs, I would rather have the all-pro wide receiver.
But what about the way the defense doesn't run?
The defense is good enough to have a non-all-pro cornerback, and you'll be just fine.
Eventually, you got to make stops. You can't go in saying we're just going to outscore you every game.
Which is why I would go with option C, which is Danielle Hunter.
What you chastising me for? Because I'm
going to rip you for saying that.
But
Yeah,
then
of course.
St. Brown's not going to be there if you're going to sign Danielle Hunter. Right?
I have another year with him. I'll sign him next offseason. Sorry.
Or you go with Christian Wilkins. All right.
Yes.
We'll
I'd rather have him than Danielle Hunter, wouldn't you?
Put him next to Lee McNeil? Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Now, I guess it would depends on the price.
Right.
If I can get Hunter for $21 million a year and he's going to make $30 million.
And Wilkins can play next to McNeil and play end as well.
So
that's why he's so good. And he's a great teammate that fits the culture.
248-539-9797. Which one would you take? Hunter? Would you take Snead? Or just re-sign Goff? Plus, a little mock draft as well. 97-1.
It's official. Ladarius Sneed has been tagged by the Chiefs, which doesn't take the Lions out of the equation. It's just you can't sign him as a free agent. They got to trade for him. So if you're going to give up capital and pay him a lot of money, you can do it if you want.
Or you can go and get somebody in the draft. Let's hit a mock draft.
And we do have a mock draft here with a trade. Let's start here at number 1. There is not a trade at number 1 here, but
Philly,
Caleb Williams.
but okay.
Yeah, Caleb Williams goes number 1 to the Chicago Bears. Number 2, no trade yet. Drake May goes to the Washington Commanders at number 2.
See, I think a lot of money is going to be placed on who is the next quarterback to go. I don't think it's going to be May by the time it comes around, but go ahead. I think it'll be Daniels.
Hey, Washington, they have to have that North Carolina quarterback. That'll be 2 of them on their team.
It will be interesting as we get closer to look at the betting odds as we get to number 2 and who they think number 3 will be, because number 3 is also going to be quarterback. Well, as of right now is what we think. Number 3, Jaden Daniels goes number 3 to the New England Patriots. And then we do have a trade here at number 4.
Ding.
Right, I was thinking that in my head.
Arizona trades out of 4.
Smart.
They trade back with the New York Giants, who trade up for J.J. McCarthy.
I know a certain person who I think would throw up right now.
Oh, man. Yes. I would love. I'm all in for that. I want that to happen.
Is that Root for Radio?
That's Root for Radio.
Yes.
I got a feeling that somebody else will be saying.
The chairs in this studio would have to be on lockdown.
Yeah, so it doesn't say what the trade is
I
for.
don't care.
But
I need this in my life.
But we're assuming they get an extra first-round pick in 2025, right?
Sure.
It doesn't matter, right?
Start a GoFundMe. I'll give you $20.
The Giants trading up and losing a first-round pick for J.J. McCarthy makes no sense whatsoever because you're going to start him, so your team will probably, regardless of how you think his career is going to be, chances are they won't win a lot of games with a rookie quarterback, and you're trading that 2025 number 1 pick.
Then what are you doing with Daniel Jones?
Yes.
Oh, no. Well, Daniel Jones is really on his final year. So it's smart.
We're going to get your future, yes.
We're going to let you walk. Hey, Daniel, here's the thing. You got 1 year to show that it's your job. Other than that, we're going to just move on. I just need this in my life because of who it is, because of what they're going to give up. And if there's ever been anybody critical of a pick, every other Friday, Monday, hey, Mike, Giants just lost.
Oh, that is Root for Radio. Let me move on to number 5 here. Number 5, the Chargers take Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wow. Harbs with a Buckeye. Wow.
Yeah. At number 6, after the trade down, the Arizona Cardinals end up with Dallas Turner. So let me get to some other notables here.
Not where I thought they would go with that pick, but go ahead.
After trading down, I thought they would do something else. But yeah,
I thought they would go for a receiver.
Yeah. The next receiver taken is at number 8, Malik Neighbors by the Falcons.
Because Lord knows they don't have enough offensive weapons.
Pitts, they have Bijan.
Right. Okay.
And then another receiver is taken in the top 10 here, Roman Dunze by the Bears, which I know they need offensive tackle to protect their quarterback, but I guess pair a receiver with a quarterback that you take at number 1 overall.
No, I think that's dumb. But
need a tackle.
Again, this is why the Bears keep picking there, because it's why you're running Fields out of town, because he's your best running back because he's running for his life. Get an offensive lineman, go get a tackle if you're smart, but continue.
At number 12, which is where a lot of the mock drafts had JJ going, the Denver Broncos take tight end Brock Bowers.
Quietly just sliding down
But here's the thing. Of course, this doesn't include free agency, but you're getting rid of Russell Wilson, huge cap number, dead money there, and you don't draft a quarterback or trade up to get one? Who's throwing the ball to Brock Bowers?
Well, maybe they just bring Wilson back.
Ooh, I don't know. Number 13, the Raiders take Quinyon Mitchell, who we talked about earlier in the show. He is the first corner. I'm sorry, not the first corner. The first corner was Terrion Arnold in his mock draft at 11.
Really?
Yeah, which is shocking.
Mitchell, I could see him as a Raider. All right.
Jared Verse, who was also talked about earlier on the show, goes 16 to the Seattle Seahawks.
Seattle's not taking a quarterback.
They're not.
Mike McDonald wants more defense.
Now,
but see, that to me ranks right up there with Denver, because Seattle knows you got Geno Smith for one more year.
Right.
You go and then I figured that's where they would go and get a Washington Seattle fan favorite. You go draft Penix.
Yeah.
And the fans are going to love you.
Or maybe they think they'll get a quarterback in rounds 2 or 3. I mean, Joe Milton threw the ball 80 yards at the combine.
I gotta be honest with you. I was a little impressed with what he did. I know he's been hot garbage his entire career in college, but I think that he's somebody that really chose the wrong school twice. If Joe Milton would have swallowed his pride and gone to a MAC school
or USF or so UCF down there,
like something like that, then he would have had great numbers. But go ahead, David.
Chop Robinson goes number 22 to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
Because Lord knows they need more people on the defensive line. I'll give them credit. Philly, they keep feeding that beast.
And then Xavier Worthy, who ran the fastest 40 time in the history of the NFL Combine, goes number 28 to the Buffalo Bills. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Number 29.
Means Diggs may be gone.
Yes, maybe. Number 29, the Detroit Lions select out of Alabama, cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I don't think the Lions are going to draft him there.
Seriously?
Yes.
Did they say why?
It does not say why.
Well, the Lions obviously
just to help improve their secondary, but
yes, of course. But he's back with Brian Branch.
Hopefully he has a great pro day and you can justify that.
No, I'm not. I'd pick him in the second round.
Yeah. Like you got Branch. It was a steal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so according to this, that will be the 5th best cornerback. So you're getting
Rakestraw gone?
No, Rakestraw's not gone. He is
like
not
him.
in the first round here. And we close it out here with 31 and 32. 31, the 49ers take Darius Robinson, edge rusher out of Missouri.
Yeah, from Canton,
Local
baby.
product from Canton. And
Yes.
the Kansas City Chiefs at 32 take wide receiver out of Georgia, Ladd McConkey.
Okay, I like both of those.
Yes,
I do too.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. By the way, I do want to mention this tweet from former Lion and former teammate of Christian Wilkins. Tell me if you think this guy should be a Lion. And this is from Kyle Van Noy. Not surprised, but this is somebody who embodies being a Dolphin. Captain. Has gotten better every year, does the right thing when it comes to being a true pro. Hopefully a team around the league sees that and begs him to join their team. This dude loves football and loves competing. They will always give a bag to, oh, never mind, don't matter, because Wilkins going to get what he deserves, pay the man. If there's anything that says Detroit Lion, then a guy who can play violent, is a great teammate, and loves football, it's Christian Wilkins and the Detroit Lions. It's a good marriage.
It is a good marriage, but I think some people just think it was a contract year type of thing. So
Many people do believe that. And that is in football today.
Sponsored by Lady Jane's, the Wings not only dealing with a 2-game losing streak, but now they'll be without star Dylan Larkin for the next 2 weeks, thanks to a lower body injury. Yes, ouch. Larkin has produced 54 points, including 26 goals on Detroit's top line. And after the worst season of his career, Javier Baez continues to struggle this spring. Baez was held hitless again today. He's now 0 for 12 with 6 strikeouts. Tarek Skubal dazzled again on the bump.
Hold on. Let me give you my shock face.
Yes.
Okay.
Tarek Skubal dazzled again on the bump, however, en route to a 3-inning, 1-hit, and 6 strikeout performance. He caught up with Bally Sports afterwards and was asked about the difference between this spring and his first one. Tigers won 2-1 over the Sox today. The Pistons back on the hardwood tomorrow as they face the Heat. This will be the second matchup between the two teams. The first all the way back in October, which the Heat won by just 1. Also, Oakland University secured the first seed in the Horizon League tournament, which starts later this week. Today, Trey Townsend also named the Conference Player of the Year. From the Corwell House Sports Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I know Kenny and Evan have to be excited about that as Oakland, #1 seed, proud alums. All right, let's go.
Go Golden Grizzlies.
Let's go.
Come on, Coach Campy. Get it done.
All right, on their way to the tournament.
We hope.
Just saying. All right, we asked the question in the 3 o'clock hour. If you had a choice between re-signing St. Brown, going after or doing a sign and trade with Jarius Sneed. And then I'll put it going after either Danielle Hunter or Christian Wilkins. Which would you go after? I said I'd go after the D lineman. Most people said that they would still try to bring back St. Brown. So this is going to jump straight to the phone line, Stoney. Devin, you're on 97.1.
Rico. Here we are again with this Amon-Ra stuff, man. Look, man, he's top 5. You can't replace a top 5 receiver. And also, why would you want to break up the duo between Goff and Amon-Ra? Like, that's a top 5 duo in itself in the NFL. You just can't. You have to keep Amon-Ra. Period.
No, and Devin, don't take it as I don't want him here. I said if I had the choice between the 3, I'm going to try to strengthen the defensive line. Amon-Ra, $28 million, it ain't my money. I wouldn't pay it, but Holmes probably will. If you're a top 5 receiver, I need you to do top 5 receiver type things. When the game is on the line, you got to be the guy. Even if everybody knows you're gonna get the ball, you still got to go out there and make the plays.
If he's top 5, is he not that guy?
Top 5, NFC title game, 4th quarter. Where was he?
I was coaching, bro. That was bad scheme.
Okay, but what I'm saying, if you have a top 5 guy, you make sure you get the ball to your top 5 guy, don't you?
Absolutely. But like I said, that's probably scheming. Everybody was just falling apart at that point. You can't really blame that on Amon-Ra and him not showing up. Nobody showed up at the end of that game. So that's kind of a bad example. He showed up any time before then.
Right, but Devin, I get what you're saying, but that's the biggest moment of the season. Okay, that's when you just walk in and you got this relationship with Goff. Hey, Jared, you know how we did in practice? Yeah, just throw me the ball. I'll go get it.
I got you. I thank y'all for taking my call, man.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime. Whoops. So, yeah, it's just I'm not anti-St. Brown because I know it comes. I just said if I had to choose between, I don't think people realize you improve this defensive line. And I think that's the key to this team taking that next step, not adding offensive weapons.
Okay, everybody's saying top 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who goes off this list if Amon-Ra's on the top
I'm
five?
not doing this with you. I'm
No,
not
yeah, you
doing
are.
this.
Come
with
on,
you.
let's go. Let's go.
I'm not doing this.
I'm just asking a question. Chase, Jefferson, Tyreek, A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb. And I'm not even talking.
I will see you guys tomorrow.
So
I'm not even throwing Devontae Smith in here.
I'm not putting him over. I'm not putting him over St. Brown Smith. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that was number 6.
So he will be
my,
6.
My 5.
Yeah,
okay.
he'll be 6.
Okay.
Then.
So,
all right. You know what? I'm glad you said that.
Where would you put a guy like Debo?
Debo?
Yeah.
He's not top 6. He's top 10 though. I believe
You would
he's
take
top
St.
10.
Brown over Debo?
I would.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He's more available.
Yeah. Samuel does have an injury issue.
Yes.
Situation.
And that is important. I agree with you there.
Okay. So you're saying he's top 6?
St. Brown would be top 6. Since I have to now, yes, top 6. And then I'm leaving. I'm going now. Bye.
Okay.
Well, we'll talk wings in a second, so you can go away for a minute or so.
That's an interesting question, Stoney. We can get into that later. But yeah, people say he's top 5. You got to replace him with one of those people. David couldn't replace him, even though he told me he was
All pro. We got
5.
voted an all pro. Okay.
Okay. So in other words, okay. 248-539-9797. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, before I answer this Amon-Ra St. Brown question, I got to ask you, which Lions games were you guys watching? Because somebody was not watching the Detroit Lions. When did Amon-Ra not be the home run receiver? When was Amon-Ra not clutch for us? I mean, somebody explain.
Well, the home run receiver is just basically the style of play. I'm not denigrating him at all. When you look at home run receivers, you're thinking that's more of a type. Like Jefferson, like Tyreek Hill.
The guy that gets behind the safety.
Yeah, they throw the bomb and he's there. That's
a shiny object.
Yes.
That's the home run receiver.
That's a home run receiver.
So you want the guy with the shiny object with the dreadlocks, and that's the guy that you're going to pay, not the guy like Amon-Ra who goes in, works hard every day, embodies the culture of the team, and just gets his work done.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me ask you the question then, John. Out of the 5 receivers that I mentioned, and look, I hate this stuff because I think Amon-Ra is great, and I think they will re-sign him, and I love him.
Do you really think he's great though?
I do. But here's my question for you: out of the 5 I mentioned, okay, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. What?
Who was it again? I'm sorry, I don't remember who you said.
Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, or A.J. Brown. Who is Amon-Ra St. Brown better than?
He's better than A.J. Brown, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
No, I get it, and I'm sure to Lions fans, he is.
I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have a semantical misunderstanding of what a home run wide receiver is.
Your home run wide receiver on this team is J-Mo. That's your home run wide receiver.
Oh,
you know what?
They're basically getting a lot of singles.
They're not getting right.
No. But here's the thing. Here's what got lost. Okay? Remember when I said you show up in big games? Because they lost to the 49ers, J-Mo had the game. We just don't remember it because you remember the failed 4th downs. But it was J-Mo that scored early. And who did they throw the ball to on 4th down? It was J-Mo. It wasn't St. Brown. J-Mo's that home run guy. J-Mo finally did, Stoney, what we have been waiting for 2 years.
Right.
In that NFC title game, I'm sitting there saying, this is his coming out party. Nobody's going to remember it because everybody's going to remember for all the negative things that happened. But if that J-Mo shows up in the fall, this is a deadly team with a deadly offense. And I think at that point, all the St. Brown people are going to realize, oh, wait, that's what a deep threat receiver looks like. That's what a home run receiver looks like. It's J-Mo.
And if J-Mo does do all that stuff, it's only going to make St. Brown even better.
Correct. But it's one of those, it's all we had with St. Brown for a long time, so I think that's why he's getting the love. But
Well, he should get the love.
I'm just saying, like,
he's a top, he's a top receiver in the league. Well, I debate whether he's top 5 or top 8.
Fourth
basically.
down, you had to have a score. Who'd the ball go to?
Went to Reynolds a couple times.
Yes.
Fourth down, you had to have a first down, but you had to score in that championship game. Went to J-Mo. Just throwing that out there. 248-539-9797. We'll continue taking your calls on this. Plus, a little bit of Wings news as well. 97.1. I will continue taking your calls on St. Brown. I guess we may have stumbled upon some as Stoney's asked a question. People keep saying he's top 5. Who do you take out? We'll take those calls, but a little bit of news happened with another Detroit team.
Yeah, the Red Wings.
That is the Wings.
Yeah, Dylan Larkin out 2 weeks minimum, it looks like, with a lower body injury. And, of course, as I even asked Newsy Lalone about this a few weeks ago, only the NHL, they won't disclose what the injuries are. Eventually, because of gambling, they should. Because that's why the NFL does, is actually say what the injuries are. The NHL, I believe Scotty Bowman was the first person to. Oh, no, we can't tell people what they are because it's the playoffs. They might try to
upper body injury.
Right.
Yeah, he's missing an arm.
Yeah, if they know it's a shoulder, they'll try to injure the shoulder further, whatever. But he's arguably been their best player this season, especially offensive player. And you're out for 2 weeks. Have a 2-game losing streak going into Colorado in a couple of days. And I was at the game on Saturday against Florida, and I wanted to get people's opinions about that game in particular and the Red Wings as we head to the trading deadline, which is on Friday at 3:00 during our show. I'll be in with Mike when the deadline happens. And here's what I thought, and it's not to knock the Red Wings at all. It's just we got a lot of, joy over the winning streak. I know Kenny did. But what I saw on Saturday was the difference, the gap between a playoff contender, a legitimate playoff contender like the Detroit Red Wings, as opposed to a legitimate Stanley Cup champion like the Florida Panthers. And they're as a ways away. And I know on social media, well, the referees, they gave Florida the advantage because they're more physical, and the Wings retaliated and took stupid penalties, and that's the ref's fault. Okay. Well, you know what? Good teams have to be smart enough, too. And Florida was smart enough to bait the Red Wings, and the Red Wings fell for it a little bit. But it was one of those games. And look, the Red Wings, you look at 4-0, thought they got completely outplayed. They didn't get completely outplayed. But when you see a team like Florida who gives you no room to get anything done, right? The Wings are in a situation, and teams in those situations have to be able to take advantage of opportunities because there's not going to get that many of them. And, granted, Sider hit the post early. You had a disallowed goal with obvious goaltender interference. And then, Patrick Kane on a breakaway decides to play, 5-hole instead of just shoot the puck up top and probably would have scored. You can't make those opportunities go away.
But it was like they went up, the Panthers go up 2-0 and then decided, all right, let's make the Wings beat themselves.
Which they did. And with a lot of penalties. And look, Florida's really good. They have a pretty good defense. Their third and fourth lines are really good, not to mention, Kachuk. And people like that are, Reinhardt's got 42 goals, which I never saw coming. And they got a great goalie right now, and Bobrovsky's playing tremendous. So I was just curious at 248-539-9797. Are you getting a little antsy here about the Red Wings? And especially now with Larkin hurt, I wouldn't expect them to go into Colorado and win anyway. But the Arizona game is the one. All right, they got
you can't lose
Larkin
that.
or no Larkin. They better at least get 2 points there.
Right, you cannot lose that game. You are correct. And I was talking with Kenny pre-show and asking him, and with now Larkin being injured, you kind of expect Stevie to be a little more active when it comes to the trade deadline.
Yeah,
because
do they go after Gensel in Pittsburgh? I mean, what would you have to give up to get him though? Now look. Steve Yzerman, for all the good things and all the good drafting he's done at the top of the draft and a lot of good moves he's made, he is obviously part of the, up until Brad Holmes, the second-round Lions curse, because the Rings' second-round draft picks have done nothing. None of them have even made the team yet. I mean, Buehm is still at the University of Denver, which shows you that he hasn't progressed, and there's others as well. But so I would give up as many second-round picks as Pittsburgh wanted, and you know what? I'd give up a first in this draft if you're going to re-sign him for a few years, right?
Yeah, before the Larkin injury, I was kind of lukewarm on getting a middle six forward. I was like, if we can, cool. If not, no big deal. But now that becomes a little bit more imperative. And Jake Gensel would be a perfect name. He's a point-per-game type player.
Right.
Really solid scorer. Really, would be great in our forward core.
I mean, they obviously need a physical presence. And I mean, I know Lalone has said preferably in the forwards and back, third or fourth line. To me, I think defense is where they need to a little, not the whole cliche, you got to be bigger at the blue line. They need a little more grit, so to speak, in the blue
Sandpaper.
Yes.
As Kenny put it.
Yeah.
Kenny, are we still in line for your twin?
Stop that. No, I think we were talking about Radko Gudas. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a twin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in play for that.
Look,
have you seen that guy play, Stoney?
He's Kenny
Yes, I have. And here's what I don't like about him. I mean, look, he's got a really good slap shot too, and he's physical. He is partly what they need. I wouldn't be completely opposed, but this team takes bad penalties to begin with right now. I mean, you put him into the equation, I could just see a tie game in the playoffs and Gudas, slashes some guy and they lose on a power play.
Well, you get that. That's a great point, but also he's played on that Florida Panthers team, the one that beat us up. He knows how to play that playoff style of hockey.
True. Yeah, he'd be
I'm
fine.
sorry. Did you say playoffs?
Yeah.
Everything you said after that doesn't matter to me. A penalty in the playoffs? We're in the playoffs.
Okay.
That's what I'll take. And if trading for him gets us there, yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Yes. It'd be nice to see a playoff game in Little Caesars Arena. And unless something crazy happens, I think they're still going to get there. And like I said, what's crazy can happen is your best player can get hurt for a few weeks. Hopefully it's only, a few weeks. Because if it's, longer than that, then you could have some problems here. 248-539-9797.
So Wings minus Larkin for a couple of weeks. So we're talking that. We're also talking about St. Brown. We'll take calls on both. David, ticket text.
Oh, Kenny's going to love this one. The Wings are sellers now. Wings need to cut ties with Larkin. He just doesn't have it to lead a team. That is from Al.
Wait.
Please.
Oh, Al, I needed you to finish the bingo card. You almost had it. There was one thing missing. Kenny, you want to help him out?
Which would that be? Shoot the puck?
No. What? Why are you losing now? Why is the bad luck happening?
I don't know. You tell me. What's the?
Oh.
Right here.
Oh, the patch.
Yes.
What did I say?
Oh, my God.
3 in a row now. 1 loss, 2 losses. Larkin's out for a couple of weeks, all since the patch was put on the jersey.
Make it a priority.
This just feeds the idiots.
Kenny, I don't think you're an idiot.
I know.
I mean, it is 2 straight losses and an injury now. It just keeps piling up. Okay, I mean, it's not all this fault, but it's something. Every team hits a few walls during the season.
Yes.
I'm not worried. Let's stop worrying the people, P.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about the playoffs yet.
Yeah, they were eventually going to lose games, and you're losing games to good teams. Just like going to Colorado, that's a good team. If you happen to lose that game, panic if you lose to Arizona. Now, problems. Now, I'll say, Kenny, maybe it is the patch. Or if another good star player goes down, we got some issues. But you were going to lose games. You were not going to stay that hot the entire season.
Well, I say the patch thing more tongue-in-cheek, but the Red Wings still are 6 points ahead of the next team that's out of the playoffs.
Right,
which
the
is
Islanders, but the Islanders have a game in hand. Washington, 7 back. They also have a game in hand. New Jersey, they're free-falling. So is Pittsburgh. So it's either the Capitals or the Islanders that I'm worried about, because Tampa is actually starting to fall as well. So the Wings are still in pretty damn good stead, barring a major losing streak.
Yeah, there's no reason to panic just yet.
No.
So. Hold on. You're telling me not to panic and Dylan Larkin just got hurt?
It's a couple of weeks.
Oh, just a couple of weeks that you're losing your captain. Okay, no big deal then. All right, cool. Wonderful. What? I'm worried. You're losing your captain.
David, he didn't die. He's going to be back.
Oh, so we can lose for 2 weeks and we'll be okay. Got you.
I still think they'll be okay.
Yeah, they'll be okay.
I still think they'll be okay.
So,
like I said,
the non-hockey guy here. You're telling me you're okay? I gotta trust you guys. Okay.
when that man over there next to you, that bearded wonder, starts to panic, that's when we panic.
See, we have and I'm Mr. Doom and Gloom as well, and I still think they're okay.
In that 2-week span, by the way, we have the Coyotes twice. Those games you have to win. Buffalo's not any good. We have them twice. And we have Pittsburgh, who's not any good this year. So it's not the worst thing in the world. It sucks. Yes, we're going to miss D-Boss, but calm down.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take your Wings call. We'll take your Lions call with St. Brown. We'll get all of that next. 97.1. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want to do what we're doing? Because, hey, there's a lot of Specs grads in this Odyssey building. Well, here's what you need to do. You need to get started. And Specs at LTU can help you get on that path to a radio career, or maybe television is where you want to go. Great. They can help you out with that as well. Or you're a graphics design artist. Once again, Specs at LTU is the place for you. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn with the hands-on approach and expert faculty. It's going to help you learn the practical skills you'll need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hey, before we get to our ticket texts on the Red Wings, we do have some breaking news in the world of the National Football League. Not a complete surprise, but still weird. The Denver Broncos have just tweeted out that we've notified quarterback Russell Wilson that he will be released after the league year begins March 13th. And there's a statement from George Payton, the general manager. We spoke with Russell Wilson today to inform him of release after the start of the league. On behalf of the Broncos, we thank Russell for his contributions and dedication to our team and community while wishing him the best as he continues his career. As we move forward, we're focused on building the strongest team possible for 2024 and beyond. We are excited to improve the offseason. This offseason will have the flexibility to get better to the draft and free agency. Rico, this could go down as a worse trade than the Herschel Walker.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing missing is Seattle would need to win it all. But
right,
yeah, this is it was a bad deal just across the board. If you're Denver, you thought that you were gonna get Russell Wilson and he was gonna just needed to change the venue, and I guess Seattle was smart. They knew you want this hot garbage, you can have it. Give us some picks and. Yeah, as soon as it happened, as soon as you told me, I was just saying, man, this is Herschel Walker all over again with the Cowboys.
So where does Denver go now? I mean, Jarrett Stidham's the quarterback. They can't go into the
You're moving
season.
up.
Yeah.
Denver, you are now going to start packaging picks that you really can't afford to lose, but you can't sit there at 12?
Yes.
You can't wait unless if you're Denver, you say, you know what? A guy like Bo Nix or Penix can lead us. We don't have to move up. We keep our remaining picks, and we select them at 12.
And you couple that with maybe there's a veteran free. I don't know. Does Kirk Cousins want to play for Sean Payton?
I don't know what Kirk Cousins wants to do. I don't know. If I'm Minnesota, I don't let him leave, but I got a feeling he's going to be gone. Could he go play for Payton? Maybe. I mean, Payton's this offensive genius.
Yes, but more importantly, for the sake of the people around here in this studio and behind the glass, how soon does David get his Steeler Russell Wilson jersey now?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
Well, I
don't want it as an option. No.
His Kenny Pickett jerseys is in the mail, right?
Yeah, to burn, yes.
Yeah.
As soon as it arrives.
Okay, but seriously, though, where's Russell Wilson end up?
Atlanta, maybe?
I think.
Oh, future.
A backup. He's a backup now. I think that he's going to have to swallow the tough pill. I'm not a starter. I need to go somewhere. And if the person gets injured, I can step in there.
Russell Wilson or Hendon Hooker? 2-4? No, obviously no. He doesn't fit the culture. I'm just kidding.
But, yeah, I don't see that he's a backup QB now.
Yeah.
I mean, in watching him, he's lost that edge. He was just it's one of those sad things, Stoney, when the athlete hangs around too long and you try to remember when they were really good and not try to remember like this Russell Wilson now. Like I remember the Russell from the Seahawks because most of the games you were just like, Russ, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
And you just, first of all, you make weird commercials and you stink on the field.
And your weird airplane behavior. Remember that?
Yeah, just go retire, man. Yeah.
Well, he is sending out a tweet thanking Broncos country.
Wow. He did so much there.
Let's leave. Broncos, let's leave.
I was looking through it to make sure he didn't say let's ride, but he did not.
I mean, if you're Atlanta, you're not that desperate. If you're Pittsburgh, you're not that desperate. If you're Minnesota, you're not you're not going to get anything from him. He's a backup QB right now.
Yeah.
That's all I see. If he's willing to accept that role, then fine. But other than that, I don't see. Yeah.
Someone's mentioning on the text Wilson to the Patriots as a bridge quarterback, maybe?
No, because you got the number 3 pick.
That's a bridge.
No,
he
I'm saying,
starts and then you start your rookie.
Do you want your young franchise quarterback who you're drafting to learn under Russell Wilson?
No. I got Mac Jones.
What's wrong with learning under Russell Wilson?
No. At this point, Mac Jones, you're the bridge. You're still getting paid.
That's a broken bridge.
Russell Wilson he's not at Teddy Bridgewater's retired. He's the new Teddy Bridgewater. Used to start, had a moment in the sun. Russell had a brighter moment in the sun, but now he's done. He's back up. Be happy. You can do the backup thing for maybe another 2-3 years.
It's amazing. You look at things like quarterback rating, and this last 4 years in Seattle, 110, 106, 105, 103, and then the 2 years in Denver, 83 and 98. So he did get better a little bit under Peyton, but it just didn't work. It didn't work culturally either. I mean, statistically, you said he had 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions last year. Not horrible, but he lost, I think, the ability to lead. All right, we have some ticket texts.
We do have some ticket texts here on
the
the
Red
Wings.
Yes.
Radko Gudis laid a fantastic clean hit on Jack Hughes. Please bring me Kenny's twin. That is from Jerry.
Okay.
Someone else agrees with me. Losing Larkin is definitely a blow, but this is still an exciting team to watch. I honestly wasn't expecting them to make the playoffs this year, but hoping they don't buy big because we still have 2 great prospects in Grand Rapids. They deserve a shot next year. Okay, that isn't what I agree with. David's
in win now mode.
I am. David, you're not the hockey guy, but you make the most sense. I am worried. And then someone texts us in, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but they're saying Berggren time? Who is that?
Well, yeah, he's Jonathan Bergman, who's the wing. He plays in Grand Rapids. It seems anytime they bring him up, he scores a goal. And the next thing you know, he's back on the bus to Grand Rapids. And you got him and Evanson. Maybe if they don't make a deadline, there's your deadline deals. You just bring up these 2 guys from the minor leagues that are pretty damn ready to play in the National Hockey League.
I think the deadline deal might be shipping out Hull and bringing up Edvinson.
Yeah.
And I think that actually makes you better. That sounds like a sell move. It's not. It's actually helping you.
Hull doesn't play.
Exactly.
He stinks.
And then you can
That's Hull, Holl, as opposed to David Hull.
And then you can
or
sit
Brett.
Petrie and then call it a day.
I get it. I understand. I get it. It's okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people on the ticket text think I suck, so it's cool. They want to trade me.
No. Well, wait. What do we get in return?
Kenny wants a sandwich, so you get a sandwich.
Well, Kenny does a lot of things for a sandwich. There's nothing special about that.
All right. All right, let me gather myself. I think somebody needs to relax over there regarding Larkin. I understand he is our captain and an amazing player. I have to say that he's pretty much been the DeBrincat Kane show on this team, though. On top of having so many other players in double digits for scoring, we'll be okay without Larkin for a couple weeks.
I think a couple of weeks they can survive without him for a couple of weeks. That's no knock on him.
Yeah.
But as good as he's been this year, and he's been their best player, he's still not a top 5 center. Top 5 seems to be the number of the day today on this show. But he's still not a star. He's a really, really good player.
And I guess if it was news that he was out for a month or more,
yes,
that would be more of a panic.
Yes, indeed.
But 2 weeks, you playing some opponents that you should still be able to beat.
Yeah, there's 7 games in that span. Only 2 of them are against teams that I remotely fear. So that should tell you something.
Yeah.
It's doable.
You don't want an injury, but not a bad time to have an injury because you should be able to recover from this. So
correct.
It shouldn't be. Now, David, if during that 7 games they go 1-6, then you are more than welcome to go full panic mode.
Oh,
seriously, what can we get for you in a trade?
He won't be alone, man.
What if we throw in Roberto with you?
Oh, then the value goes down. Yeah, the value goes down if you add him to the deal.
We'll bring Paul Serra up from the minors.
Then you get just a corner of the sandwich.
By the way, just to reiterate what the Denver Broncos gave the Seattle Seahawks. They traded a 2022 first, a 2022 second, a 2022 fifth, a 2023 first, a 2023 second, Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris for Russell Wilson and a fourth-round pick.
Whoa. Wow.
No. And at the time, there were some that said Denver won the deal. I remember when that first happened, it was like, oh, Denver just got the steal, and he's going to lead them, and the Broncos are going to be back, and they were going to challenge the Chiefs, and nope.
So which trade is worth? Well, I'm probably going to answer my own question. This trade or the Deshaun Watson trade? Because of the money.
Deshaun Watson because of the money, and he missed a lot of time this year.
Right.
We don't know how healthy he'll be
I was
for
about
next
to
season.
say, I'm going to go TBA.
Okay.
I need to see what he does this season. Because with the defense that Cleveland has,
right,
if he could just be a mid-level quarterback, Cleveland can go pretty far.
Russell Wilson looked good in Cleveland.
Okay. NFL coming up next, 97.1. All right. Interesting.
Yes, very interesting.
Not one of Roberto's better songs. But it's Monday. Stoney's still here.
Yes.
You're listening to the Valenti Serial with Rico. Mike still off. Stoney sitting in for Mike. He'll be back. Mike will be back. Stoney, let's get it right. It's two mics. Stoney will be back tomorrow as well.
And then Friday when you are actually off, even though you forgot that you were off.
Right. You'll be here.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be the Mike and Mike show.
Mm-hmm.
So, going to throw a little bit of a curveball.
Okay.
NFL Combine yesterday.
I watched
all
weekend.
weekend.
I watched a little bit of
We
it.
saw a little bit of it on Friday. So I do want to ask Lions fans out there a question for those who watched, because there was some highlights, some very notable moments. I mean, my goodness, Xavier Worthy shoes are still smoking as he ran a 4.21. Like, wow, on his second run, not the first one.
I know,
because normally your first run's your best run. He went back, said I wanted to do it again. You watch the quarterback drills. You're out there. You're watching Penix. You're watching JJ. You're watching the big fellas, doing the, moving around, doing the offensive line, defensive line drills. So my question is this for Lions fans out there, for those who watched the Combine, who'd you fall in love with? Because you did. I know you did. It was somebody that you're saying, wow, I wish he was there for the Lions. Who is the guy that if you were Brad Holmes, you would actually think about trading up to get? 248-539-9797. Who is the guy, after watching the Combine, that you're like so infatuated with, you're hoping Brad Holmes makes that move? Brad Holmes saw what you saw. Brad Holmes saw that person and said, we got to get this guy here. He's going to look great in Honolulu blue and silver. Who is that guy? Stoney, I'm normally not reserved to falling in love with a guy because Brad Holmes breaks your heart because he never takes the one that you want.
I know. We both wanted Jalen Carter.
Right.
It worked out pretty well so far.
It has. But I'm going to go back to defense. I'm going to go to a position that I think that the Lions need. And I'm going to go to a player who played roughly about, 40, 50 miles away from Detroit. I'm going to go with Quentin Mitchell.
Oh,
cornerback.
He's your Sauce Gardner. There's no
Toledo,
doubt.
right.
There's no doubt.
You missed out on Sauce.
Yeah.
He went out there. He ran a 4.33 40. I mean, this guy, I think, presented himself to come off as cornerback number one. He'll be the first one taken in the draft. You're probably going to have to move up. Now, the good news is a lot of quarterbacks are going to get taken first. A lot of receivers are going to get taken. So I don't think you got to move up as much to get him, but it would require you to go up there. I mean, the funny thing was, and I know, their careers could be different, but they did the comparison with him and Sauce Gardner running that 40,
right?
And he beat Sauce Gardner. It's like, this may be your chance to go out there and get a cornerback, a lockdown. No, I know. The last time when Sauce Gardner was there, you didn't want to do that because of the last corner you took so high, and it didn't work out.
Well, they also took Aiden there, too. So.
No. I know, but It was like just saying Sauce Gardner's name was like, oh, you can't,
Right, yeah, right, because of Okudah.
Jeff Okudah, and
Yeah.
there was no chance. But now that I think you're better, it's a position of need. You don't have to worry about trading with anybody, going out and trying to get somebody in free agency. You can lock up your own guy and have him for the next 5 years. So that was my guy. Watching the Combine, I'm like, man, Quentin Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo, he's got everything that you need. He's got everything, if you're a Lions fans, that you want out there. He's cute. He's cornerback one, CB one, head and shoulders. That was my guy. 248-539-9797. Was there a person that you saw and you're like, in your world, man, I wish Brad Holmes would move up, take this guy, because this guy could be the piece for the Lions?
There were two guys I really liked, but they wouldn't be guys that would be really impactful this year because of the position they play and who's already on the team. I kind of fell in love with a Beaver. Fuaga of Oregon State. but they really don't need an offensive tackle right now. They will down the road with Taylor Decker, though. You put Fuaga and Sewell, that's a decade. And I watched some highlights of him, too. He's a mauler.
Does Decker have one more year on this contract?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
It can work out.
Yeah,
Really good.
It could work out.
He could drop, or they wouldn't have to pick that high. The other one is also an offensive lineman. And they wouldn't have to trade up that far. And it's a position of need because of Jonah Jackson will probably be let go. And you'll keep Glasgow, but that's all a short-term thing. And that's the kid from the other part of the state of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. Guard, can play a little center, versatile. Who knows with Ragnow? I mean, I know the center from West Virginia, everybody loved Frazier. I mean, he broke his leg, and then 3 months later, he's out in the combine. That would be awesome, but I wouldn't take a center in the first round when you already have Ragnow, even though he has his injury concerns. But those two offensive linemen, I love them.
But see, I'm looking at the Oregon State right tackle for the same reason why, if you took a center, both guys, if they Ragnow comes back, you're probably going to get another year out of him.
Right.
Decker, contract's up.
Yeah.
And maybe you just move on and you go younger, controllable, because that way you can sign some of your players that are due right now. Stoney, I'm not mad at it. You went with the sensible picks.
Yeah.
You went with the linemen. Linemen are not sexy. There's not a lot of sizzle with them.
Right. I mean, look, maybe it's not being realistic as far as going from 29 to 8 or 7 or, top 10 to get Verse, because he looked really damn good too. And so did the other kid from Florida State, the transfer from Western Michigan.
Braden Fisk.
Yes.
Braden Fisk.
Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
You may be able to actually get him without moving up.
Well, then
he may slide down. Now, he went there, and, Combine was very helpful for him.
Yeah.
Like him and like some people who just went out there and did like some phenomenal things. You may be able to get him. Okay, you could pair him with Aiden Hutchinson, and I think you got Aiden a playmate, because that's always been my other big thing, that you got to get somebody on the other side.
Right.
But I think cornerback is just a glaring need for this team. So 248-539-9797. Was there somebody you saw this weekend you fell in love with, and you're like, man, this kid would look good playing for the Lions? You hope that Brad Holmes saw exactly what you saw, and he's going to end up becoming a Lion with that first pick.
Well, the other thing on Mitchell is, Brad Holmes, he won't take a cornerback there.
Until he does.
Yeah, and until he would have if Seattle didn't take Weatherspoon last year.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody pretty much acknowledges the fact that if Seattle would have gone a different direction, the Lions would have taken Weatherspoon, and that would have been a really damn good pick.
And the funny thing is I think that now Lions fans are finally over Jeff Okuda-itis.
Yes, they are.
Okay? Because you won some playoff games. I think Jeff Okuda is now flushed out of the system that it's okay to go get a corner high in the draft. You don't have to worry about, well, what if this guy's a bust? Because Witherspoon turned out to be pretty good, and Holmes knew what he was doing. He just wasn't available.
Right. The reason why I think we're over Jeff Okuda-itis is because the person who inflicted that disease, it doesn't work here anymore.
He doesn't. But it's still, man, fans were gunshot. It's like,
I know.
You know what, Stoney, I don't know what it is about Detroit people. It was like trades for the longest. If you traded away a prospect, how many times you had to hear about John Smoltz if you were the Tigers? But they got rid of Smoltz, dude.
Yeah.
You weren't alive when they made that trade.
Right. And who knows if John Smoltz would have been that good here.
Right. But it's same when it comes to a cornerback, that I think a lot of people are just so, oh my goodness, you can't take a corner. Jeff Okuda sucked, blah, blah. I look at that. I'm like, man, you got to go out there. You can get this guy. Quentin Mitchell from Toledo could be your number one corner. You can move Sutton over. You can do whatever you want in free agency. But I think you're going to have your lockdown guy for at least the next 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
And you may have to move up to get him, but I think it's worth the move.
Well, here's the other thing. Not that they would get him anyway. Would you rather do that and give up some draft capital to move up, or not do that and spend a boatload of money on Snead?
See, I would just move up and get your own guy. That's just me. I know. 248-539-9797. Who's the guy you fell in love with? Who's the guy that you want to see the Lions go make that move for? You watched the Combine all weekend. Who did you walk away most impressed with? We will get what David and Kenny thinks and what you think next. 97.1. All right. Interesting.
Yes, very interesting.
Not one of Roberto's better songs, but it's Monday. Stoney's still here.
Yes.
You're listening to the Valenti Serial with Rico. Mike still off. Stoney sitting in for Mike. He'll be back. Mike will be back. Stoney, let's get it right. It's two mics. Stoney will be back tomorrow as well.
And then Friday when you are actually off, even though you forgot that you were off.
Right. You'll be here.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be the Mike and Mike show.
Mm-hmm.
So, going to throw a little bit of a curveball.
Okay.
NFL Combine yesterday.
I watched
all
a little,
weekend.
I watched a little bit of it.
We saw a little bit of it on Friday. So I do want to ask Lions fans out there a question for those who watched. Because there was some highlights, some very notable moments. I mean, my goodness. Xavier Worthy, shoes are still smoking as he ran a 4.21. Like, wow. On his second run, not the first one.
I know.
Because normally your first run is your best run. He went back, said, I wanted to do it again. You watch the quarterback drills. You're out there. You're watching Penix. You're watching JJ. You're watching the big fellas, doing the, moving around, doing the offensive line, defensive line drills. So my question is this for Lions fans out there, for those who watched the Combine, who'd you fall in love with? Because you did. I know you did. It was somebody that you're saying, wow, I wish he was there for the Lions. Who is the guy that if you were Brad Holmes, you would actually think about trading up to get? 248-539-9797. Who is the guy, after watching the Combine, that you're like so infatuated with, you're hoping Brad Holmes makes that move? Brad Holmes saw what you saw. Brad Holmes saw that person and said, we got to get this guy here. He's going to look great in Honolulu blue and silver. Who is that guy? Stoney, I'm normally not reserved to fall in love with a guy because Brad Holmes breaks your heart because he.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers were 2-1 winners over the Red Sox today in Grapefruit League play. Derek Skubal shined for his second straight outing. Will Vest picked up the win today, pitching 2 scoreless innings as the Tigers beat the Red Sox 2-1. Dylan Larkin will be sidelined for what's expected to be the next 2 weeks for the Red Wings. He sustained a lower body injury late in the loss to the Panthers on Saturday. Can you believe it? It's already tournament time in college basketball. Detroit Mercy will kick off their local Horizon League tournament action tomorrow at Milwaukee. Oakland will sit out until Thursday with the bye. One game left for Michigan this week and 2 left for Michigan State as the regular season comes to a close in the Big Ten. Caitlin Clark, now the all-time leading scorer in college basketball history, men's or women's, as she surpassed both Antoine Davis and Pistol Pete Maravich in one game over the weekend. She summed it up well after that one. Michigan football also officially announcing the addition of Wink Martindale as their new defensive coordinator today. At the Corwell House Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock hour. Michael Stone in with me as Valeni is out. Stoney, a deal was made over the weekend that a lot of Tigers fans, including a lot of people on this show, was hoping it was going to be the Tigers making the deal for Matt Chapman, bring him here to solidify third base. Now, we kind of all knew that that was going by the wayside when they brought in Gio Urshela. But when you see the terms that Chapman signed for, that's what makes you angry, because it was something that could have got done, and you're wondering, what in the world is Scott Harris up to? What is he doing?
Let me ask you a question, though, here. And look, would I have been happy if the Tigers signed Matt Chapman for the same amount of money? Sure. But let's look at this realistically. And by the way, and I know Rieger will be here with Wojo, and based on Twitter, Rieger and Costa and a lot of other folks, when is Matt Chapman going to Cooperstown? You think that this guy was like the greatest player of all time, the way people were bitching about the Tigers not signing him. Now, like I said,
Gold Glove, third baseman.
Gold Glove for, yes, okay. So the contract, 4 1-year contracts, everybody says. So he can opt out. Right, he can opt out. Mm-hmm. But suppose he doesn't perform well. That means he doesn't have to opt out. Is there a player on this team that you wish could opt out?
It is. But see, I think that's...
And here's the other thing, okay?
You can't be afraid to make moves because you made a bad move with Javi Baez.
No, but you can't go crazy over just because of home runs. Now, last year, Chapman, he did get injured late, but you know what? He had 17 home runs, and his on-base percentage was .330. Projected for this year, 21 and .326. Do you know last year he struck out 165 times in 509 at-bats? Javi Baez, who blows, had 510 at-bats. That's one more. He struck out only 125 times. You would never think that. Okay? So here's my problem with going crazy. Yes, if they would have signed Matt Chapman, fine, it would have been good. But when you project, and people are just doing projections, so I'm going to project favorably for Chapman. His projections for this year, statistically, baseballreference.com, like I said, 21 home runs, 326 RBIs. You have, granted, you might not like a platoon or a group there, and I'm going to say right now, before you say, well, some of these guys are going to play other positions. Yes, they will, okay? But if you add up, McKinstry, Vierling, Ibanez, who Ibanez should play against left-handers all the time because he kills them, and Urshela, let's see, 9-11, do the math, 31, that's 43 home runs. Now, some of them would be hit while they were playing other positions.
Or you just go out and go get a third baseman that you can play every day, and you go that route.
But they don't want to,
rather than Frankenstein this thing.
I understand that, but I know people don't want to hear it, okay? And I know the division's wide open. So let's see if we can win the division. Is Matt Chapman going to be that much of a difference maker compared to the 4 people that I mentioned that are probably going to play that position? And the other thing is,
but hold on,
if you're going to sign a guy for a 4-year contract, so allegedly, now it might not work out. It may not work out, but allegedly starting maybe late this year, but definitely next year, Jace Young is going to be that's who they think is going to be their third baseman.
But it's not really a 4-year deal.
Here's the thing. I think a couple of things here. One, you at least wanted to hear that the Tigers were in negotiation. And people would be like, well, how do you know that they weren't? Because the agent would have leaked it out and said, hey, the Tigers made a phone call, and Chapman decided, no, I don't want to go there. Fine. You picked up the phone. You made an effort. But just to say, we're going to Frankenstein this thing and we're going to wait to see what happens with Jace down the line. No, because you have so much money under the cap of just the median.
Your own cap, because you don't have a cap.
No, but I'm saying, but just the median of what teams are spending. You're so far under it that you could afford. If it doesn't work out, okay. So now you have 2 guys that didn't work out, but you're trying. You can't hamstring yourself because of a bad Javi Baez deal.
I'd rather them, and I'm not giving Scott Harris credit at all for this, okay? In fact, I think he's wrong. I'd rather do the J.D. Martinez thing. And they talk about, well, it's going to keep at bats away from people. Evan Petzold in the Free Press wrote about it. Wojo wants J.D. Martinez. Petzold wrote, and this is the Tigers' point of view, according to him, is they want guys who are not going to be stuck at playing DH. They want guys who can actually, play in the field. I disagree. I think J.D. Martinez, especially as his price seems to be dropping, would be perfect for this team. He's got a great work ethic, takes notes on every at-bat. I'd rather have J.D. Martinez and take my chances with whatever happens at third base, because the team's going to need some offense.
So basically, you don't want another Cabrera situation.
But this notion that Matt Chapman is this great player, now because I said it, he will be an amazing player.
He's not a great player, Stoney, but he's an upgrade to the Frankenstein that you would have had at third base.
And he represents trying. Like you said, Rico, he represents an attempt to try.
You have
this division
money.
is ready now.
Right, you got money to spend in a division that's not that great. So, yeah, he hits home runs. Okay, he's going to strike out as well. My thing is, if they just didn't want to do this because of Javi Baez, then I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't think that's the
but
reason.
I'm saying, but if you're like, well, look, we got stuck with this contract. Because, yeah, if he comes out, lights it up, he'll opt out, he'll leave. It's a win-win. You use me, I used you. And together, hopefully we won some games. Now, like I said, with JD, sign him to a 1-year deal, maybe a 2-year.
That's fine.
Just go and do something, because right now you've done nothing.
We don't. Well, look, what it is, they know whether we agree with it or not, their plan is very Lion-esque to a certain extent. Draft our own, get our own guys, and develop. That's what it seems, and teach them the strike zone and all that stuff. That seems to be the plan. And if that's going to be the plan, unfortunately for us, okay, me included, it's going to take time.
Right. But see, here's why I don't like that plan, because it's not like you're in a division where we were never going to win this thing. So you know what? We can take our time. We can let the young fellas do. You're in a division. Like, if you get off to a good start instead of the normal April start where it seems like you're already 10 games below 500, you can win this thing. It's not that far-fetched to say, if you can go out there and if you're just at break even at the end of April, giving yourself an opportunity to get hot later, it's a division that can be had.
I think they look at it almost the same way Yzerman looked at the Red Wings a couple of years ago. We're not that good right now, so why bother to spend money just to make us Now, the answer to that is, like you said, and rightfully so, this division blows. That's so. If they were in a different division, would you change your opinion?
Yeah, if they were in the East,
yes.
I'm not saying this at that point. Yep, play the young guys, do what you can. It's a foregone conclusion. You're not going to challenge any of the teams in the East,
right? But
but you don't play there.
But right or wrong, when the numbers stack up evenly between the Frankenstein, or whatever you want to call it, of the 3 or 4 guys who are going to play third base, and Matt Chapman, except that yes, he is a Gold Glove player. 248-539-9797. Now, if you want to be angry at Scott Harris, a very good friend of mine is basically, I don't know the correct way to pronounce the word, but epileptic would be one. Epileptic maybe is the correct response. I'm not sure. That the fact that the Tigers at number 3 selected Max Clark, a high school player, instead of Wyatt Langford from the University of Florida, who's lit up, in the minors last year after his collegiate season, and is lighting up spring training and might actually make the Rangers one year. He believes that this kid's going to be unfreaking believable, that he was the 3rd and the Tigers went for the 5th kid. I think that one you have to completely let play out, to use a Jansen expression, because he drafted a kid who you think is going to be great, but he's out of high school, so that's going to take some time. So, but like I said, if Langford does do what my friend thinks he's going to do. What does this have to do
with your friend being epileptic?
Well, what's the word where you go crazy?
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, okay. All right.
Yeah.
You lost me for a second. I'm like,
Yeah, overcome with anger, extremely indignant, and that's it.
That's it. Yes, exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Wikipedia.
Thank you.
I had to make sure Stone had to make sure he was right.
Right. Right. I'm not making fun of people who have epilepsy. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay. All right.
248-539-9797.
Now it's a party. All right. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone, where anybody, and I mean anybody, can go and work out and feel comfortable and work on their fitness goals. Planet Fitness is where you can build a lasting, active lifestyle. And at Planet Fitness, you can go work on your cardio or strength training. And a lot of the Planet Fitness locations have brand new equipment. If you're short on time, no problem. You can get a full body workout in 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And don't know if you knew this or not, but all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. So if you need a little help, a little motivation, they are there for you. You get all of this, $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. Planet Fitness is still just $10 a month. So you can work out, achieve your goals, and you're not going to break your wallet. $10 a month, no commitment. Head over to any of your local Planet Fitnesses right now to get started. And if you really like it, you can even upgrade yourself and get the Black Card. That includes a lot more perks and allows you to bring guests with you for free. But you got to get started. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now, $10 a month, no commitment, or you can go online at planetfitness.com. Talking Detroit Tigers, the move they did not make, the move we're hoping they will make.
They
JD
ain't
Martinez.
making that move either.
You know, and I almost feel like it's because we all want this move to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're bringing back somebody who used to play here. It just makes sense on all, just across the board. You bring him back for a year. It allows your younger guys to develop, and then he's gone. But those guys will now be ready.
He takes away at bats from them. See, I don't buy that one. I'm more, gung ho about them signing JD Martinez than getting Matt Chapman.
I'm all for moves that are going to help them try to win the division this year.
Yeah, I get it.
I think this town's gotten a taste of success. You got it with the Lions. You're having it with the Wings. Why stop the party? Let's keep it going with the Tigers. Let's go out there and try. And I think that's what a lot of people want to see is you tried and you went out there and you didn't sign JD Martinez to this long 5-year deal. You could sign him to a 1-year deal. He's out there. Pick up the phone, see. If he says no, then nobody's going to be angry because you at least put forth the effort.
Correct. But he seems like, now, obviously somebody else will, but you're not going to get much information out of Scott Harris. He kind of goes to that Dave Dombrowski school of you're not finding anything out. But Dave Dombrowski did everything he could to win. He also had a big pocketbook.
Yeah. Well, 248-539-9797. David, take a text before we hit the phone lines.
Spending for spending's sake. Shaking my head. We should not be doing that. Okay. Matt.
Hold on. That's not... It's trying to improve your team. It's not spending for spending's sake. You want to be a big boy, you got to do big boy things, okay? You can't sit here and act like you're this poverty team when you're not. You are in Detroit. You are in a market that can afford to do this, and you are below the average, the mean of what competitive teams are paying to win.
But does getting Chapman, spending the money for Chapman, does he make you that much better than having, a lack of a better term, the Frankenstein combination at third base?
I think it is, because at least I know who the third baseman is, rather than, okay, this guy is hot. Okay, now we got to, who are we going to play? Like every night it shouldn't be a decision. You should be able to write down in your car, third base, Chapman. Let's move on.
I get that too as well.
Mad that we didn't get Chapman. There's a report that our division has the bottom 5 worst lineups in baseball. Put yourselves apart from the rest and get Chapman. Scott in Tecumseh says, why are we overemphasizing the division being wide open? Baseball is not hockey. A hot goalie can take you to a cup finals. You are not making any noise as a wild card team. No, thank you. Paul and Shelby says, I want Martinez for 2 years. I don't understand why Harris doesn't pull the trigger. And then another one here says, Stoney, the only sane one in the room. We knew Chapman was bad the last 3 years, and price does not matter, does not indicate, quote unquote, trying or not to any degree.
Yeah, he has not been what he was. I mean, if you just want to look at home run totals, he went 36, 10, 27, 27, 17. So, whatever. What'd you do with your head?
Wait.
Jeff Rieger just walked into the room, guys.
Stop.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait. Sit down. We got to get you on YouTube. We have breaking news. I haven't seen you in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, so how are you?
So Jeff Rieger kicks open the door.
You told me to do it.
I immediately am wondering, okay, who the heck is this who just walked in here?
I'm a new hire.
I'm thinking, are me and Stoney got to throw hands?
I thought Newsy Lalone was here.
Like, who is this bald
guy? We got a
guy?
big game against Colorado coming up. Listen, it was time. It was time. You told me it was time. People on the internet told me it was time. It was time. It was just these lights, they shined right through my hair. It was time, so I just did it. I went home on Saturday night after work. I gave the razor to Olive, and she started it. I finished it.
Yeah,
it was time.
She realized that she might have to go to Cooperstown in 8 years to see Matt Chapman inducted.
I mean, you walk in here all angry,
I'm not
head
angry.
shaved.
I just look angry. I look intimidating, right?
I was like, do I need to call security?
Yeah. First time in my life, I look intimidating.
It took like 3 seconds, or you were about to catch a beat down. I'm just gonna
you
let
don't
you
want to
know.
F with me.
No, you didn't want to mess with me. You were about to be that meme. You were about to mess around and find out. But
I brought you
realized,
Chipotle. I owed you
but you were the
burrito.
stupid one who made the bet.
I was almost right.
Bald Jews for 400, Alex.
Yeah.
Chip Rieger.
It's going
How
to take
many
a
bald
second.
Jews are there?
It's going to take a second to get used to, but good for you.
Thank you.
Good for you.
Well, there's half of your first show because Wojo's not going to stop laughing.
I know. I'm looking at Evan and Roberto here in the background. They look good. Eventually, you just get used to it. Look at the shine off their head.
I know. He just wanted to suck up to Gov.
Oh, that's true. Actually, I got to grow it back. Tom's bald. All right, boys, continue. By the way, you're dead wrong about Matt Chapman. We'll talk at the crosstalk.
Okay.
All right.
Hey,
Jeff
He
Rieger.
just struck out again.
Jeff Rieger shocking us coming in. Yeah. Okay. Let's just go to Paul and Shelby. Paul, help save the show. You're on the air.
I'll do my very best. I don't understand where he go. Rieger coming in, invading your. My goodness, you should have called security.
I
You
mean,
seriously
we
should've.
thought we would have because we didn't know who he was.
Right. I didn't know who he was when he walked through the door. Stoney, I'm not joking. I was like, who is this man aggressively coming into the studio? Where's security at? Oh, it's Rieger. Yeah.
Well, I've met him at a couple golf outings, and security was called. So, I'm with you guys. But here's the thing. Chapman, I'm with you, Stoney. I understand that. It's feast or famine with him. Home runs or nothing. Great third baseman, no doubt about that. But with Martinez, David read my text. Thank you for that, David. Yeah, I would go with that all day long. I mean, there's a reliable bat in your lineup. He's not going to take away the at-bats. It's 162 games, guys.
All right, let me just bring you some stats because I think Martinez would be good as well. But this is from Evan Petzold in the Free Press. Martinez had the worst strikeout rate of his career last year at 31%, and the second worst walk rate of his career at 7%. He also missed more than 4 weeks of games while on the injured list with lower back tightness and groin tightness. He's played just 12 innings in the field over the past 2 seasons. They want people who can do both. That's obvious.
Okay, read his OPS and his home run rate over the last 5 years.
JD, hold on a second.
It's good stuff. It really is. It's a bat in your lineup.
Look, like I said, I want JD Martinez, but it's not a slam dunk, so to speak.
No, it's not. But make the effort because I do think the division is there.
The last 4 years, OPS. You ready? 680, 867, 790. Last year was good, real good at 893. And he still hit 33 bombs last year. So, yes. That's why I said, give me JD.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Chapman, I don't care about.
I just need to see a move happening. Get a little football in next, 97.1. All right, as we get ready to wrap this up, bring in Wojo and Rieger, the new and improved Jeff Rieger with the look that he has. It's got to be good to be Russell Wilson. I guess if you're going to pay me, $39 million, $39 million to walk out the door, kind of like Ed Orgeron. Tell me where to sign and what door to walk out of.
Ed Orgeron.
Seriously,
one of the greats of all time. By the way, speaking of coaches and fired coaches, the New Jersey Devils have fired Lindy Ruff,
which means
to bet the Devils tomorrow at home against the Florida Panthers. Because for some reason, although there's no data to back it up, it's, a lot of people, I'm not the only one who believes this. For some reason, in hockey more than the other sports, the team who fires its coach the next game, they seem to win. And this year, I think it's like 3-0.
Another part of the patch curse. The Devils are chasing the Red Wings in this playoff chase.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here come those Devils.
I'm always a fan of the Devils. I think I'll bet them tomorrow. Let's go Devils.
You're not supposed to be a fan of the Devils. You're a man of the cloth.
Gonna win me some money tomorrow. I'm going for the Devils.
And helped out that church building fund.
Hey, no. My own building fund.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read this one. We suggested, or not suggested, in the mock draft, JJ was going to the Giants. Someone does have a suggestion, though. Russell Wilson to the Giants, please.
Yeah, Russell Wilson to the Giants. They cut Daniel Jones, and then they draft a quarterback to learn from Russell Wilson. You talk about a host of a show who won't show up. I think Mike will kill himself.
He did that just for Chase Young.
I know.
See, I don't even know which one would I want more, Russell Wilson there or J.J. McCarthy there.
What would upset him? That's a great question.
What would upset Mike more?
I
think JJ, because JJ would be there longer. Russell maybe there for 1 year.
For just a year, yeah.
No, because I think he could put up with JJ if he turned into a good quarterback.
Right, but
the belief right now,
if he didn't,
yes,
and now you're stuck with basically you went from Daniel Jones to him,
but he's not killing
from Eli to Daniel Jones to JJ. If JJ does not live up to the expectation, and Mike is not going to come in with lowered expectation ever, so that's why it would be funny.
Yeah, but he might for JJ.
No, because he's going to be. How come he can't be C.J. Stroud? He didn't take all this time. Come on, have you never met Mike?
I understand that, but he doesn't think JJ's that good to begin with.
No, it's not JJ. It's the fact that it's the Giants. And the fact that the Giants didn't go and because all you need is the quarterback that gets taken after JJ to be really good and then watch him lose it.
That's a good point.
So that's the Mike Valeni that I've grown to love and watch get so angry over sports. So ticket text, Dave, before we hand this show off.
I'm about to read this ticket text, but this is a reason why I want the Tigers to spend money, win a World Series, so I can stop seeing texts like this. Listen, I agree with Stoney. The 84 Tigers had a platoon at third base between Tom Brookings, Matt Castillo, and Howard Johnson, and they won the whole thing.
Okay, look, I'm not even though he agrees with me. I ain't going back to 1984.
I was about to say,
win a championship. So we can stop hearing about 84.
And really, Brookins was the third baseman.
Thank you.
Hojo people bitched he didn't play enough. And they shouldn't have traded him for Walt Terrell.
We talking Hojo Tommy Brookins?
Well, they were talking about how I suggested that this, as Rico called it, Frankenstein or four-headed monster at third base would be just as good offensively as Chapman if you combine them all together. Because you and your ilk believe that Matt Chapman's going to be in Cooperstown.
Wait, am I leading this or is Costa leading this?
I don't know. Whatever. I mean,
you know what's funny about you, Stoney?
Yeah.
It's good to see you, by the way. Again.
Well, I can't say it's
I
good to
can't
see you
believe
with that head.
when they platooned Hank Greenberg back in the day. That was and Hank Gary. What was up with that?
You know,
I was an everyday
heard,
player.
Wait a second.
What? I'm sorry.
You guys are in studio together. Do we have the song?
And it's not the drops tournament.
Yeah. Do we have the song?
No, I'm not playing
it.
that right now.
You don't have
no,
the song?
not doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. Calm down, little Jeffy.
For this? No, we're good.
And what about me?
Yeah, and Jeffy's on his 5th radio show of the day.
I know.
And now Rico, and I swear to God, nobody would convict you. When Rieger came in with his, let's be honest, a skinhead look.
Yes.
And if you had attacked him and beaten him with an inch of his life, and you explained to the judge, well, he looked that way and he was menacing, they let you off.
Came in with a hoodie on.
Yeah,
like, what the
yeah.
This is a hoodie, I guess.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Yeah. Well, you were scared for your life?
No, I have no idea who opened up the door because you opened it so aggressively.
He's Dr. Evil.
Oh, my.
And we know we got crack security here, so I'm like, whoa, what just happened?
Wait, there's security here? Really?
I could go for a little Nusi Lalonde, right? I could pass for Nusi.
So for about 1 second, it was like, okay, well.
Let me ask you this. Who was the best looking bald dude?
In the world?
Yeah, like the most renowned bald dude.
Telly Savalas back in the day.
Is he still alive?
No.
He's got to be dead.
Slick Watts of the Sonics. I don't know.
I think I look pretty good.
Maybe.
Does your wife,
your
wife agree? That's all that counts.
It's going to take a little bit of...
She should.
Really?
Yeah, Allison hates it.
She liked the other?
Yeah, she liked the patchiness. Apparently, she didn't think my hair was that bad.
It's an adjustment. It's an adjustment. For sure.
It is. Kind of surprises you. Kind of jumps out at you.
Now, did you guys, Rico, did Stoney help you solve any issues today? Did you guys figure anything out? Did you figure out what the Tigers needed to do? What about the Red Wings?
We both agreed with you on the J.D. Martinez.
Yes, get J.D.
We disagree on the greatest third baseman of all time, Matt Chapman.
Yeah. I don't understand what's going on.
Him and Michael Jack Schmidt.
Yes, I know.
Him and Brooks Robinson.
I don't know who's more guilty, Rieger or the Costa kid in the morning.
I think we're equally guilty.
Pick a different hill to die on.
I think what it was the fact that you didn't attempt to go get him.
Well, we
now,
don't even know if
came
did
here,
or
you
didn't,
knew it
but-
was over
Right.
and that you weren't going to go get him. But I think Tigers fans just wanted to see their name in the running.
But I just think, Rico, it was such
Harris
to
picked
me.
up the phone.
He got such
the phone.
He got less than he thought he was going to get, and it was a doable deal for the Tigers.
Because he's a lesser player than you think.
And the funny thing is both you idiots, and I'm going to use idiots because you've called me worse. You guys are joking about it, but both you believe that the man would actually help the Tigers offensively and defensively.
Yeah,
There's no
There
evidence.
you go. Then what
No,
are we
no,
doing?
no,
You're
no.
$10 million under
There's
the payroll of last year.
not much evidence he would help offensively. His numbers for the majority of last year were worse than Harvey Baez. Considerably worse.
You have an everyday third baseman
He
that
just
in
skips
the
over the
last
off- he
two
touts his
of the
offense.
last 3 years hit 27 jacks. And you geeks, you're a baseball writer of America. Hold on a sec.
So
you
last
like
year's
war.
offensive numbers don't.
No, they
count.
matter. It was a down year. But
Oh,
in a
that's
down
all it
year,
was.
in a down year.
Boy, it's going to be a fun show.
Well, hold on.
How about you guys save this for that
in
show?
a down year,
why don't we do
Why don't you
that?
save
dude
that
had
for
a
this show?
4.1
All right?
WAR. How many Tigers have
All
they?
right.
Defense.
Hey, guys.
They turned
have
off my button.
fun.
Rico and I will see you tomorrow.
Right.
Hey, are you guys playing nice? Everything's going good?
Yeah.
Playing together nice?
We're civil.
Yeah.
Hatchet's turning off our
Why wouldn't it be? Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just checking to make sure. You never know.
I get to work
Rico's
with
very happy because he's not the oldest person in the show anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Good point.
And I get to work with a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, there you go.
Godfather.
Yeah.
The good.
Who's got great hair, by the way. Look at that guy's hair.
Wojo and Rieger, 97.1.